FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Houston, it's our time now. With the 34th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Bijani and Creighton, Iowa State.
There you go. Good job, OD. Good job, Owen Daniels.
Boy, he looked smooth, did he not?
Dude, he came out. Now, was I taking crazy pills on Friday night or hallucinogenics? Did he come out in one outfit to announce the second round pick and then come out later in a different outfit to announce one of the third rounders? I think he did.
I saw the first two picks. I didn't see him do Jalen Smith.
He did Jalen Smith, and it looked like I know he did the Jaden Higgins. By the way, welcome in everybody on a Monday post draft. He had like on a maroon colored sport coat to announce Jaden Higgins.
Fuchsia. I think it was fuchsia.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fuchsia.
Come on, Sean.
It was a variation of red, and then but then he came out. He announced Jalen Smith too, and he had on. I'm like, is that a different colored sport coat he's got? It's the same day, right? Like it's still Friday. Anyways,
he knows Nick. He knows that Nick, for one, started off with 5 picks on that night.
Yeah.
So he knew that it probably wasn't going to remain at 5 picks.
Yep.
It ended up being 3 picks.
4 picks.
4 picks, excuse me, 4 picks.
Yeah.
So, he was ready for the occasion, I guess.
I guess, but like changing outfits, it's like a Reba McEntire kind of stuff. Like, look at you.
I've got my...
It's a showman. What do you got there in your hands?
I've got my cheat sheet of all the draft picks, and I've got all the Jalen's and Jaden's highlighted.
Yeah.
So I can be sure that I get it straight.
Okay.
So I was looking at my highlights. I'm like, 3 picks.
Oh, yeah.
Ariante is going to be the name that struggles within this entire draft.
That's the big irony. I know. Ariante, and you got Tay to lean on too. They call him Tay, so you can always lean on.
I'm not going to do that until I know him.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
I don't feel like I'm on a Tay basis with him.
Little respect.
So Jaden Higgins, first pick, and I thought the biggest thing immediately that I felt was, because I forget that we haven't done a show since all of this stuff happened.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
So Jaden Higgins is picked. Immediately, I think what most Texans fans who are dialed in thought was, okay, that must be the guy that Nick was talking about when he said that one of the players that they thought was worth taking at 25 was still on the board.
Yeah.
I don't think that the linebacker that the Browns took was probably going to be a guy the Texans were going to select. Maybe he was.
Get out of UCLA. He's a good player. Yeah.
So Jaden Higgins is it's going to be the biggest takeaway from Friday, if we're just to recap Friday, was, all right, the first 3 picks, you go out and you get offensive players to help C.J. Stroud.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 positions that we had really zeroed in on as wide receiver, offensive line, and they get both of those guys. And then I think the picks after that immediately after, including on Saturday, that people were most, I guess, skeptical about was Jalen Smith, the cornerback out of USC, and then Woody Marks, the running back out of USC, simply because both those guys went higher than a lot of draft boards had them listed at, a lot of draft prospects.
I'd throw Graham Mertz, the quarterback, in there as well.
Yeah. Okay, that's right. 100%. That's one of the – okay, I put that in a whole separate category.
I figured.
It wasn't wait a second. You traded up for a quarterback?
Traded up, and for Graham Mertz is my thing.
Yeah.
Like I probably lost money on a Graham Mertz game once or twice, which is why I feel the way I do. But stick with Jalen Smith and Woody Marks. That's where you were going with this thing. So.
Yeah, I guess from the more high-profile guys and they play skill positions, Jalen Smith was an interesting one. And the biggest thing about him that I'm intrigued by is that he almost seems like a different version of Jalen Petrie potentially, where Jalen Petrie is a safety who's a lot like a linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like Jalen Smith can be a Jalen Petrie who's more like an actual defensive back or a cornerback, because he is a cornerback. So, but he does really well when he blitzes up at the line of scrimmage. Most of his highlights are actually tackles behind the line of scrimmage, more so than in coverage.
Yep.
And I just wonder if they foresee kind of obviously he's a third-round pick. It's not like they're going to, change the defense for him or anything.
No.
But I wonder if they see a little bit more of a versatile role for him, and maybe a guy that he's better at press coverage than a lot of other things. Maybe at times when they need a guy down in the slot that can blitz but can also cover a receiver one-on-one, he can develop into somebody like that who's a little bit more like a cornerback than Jalen Petrie.
They need depth at corner. I had no problem with that pick, and I know people had a day 3 grade on him, and they trade up to get him in the 3rd round, whatever. Like, their evaluation may be different. That's a position that they've evaluated really, really well at that position, and they need depth. They had 2-3. They're mid-Kamari Lassiter, so they got D'Angelo Ross out there at the other corner. You know what I mean?
I'm glad you brought that up, because I think this was the fact that they've drafted well at cornerback.
Yeah.
And I saw a lot of people, a lot of draft writers and whatnot say, well, I had him lower on my board, but Casario's done a pretty damn good job scouting defensive backs these last few years.
Yes.
And the Texans as a team have done a really good job developing defensive backs.
Yeah.
So the defensive backfield coaches get a lot of respect for that, Dino Vasso and Unklin there. But that part, I have leeway there. I think offensive line is still unanswered in terms of Caserio getting good offensive linemen.
Yes.
So when you trade up for Ursary, Tate Ratledge, the guard, is still on the board there at that point. He ends up going to the Lions.
Yeah.
That's where a lot of the scrutiny is going to be.
Yeah, he ends up going to the Lions, who have drafted very well and built a really good offensive line.
You look at the Lions, and man, they know offensive linemen and they know how to coach them up.
Yeah.
So if you're going to take Ursary, he was the next offensive tackle on a lot of boards. I like Ursary. I think the 2nd round is perfect for him. There's certain things that kept him from being a first-round type guy. And I think that might have been more the best example of the Texans not drafting for immediate need.
Yep.
That maybe they stood pat and would have been fine seeing where Tate Ratledge was when they drafted. They went up and got Ursary because they like Ursary.
They like him a lot, yeah. I think the other thing, too, with Jalen Smith and Jalen Noel, if you're just waking up, Seth, kind of dig first chance on the show to dig into any of the picks because they had no picks on Thursday night. Jalen Noel can return. Jalen Smith can run down on special teams. I think that's a factor in here as well with those guys. And I say that because when I got to the stadium on Saturday, Seth, to do day 3, and I'm walking through kind of the bowels of the stadium there to go down to the studio where we do the draft show down there in the, kind of off of the media room, we ran into Frank Ross walking through the concourse there and was like, hey, Coach, what's going on? And he was, I don't think I'm violating any confidences here. He was effusive that they got some special teams juice on day 2. He's like, I got a return guy. I got a guy that can run down. He was really excited about both of those guys.
No, Jalen Smith, when you think about guys that DeMeco might like and maybe where the Texans may have had him rated higher than other teams or whatever, this kid he plays his responsibilities and his roles. He's lacking in a lot of the measurables, which is why he was down where he was. But going back to Caserio drafting guys, hey, Kamari Lassiter was lacking in a lot of measurables, but he played on the field. And I think with Jalen Smith, he played really well in the slot. He held quarterbacks to a sub-60 passer rating, 0.6 yards per pass attempt against them. And I think he plays above his measurables. But then when he's playing against the run or coming up to cover in the flats, you can tell that he's got a real good feel for what his responsibilities are, what leverage he's supposed to take. A lot of the stuff that with young defensive backs especially, you have a hard time coaching. I could see DeMeco really liking just some of the discipline with which he
and he was asked too at the look at the Sims audio and 7 o'clock when we get to know the draft class. DeMeco was asked at the end of this press conference on Saturday. I forget. I apologize to whoever asked the question. I forget who asked it, but it might have been Sarge. Was there anybody whose personality stood out to you of the guys you drafted? And Jalen Smith was the guy he brought up. So I could see that being another area where the comparison to Jalen Petrie holds up, which is, the guy's got an energy about him. That energy will move you up the board for the Texans, I think. Positive football love and energy will move you up their board, I think.
The other guy that won't get a whole lot of discussion or written about until maybe he starts showing up, but Jalen Reed, the 6th round safety that they took.
Yeah.
I had it written down somewhere. He's got He's got like 4 unsportsmanlikes and a couple unnecessary roughness.
Fit right in.
Yes.
Oh my God, hand in glove.
I thought. I can't remember what the exact number was, but he's got a body count.
Dude, Kalen Bullock and C.J. Gardner-Johnson better have their head on a swivel during camp. He's coming for a starting role with this team. He also, I saw some clips from the Combine with Jalen Reed back in February, and he had a lot of good things to say about the Texans in his meetings with them. Like he thought he really he went out of his way to talk about how much he enjoyed the interviews with the Texans. So now he's here, 6th-round pick. I like that pick. Overall, this draft class is getting, by and large, Seth, pretty good grades from the people who we know how much Nick Caserio hates the draft grades, but also content. So I
can't wait to bring him up to him.
Yes. We talked to him. Average out a B- for the. Actually, it's averaging. I'm looking. Kuiper gave it a B+. Chad Reuter, notoriously easy grader, gave it an A-.
Yeah,
which is probably the equivalent of like a C+ for anybody else.
Yeah, his curve is way out of whack. He's your high school teacher who's stoned all the time.
Yeah. Like they're averaging out at around a B or a B+ for this class. Which, when you don't have a first-round pick, I feel like just perception-wise, there's a ceiling on what these graders give you. You know what I mean?
Well, there is a ceiling, but then also they did have a bunch of picks, so they come out of the draft with 9 players.
Yeah.
And that bumps you up a little bit because there's going to be somebody that they like in there. I think a couple people docked him for reaching on a couple players in their eyes. Prisco had the most negative one.
He had C+, yeah.
Prisco's a hater.
He's a hater. I guess
known hater from back in the day. One of the first writers I ever knew in the NFL.
In Jacksonville, yeah. I guess the biggest question, and we'll dig into this as the day goes on. We have way more than 4 hours worth of material today for sure, because we got the actual rest of the draft and the Rockets and the Astros to dig into here. I guess the biggest question people have is, Seth, like, okay, is this it on the offensive line? Like, people like, I think you and I, who are preaching patience with, like, well, let's see what it looks like after the draft before we go, this plan is not working for us. I guess that there's only one lineman in this draft class maybe gives people who've been critical some ammunition. Where are you on that, like where they are with the offensive line?
I'm in that same uncomfortable spot where I think a lot of the improvement on the offensive line simply has to come from Cole Popovich and Nick Caley,
Big bet,
the offensive line coach and the offensive coordinator. And that's not comfortable. And that doesn't you get there. I would have been a lot more excited if they picked up one of those first-round interior offensive linemen.
Yeah.
That they looked very much like they were waiting for because they traded as soon as Donovan Jackson wasn't going to be available.
Yep.
So I would have felt better about it. I think that there's still time for them to either trade for somebody or pick up a guy in training camp that's a veteran. But a lot of it is just going to have to be, is this a better coached football team?
Yeah.
They fired the offensive coordinator for a reason.
Yep, and the O-line coach too.
And I think Ursary, I could go a million different ways with. I know a lot of people are asking whether he can play guard or not. I'm skeptical just because he's a guy that doesn't play. He's a really tall guy, and he doesn't play with good knee bend, and he's huge. So, like, when I look at Blake Fisher, I think, okay, you got to teach him to play with better knee bend and everything, and he's a little bit more lithe of an athlete. With Ursary, You can get away with being kind of a stiff-legged offensive tackle when you're massive. You just got to learn how to use all your weight and heft and everything. Yeah. But I think it's a lot harder to teach somebody like that's stiff-legged to go down and play guard.
All right, we're off and running on a Monday. It is a reaction Monday. We got the whole draft to react to here. We will circle to the biggest story from the draft over the weekend, certainly on day 3. Shedeur Sanders going in the 5th round. And the Rockets, boy, this was bad on Saturday night, man. What a missed opportunity from this team on Saturday night, and now they put themselves squarely behind the 8 ball tonight. We'll dig into Rockets Warriors as well. First, I want to talk about the men's tea clinic.
Flag. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We'll circle back to the NFL draft in just a little bit. We'll get to the Rockets here. For those getting in their cars, we're going to get to know the draft class at 7 o'clock. So we'll dig hardcore into the Texans draft class at 7. If you missed the open, Seth and I kind of both gave our thoughts on this draft class. I'm good with it. You know, like I am good with this class. They for where they were in the draft and for the draft capital that they had, they came away with some weapons for C.J. Stroud. The offensive line is still an area of concern for sure, but I'm overall generally cool with this draft class.
I'll be just real quick. I'm still left wanting because I wanted one of those guards in the first round, as did the Texans.
Yep.
And it was Nick didn't want to spend whatever it would have taken to trade up, but they missed out on getting a guard by just one single damn spot.
Yeah.
So
No, knowing what would you have traded up that one spot, like giving up an extra third or
you're
fourth
asking
to
me
move
would I rather have lost the playoff game to the Chargers?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought about that.
Yeah.
I thought about that.
If you would have lost the playoff game to the Chargers,
You'd have been picking 22 if you had lost the playoff game to the Chargers. You could have had Matthew Golden.
You could have had Matthew Golden or
Donovan Jackson.
Yeah, I'll take that. I could say any year you don't win the Super Bowl, I would say, just go back in time and lose the wild card game, please.
Yeah, it's true. In the moment, you're like, this is definitely worth that. The feeling after the Charger game, this is worth 4 spots in the draft. Hell yeah! And so
if they hadn't won that Chargers game in the playoffs, we would have been so miserable the last 3 months.
Yes,
it would have been a rough feel.
Yeah, we ignore what the emotions would have been losing that game. So we'll circle back to the Texans at the top of the hour. We'll take a little detour here over to some basketball. The Rockets lose on Saturday, 104-93 to the Golden State Warriors in a game set that they actually took a double-digit lead in the second quarter, and they did in this game what they did in Game 2 several times, which is in that game they got their lead up to 20 or 22, and they would let Golden State, sans Jimmy Butler, hang around in that game by going on 7-0 runs, 8-0 runs. This time, though, they do it on the road. They do it in a game where Steph Curry, at least during the second and third quarters, went unconscious. He got off to a really bad start, and then he was the reason they got back in it. To me, the most frustrating part about, and there's a lot of frustrating parts about that loss, is that the Rockets got they were just way too timid with the basketball throughout that game.
So if the Warriors are gonna put all this pressure on your backcourt, and if they're gonna blitz Fred VanVleet and Jalen Green, can you please do better than 19 for 48 in the paint?
Right.
That's just missing wide open, including Jalen Green, missing just wide open, easy shots. And that's the part where, again, are we going to make excuses for them? Because, hey, they're young guys playing in their first playoff game on the road this time.
No.
But they don't have their second best player out there. And you're squandering an opportunity every single time. You just flat out don't show up. It's when you're missing that many easy shots and the Warriors don't have Jimmy Butler, it's very, very frustrating. And also and they look like they also just look completely shocked that the Warriors are playing good defense versus them.
Yeah.
They have the most, as you pointed out by the eyeball test last week, but this is statistically, they have the highest percentage of shots taken in the last 4 seconds of the play clock of any other playoff team.
Yeah.
They're deer in the headlight.
Yeah, they're disorganized, man. I know Fred VanVleet's supposed to be a point guard, and half the time he's, while on the floor, deferring to guys like Amen Thompson and Jalen Green to initiate the offense, and these guys are waiting till there's 6 seconds on the shot clock to do anything, and you wind up with bad shots. Seth, we brought that up after game two. The win, we brought that up, trying not to be like super anything like that after a 15-point win. But it was concerning that the shots they were getting in that game didn't feel like shots that were sustainable. You know, they weren't great.
Right, they went on that. They traded threes in the second quarter.
Dylan Brooks turnaround jump shots with a hand in his face because there's 2 seconds left on the shot clock. Stuff like that. You know?
Yeah, it's all the stuff that you worried would get you in the playoffs. It's like, okay, they've got no half-court offense. And Van Vliet, I appreciate the fact that the Warriors are putting a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah.
But he's shooting 28%.
Yeah. You got to shoot the ball.
In the playoffs, he's 28%.
Well, and Şengün looks timid, man. At least in that game on Saturday he did. He's short-arming everything. He's missing layups. He's missing free throws, too. He's 1 of 5 from the free throw line, and he's short-arming the they're glancing the front rim. You know, like he looked rattled in that game on Saturday, which he hasn't looked. I mean, he's generally speaking, that hasn't been his deal. He looked rattled for whatever reason on Saturday. I think the biggest thing too on the other side, Steph Curry got his. He was great. But Steph Curry he's great. So that happens. Buddy Hield getting 5 threes in that game. Buddy Hield's a good shooter, but Buddy Hield getting 17 points, and Gary Payton the second, scoring 9 straight points at a real crucial juncture of the game, shooting 7 of 9. That's what ended. It wasn't Steph Curry Steph Curry hurt you in that game, obviously, but he's Steph Curry. It's allowing their 2 guys off the bench to combine for 33 points and just getting a bunch of wide-open shots. The doubling and blitzing of Steph Curry that worked so well in that regular season did not work at all on Saturday. There were just way too many open shots for the Warriors in that game.
So at some point here, you're going to have to win a game on the road.
Yes.
But at the very least, we go to the 1-for-1 portion now, right?
It's It's 1-1. Yeah, they go back and forth. They traverse the country after this. They have to win tonight. They can't go down 3-1 against this team. So they got to win tonight. Make it
very uncomfortable for the Warriors.
Yes.
Rockets. Well, the Rockets playoff record versus the Warriors. Since the Steph Curry, do they have 1 win on the road versus the Warriors? Is that the abysmal record? It's really, really bad.
They probably won 1 on the road.
Playoffs.
Yeah, in the playoffs. I'm guessing they won 1 on the road in that Chris Paul series in 2018.
I think that's
they
the
went
only
7.
one.
Yeah, they went 7. I think they won 1 on the road in that series. I would also recommend Jalen Green not talking trash after a game that they just lost, that he scored 9 points in. He was asked about Draymond Green. He and Draymond got into it after the final buzzer on Saturday. They got into a shouting match. The teams kind of all collected at midcourt, and then they went their separate ways. Jalen Green was asked about it, and he had this shade to throw at Draymond Green.
Yeah, it was just talking. You know, he can't really do much of anything else, so talking is the only way.
All right, now he's right. Draymond does kind of suck at basketball now. Like, he's not good, especially on the offensive end. He's not very good anymore. He's decent on the defensive end. I'll grant him that. Young man, I would lay off the trash talk after you just scored 9 points in a road loss.
You can't do much of anything, and it looks like that might have been
and clearly in your head.
Right. Yeah, that's all he can do is talk, make me play like crap.
Yeah. I would.
Also, let's not get in a war of talking when it comes to Jalen Green, okay? Yes, Draymond's a much better talker than you, Jalen.
I would lay off the trash talk, Jalen, if you just dropped 50 on him, because you need some baritone in your voice, man. You need a little more energy.
Yeah.
No, the mumble trash talk doesn't work real well. Oh, man.
They're 1 for 12 all time on the road against Golden State, and the 1 win came in 2018.
That's what I figured. Yeah, that's what I figured. So the biggest story from draft week, and we'll circle back to the Rockets and headlines in just a little bit. Shedeur Sanders finally goes off the board at 144th overall to Cleveland. And, boy, this triggered a lot of reactions and still does to this very day, to this very minute.
It's a crossover hit. There's nothing we love better than when my mom calls me to ask about NFL happenings. And the
crossover hit.
Shedeur Sanders.
Crossover hit. What did you think, man, when you heard that Shedeur? What was the Seth Payne initial reaction to Shedeur going off the board at 144 to the Cleveland Browns of all teams?
Okay, my honest first reaction was I had a feeling the woman who came out to announce the pick was she was an NFL.
Donna Ponte.
And she was like the administrative liaison. She had some kind of office job with the NFL. Very, very understated. It was almost like a librarian was coming out to read it. Mm-hmm. And she paused right before she read the name, and she got a little glint in her eyes. And then she strung out the So she She said, "We're scissors."
Oh, wow. See, I didn't get to hear it. We were on the air. I didn't get to hear it.
I had a feel, and they were kind of hinting at it towards in the broadcast, and you find out later that there were Browns fans down on the ground at the draft that were saying, "Look, wait a second. They've got 8 cameras out here in this round. They haven't done this for anybody, and they're taking a little bit longer. So we're ready for the big moment here."
Yeah.
I was astounded. I mean, they've got 5 quarterbacks on their roster.
Their quarterback room right now
one of which was drafted before Shedeur Sanders.
One of us, Deshaun Watson.
I know, but in this draft where the Browns had already drafted a quarterback.
That was it's funny you say that. That was my first reaction. Is I was looking at it purely through, and we were on the air when the pick. Me and John Harris were on the air, and I was looking at it through purely a football lens. I'm going, they just drafted a guy 2 rounds before, who was a reach, by the way, who they were getting killed for drafting in the 3rd round.
Right.
Dylan Gabriel.
Yeah. Well, okay, so this is with the Shedeur, because people have 29 million different ways of thinking about this. Strictly strategically, what it felt like to me was, okay, this is a guy where some teams might have a high grade on him, some teams have a second round grade on him, but he's a guy who's been actively tanking the draft process.
Yes.
Like, actively tanking it. His father has been saying there's only some teams we want to go to, and Shedeur has been talking very much like he was going to be a top 3 pick. And if one of the few teams that was in the market for one of these quarterbacks in the 1st round didn't like him, every other team either isn't really all that desperate for a quarterback, or is one of the teams that Shedeur actively stiff-armed.
Yes.
And then it becomes a matter of, all right, the guy's father has been talking about how they're going to dictate terms. Shedeur has been talking about how he's going to dictate terms. If I'm going to draft this guy, it's going to have to be with a pick that I look at as somewhat expendable, because there's a chance I'm going to have to cut him, or there's a chance he's not going to sign the contract, or whatever it might be. And I think that was the biggest thing. It was that the tanking of the draft process might have been, in a way more so than the Eli Manning scenario. And by the way, people are acting like there was no controversy over that. That's been a running criticism and joke for the last 2 decades.
Well, and Eli didn't tank the process either.
Right. He didn't tank the process.
Yeah.
They maneuvered for one.
Yeah.
I thought it was bad. I didn't like it at the time. I've made fun of it ever since.
Sure.
But he was a legitimate top 3 pick, where Shedeur Sanders wasn't. So we've got this guy who's incredibly high profile, and it actively tanked the pre-draft process. Yeah, teams are going to be scared as hell of him.
Yep. I think there were 2. I think if we were to boil this down to, because the interviews behind the scenes are what they are. We're not privy to them. Our window into them is through guys like Todd McShay, who say, I heard that Brian Daboll this, and I heard that, and anonymous executives or coaches saying, this was the worst interview I've ever seen, stuff like that. That's the only glimpse we get into the interview room. I thought there were 2 public quotes, one from Shedeur and one from Dion, that if you're looking for how teams would immediately get turned off by Team Sanders. The first was Shedeur at the Combine.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the culture, don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself over and over and over, and I've done it over and over and over, so it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me.
Oh, yeah.
You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us.
Okay.
So we like diversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are.
That's number 1. Number 2, then this is actually, I think, from last year, but it endured, obviously. This was Deion Sanders on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast talking about pulling an Eli.
Where do you predict Shedeur and Travis going in the draft?
Top 4.
Ooh, that's pretty beautiful.
Anywhere from 1 through 4. One of them is going to be 1.
That's what I'm talking about.
One of them is going to be
speaking
1.
into existence.
And the latter one would not go behind 4. Now, all this is subjective because I know where I want them to go. And let's not forget Shallow, okay? But I know where I want them to go. So there's certain cities that ain't going to happen.
Okay, you on point.
It's going to be it's going to be an Eli.
It's going to be an Eli, yeah. Needless to say, Shiloh didn't get drafted.
Right, and and the biggest problem with all of this is, because even that part, Deion's doing it out loud in a way that Archie Manning didn't do it out loud. I think that that Archie Manning and Deion Sanders are that much different other than the delivery method. The biggest difference is that Eli Manning was a slam dunk top 3
He was good.
pick. Yeah. And Shedeur Sanders, it was much more questionable.
Yeah.
So the one of the biggest chasms here has been Shedeur taking on the persona of his father, but not having the same caliber of talent of his father. You know, Deion can be Deion because he was one of the best defensive backs of all time. The other part of it, too, is that with Deion, people have always said Deion's got a public persona and then he's got his private persona.
Yep.
I don't know if Shedeur knows the difference.
No.
I feel like Shedeur doesn't realize that.
I don't think he does. I think my biggest overall takeaway from this, Seth, is that I think Deion failed his son tremendously in this process.
By overestimating exactly what people thought of him.
Overestimating who he was and not dialing back Shedeur and putting some guardrails on what he was doing in these reportedly doing in these interview rooms. You know?
And Shedeur, I mean, there's these reports of him walking around, taking a FaceTime call while he was in a meeting with a coach, keeping his headphones with the music on while people are trying to talk to him. It's just really outright disrespectful stuff.
Yep.
That frankly, and the other thing people will say is, well, gosh, the guy's it's not like he's a criminal and it's not like he's done some of this stuff this other guys have done. I've got news for you, casual NFL fans. Coaches are very, very lenient about guys who have had a little run-in with the law. Cam Newton, say. If you flat out disrespect to his face, or if you blow off meetings or blow off workouts or what have you, they take that a lot more personally than any altercation you may have had.
It's been that way forever.
Yeah, right. Like Shedeur, okay, great. He's never run in any off-field trouble or anything. He's the kind of guy that would go into traffic court and end up getting hit with contempt because he just doesn't respect the guy that he's supposed to be showing respect to.
How did he get thrown in jail on a speeding ticket? He yelled at the judge.
He was 6 miles per hour over the limit.
He yelled at the judge.
Spent 3 months in jail.
He yelled at the judge. He walked up to the podium and said, I do this. History repeats itself, and I'm going to do this over and over and over and over.
And honestly, you can say what you want about anonymous reports or whatever. I don't know if I've ever seen the deluge of this many negative reports by GMs and head coaches and what have you about one guy, and just what a jerk he acted like in all of these meetings.
He wound up in the 5th round. The league has spoken. He was a jackass behind the scenes. Yes. All right. Payne and Pendergast.
He's admitted to it. He said he wished he had handled the process differently.
And NFL teams aren't going to draft a quarterback who can actually help them,
People are acting like it's some collusion by the league or something. Listen, take anybody you know who treats people like dirt. Do they have to conspire to agree to dislike him?
Right.
No. The people who get treated like dirt tend to dislike the person who's treating them like dirt.
No Zoom call necessary. Yeah. All right, let's get to headlines. Draft, Rockets, Astros. We'll get to all of it in headlines. I want to talk about Prize Picks and good.
work.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines, presented by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, let's start with headlines. We'll start with the NFL draft. The Texans come away with 9 players. We're going to dig more into this in detail at the top of the hour, so we don't need to go player by player or anything here, Seth. But headliner in this class are the 2 Iowa State wide receivers. Very different body types and skill sets that ironically mirror a couple of their teammates. Jaden Higgins' comp for a lot of people is Nico Collins, and then Jalen Knoll, who they got in the 3rd round, comps for a lot of people to Christian Kirk and Tank Dell, a smaller, shiftier guy. And then in between those two was Ariante Ursary, the offensive tackle out of Minnesota. Those are the headliners in this draft class. So the theme there is they got C.J. Stroud some help on the offensive side of the football.
They got C.J. Stroud help on the offensive side of the ball. Jaden Higgins, it's very easy for us Texans fans to take the comp, which is Nico Collins, and say, oh, okay, I see what we have here. Very, very, very fast, but it's a build-up speed. He's got to work on some of the short area stuff and the route running and all that, but he's great at the point of the catch. He's on 50-50 balls. He's great. He's got a big wingspan. It looks good. And then you add a speed element to complement him. Ariante Ursary, I'm very, very intrigued by. And Daniel Jeremiah, when the Texans drafted him, said, hey, some teams I talked to had a low first-round grade on him. Other teams thought he was a 3rd rounder. Mm-hmm. And you can see why when you watch him play. It's almost like whether or not you like a Van Gogh painting. Like some people like it, some don't. Mm-hmm. He's 6'6", he's 330 pounds, and he's a monstrous human being. And he's very athletic, but it's a deceptive athleticism because he's also stiff-legged. So there's a lot of times where he's moving really well, but he's doing it on stick legs.
Yeah.
Like an angry.
Okay, I'm glad you said that. I watched the video of him running a 40. He's very top-heavy. His legs are skinny for a big guy.
This is, from my experience playing against guys like that, there are guys that have done really, really well. Trent Brown, who's on the Texans right now, is one of them, and he's 6'8". It's a matter of knowing how to use your mass and your weight, and he shows a lot of evidence being able to do that. And so I'm very intrigued by him because I think a lot of people look at him, and he's not as fluid as the guys that go in the 1st round, and they think, I want somebody who's a more fluid athlete. Mm-hmm. It's a little bit more of a speculation that, all right, it's a lot harder to teach guys to play with great knee bend and flexibility if they don't have it naturally. Yep. I think for him it's going to be a matter of, all right, he's this type of player. Is he going to be one of these NFL guys? Like Orlando Brown Sr. was like that. He's just so massive and had good technique, and now Orlando Brown Sr. had an appetite for violence that was rare amongst offensive linemen. I hated it and loved him. He was awesome. Yep. That's the upside of him is that he uses his hips really well. He is way more athletic than you think he is, and I think that's where the value might come in. Is that some teams simply are going to look at him and not like that type. Yep. I think the Patriots with Caserio have seen guys like Trent Brown do really well at that. So intriguing is the word I'd use for him.
We'll dig into it more at the top of the hour. Rockets, we dug into in the previous segment. They lose 104-93 to the Warriors on Saturday. And tonight, Seth, I know it's not a match. Falling behind 3-1, even with this version of the Warriors, which is basically they've got 1.5 stars on their team right now. Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, if he plays, is probably going to be a little bit hindered in this game. I guess we'll find out later today or tonight. Maybe a game-time decision for Jimmy Butler, I would imagine, if he plays in the game tonight. But undeniably a huge missed opportunity for the Rockets on Saturday.
Gigantic. I think if there's one thing that we've learned, at least so far, if you're going to be positive about it, it's that, hey, after Game 1, Jalen Green and the Rockets realized exactly what the challenge was, come out, play with better flow, make better decisions, Jalen Green. I don't know what to say or do about the fact that sometimes they just flat out can't shoot the basketball. Mm-hmm. I mean, they were abysmal in the paint. The easy shots, they were shooting like 25, 33%, it felt like, on Saturday night. I think they just need to be an average shooting team. If you can make your way to be an average shooting team, they can play defensively well against this Warriors team. There's just a couple times this year they have not. And the Saturday night was one of them.
Yep, need to play well tonight. Astros lose 2 out of 3 to the Royals. They do finish on a high note, winning yesterday. A couple of 2-0 losses on Friday and Saturday that thankfully didn't distract us at all from the draft. There were no offensive fireworks going on But they get a win yesterday, 7-3 over the Royals. Big stories out of this game yesterday, Seth. Yordan Alvarez, a 3-run bomb to straightaway center. Just a missile to straightaway center to get them off on the right foot with a 3-0 lead. Hunter Brown was excellent again. He did give up a run. So the scoreless innings, street pitch innings, he gave up 1 run and was outstanding once again.
There was a certain symmetry here because Hunter Brown ends up with 28 scoreless innings. That's the 5th longest by a starter in Astros history.
I know where you're going with this.
Yeah, the Astros had been on a 26-inning drought. They hadn't scored in 26 innings. Yeah. So it was nice. It was nice for them to just score a run or two, finally.
It was good. It was good to see. Yeah, 1 swing of the bat, Yordan Alvarez. Tigers in town for a 3-game series tonight. This should get us fired up, man. This is the team that ended the Astros ALCS consecutive streak last year. 7 straight years to the ALCS, and the Tigers come in and sweep them in the wild card round. Stop the presses, Forrest Whitley to the IL with a left knee sprain.
No, I never would have predicted it.
He hasn't had a knee sprain yet, though, that we know of. He had a bruised knee that put him on the IL in spring training, but this is a sprain.
He's like the operation game.
The wacky doctors
just kind of like, yeah. Yep. So now the Astros doctors, get to go in and see if they can fix his knee without it.
The red nose lights up. I used to love
is that
operation.
what would happen?
Yeah, if you touch the sides, if the tweezers touch the metal on the sides when you're trying to pull the bone out on the kids, look up Operation the Wacky Doctors game. You'll see what we're talking about. Yeah.
There used to be a lot more games where children were allowed to be exposed to open electrical circuits.
Yes, that's so true.
My brother and I used to up the ante. We'd play it in the bathtub. Your kids, you take.
Sign of bad parenting. Hey, you think Dion failed his kids? Seth's mom let him play Operation in the bathtub with his brother Dan. Last one here, and we'll circle back to Shedeur. The Shedeur Sanders drop into the 5th round was the biggest story in the draft. Maybe the biggest story coming out of the whole Shedeur thing is Jeff Ulbrich, the former interim head coach of the Jets and now DC for the Falcons. His kid getting Shedeur's number and then him and a buddy prank calling him on night 2 of the draft on Friday, saying that they were Mickey Loomis.
I'll tell you what, people are trying to stoke the birth rate. This is a hit against that one.
Yeah. Ulbricht's got to be like, why did I have a 4th kid?
What do you do? What an idiot.
Well, and they film themselves.
What a jerk.
They filmed themselves.
The kid wasn't one of the ones filmed. It was just was he? Or did they
my understanding is they filmed themselves doing the prank.
I know they filmed themselves, but was his kid one of the guys who was on camera?
He was on camera. He was the one. It was a buddy of his making the call, but I believe he was on camera. He was the other kid on camera. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 checks against him. One for just being morally bankrupt and stealing his father, like doing something actually 3 checks against him. 1, stealing the number in the first place. 2,
off his iPad, yeah.
Right, not realizing that it could screw your father over big time if you 3, film it and put it on the internet. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like just he hit the trifecta. You got to disown the kid.
He did.
You got to disown him. You got to cut him off.
Oh my God. Yeah, he apologized. The kid apologized. The Falcons apologized. And they should. As much criticism as we put on Shedeur Sanders, nobody deserves that. Like getting called up, a prank call from an NFL team.
Yeah, the crazy thing for people who didn't keep up with the story at all, Shedeur had a special cell phone number that only NFL teams had.
Yeah.
So you think, because this used to happen all the time, back when we had landlines, and no cell phones.
Right.
But it's not like Shedeur was being an idiot for believing it or anything.
Yeah.
It was he was set up to be suckered on that one.
Yep. All right, well, let's get to know the draft class. Also, the 2 biggest questions that we've got coming out of this draft class for the Texans. 9-man class, we'll dig into that. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, how are you going to take care of your 3 of your 4 children in the future?
KILT. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Well, we've never drafted from need around here. I mean, we're never going to. So we're going to pick the best player that we feel fits our program, regardless of the position. I'd say other than quarterback. I mean, I'd say pretty much any position's on the table. So like it always is. So try to stay true to our board. That's the reason we grade the players. So we put the player, we value them accordingly relative to what we think the role is going to be, and then we take them off the board as we see fit. So, I mean, that's not going to change.
All right, that was Nick Caserio in his pre-draft press conference talking about we will not draft for need. And as we dig into the 9-person draft class that they drafted over the weekend, the Houston Texans, I think we can look at it and say, by and large, he was pretty true to that, Seth. If you had told me coming out of the weekend that they would have 9 players drafted and one of them would be an offensive lineman, I would have said, I'll take the over on the one offensive lineman.
Okay, but then what would you say to the fact that the first 3 picks were taken, were the identified positions of need?
I agree with that part.
Wide receiver and offensive line.
Yeah, and I think that's where I was going. I think there's some middle ground here. Like, I don't think they purely draft based on their board. I do think, it would be an awfully strange coincidence that it went wide receiver, O-lineman, wide receiver. I think if there's a big gap in what their grade is on, say, the next offensive lineman versus where they are, and they can't move up or down or whatever, then you draft on.
I think the biggest thing, and honestly, GMs when they're asked, do you draft for need? It's like admitting that they wear what's that thing? A corset or something.
Yeah.
Like a male corset or a toupee. Like they desperately don't want to give it up. I think with the Texans, it's always felt to me like they're not going to compromise their draft board, but it does seem like in this draft they may have moved around a little bit to get guys at that position.
Yeah.
So they're not going to draft a guy above where he is on their draft board just because they traded up to take an offensive lineman in the second round.
Yep.
They traded back out of the first round when all of the guards were gone that might be first rounders in their eyes. So I think that it's a factor and it's an element. They just don't want to compromise their draft board.
Yep.
So I'm cool with that. I think that's a smart way to go about it.
Yes.
You want to fill needs, but you don't want to overpay or overspend your own evaluations to do it.
Yeah. And I think probably the further you get down the board, the more it becomes best player available, probably, because you're not drafting game changers theoretically at that point.
Right, and that's where when it comes to Graham Mertz trading up to get a quarterback, my long-standing philosophy is always be drafting quarterbacks.
One every year, yep.
ABDQB.
Yep.
I've got it tattooed on my inner thigh.
Weirdest tattoo
in case
ever.
I ever become a GM.
Yep.
So always be drafting quarterbacks, especially when Davis Mills in his contract year, which you think no big deal, whatever. At any given point this season, there's going to be a team that's desperate for a quarterback because of injury.
Yeah.
And Davis Mills, through being exposed to multiple different schemes, including a Shanahan scheme, which is widespread throughout the league, he might become a valuable commodity at some point. So you always want to be developing somebody up underneath him to either replace or become future trade.
Well, and I think, too, they're going to start to get to an area. I think they may already be in it, but it's going to get even tighter when they have to pay C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson Jr. Davis Mills is going to make more than $5 million. If Davis Mills doesn't play a snap this year, someone in a year next year, just to be a backup, not to be their starter, but to be a backup if he's, if he doesn't get traded, like you just said in that scenario, grooming a young quarterback who you feel like can be your backup and then paying him 6th-round money for 3 or 4 years, those are some of the things that you're going to need to hit on here as you start to head into very, very tight salary cap era, Yeah,
it's one of those things that on the margin of it, do you want to be paying $5 to $10 million for a guy that doesn't bring a boatload to your team when you have somebody else that's on a rookie contract?
That's right.
That's where you are with that. So I'm cool with that. And a lot of the stuff that happens in the back end of the draft is all like you're looking at I don't want to say they're expendable picks, but it's the difference between an undrafted rookie free agent and a late round draft pick in terms of probability of making the team and everything else that goes like that. You've got more leeway to make some. This is like buying a lottery ticket, a scratch off.
These
maybe
are scratch
a more
offs.
winnable scratch off.
Yeah, 6th and 7th are scratch offs, no question. So I think the biggest question. I think there's 2 big questions coming out of this class. Did they the big one is, and this is one I can sense people are feeling, did they do enough on the offensive line? We'll hear from Nick Caserio on that. Let's do that here. I'll get to the second question in just a little bit, but this is Nick Caserio being asked about not landing a guard in this draft class.
Yeah, we'll look at what the opportunities are. I mean, again, offensive linemen come in different sizes. You have guards only, you have center only, you have tackle only, you have tackles that can play guard that can play tackle. So, I mean, like, honestly, like, the more you can prove, like we talked about, like, Titus never didn't know how good he was going to be until he went in there. And honestly, he played at a pretty competitive level. So, I mean, there's no, like, list that says we need to go find a guard like we talked about last night. I mean, if someone can tell me, like, what a need is or what drafting for need or what finding a specific player. I mean, if you play one spot, you better be really good at it. If you play multiple spots, it creates more opportunities for you. And we'll put the 5 best guys out there, like, whenever we need to play in September.
The issue I have with offensive linemen who are versatile is that usually the best examples of them are guys who are already really, really awesome at their position.
Yeah.
So in Houston, hey, Bruce Matthews could play center, guard, or tackle. Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. Hey, Larry Allen played both tackle and guard. Yeah, he's a Hall of Famer. Hey, Joe Tooney went out and played left tackle. Right. Well, he's a perennial Pro Bowler. He's not on the same caliber as Bruce Matthews. First and foremost, I just want a guy who can play his given position really well.
Yeah.
The versatility is a benefit that you get from drafting a guy who's an awesome offensive tackle.
Yep.
When you try to take a guy who hasn't even proven himself as an offensive lineman and move him into different spots, it becomes a whole lot dicier. So I don't like looking at Ursery as a guard. I think they might try him there, and it could work out. I'm just a little bit skeptical because of the way his size and lack of knee bend. I'm a little bit skeptical that he'd be a good guard. If that's what they choose to go with him, I'm not going to be as excited about it as him playing.
John Harris, as soon as they drafted Urser, or the day after, not as soon as they drafted him because I wasn't on, but I was on with Johnny on Saturday for the Texans draft coverage, and on the spot he had Ursery as right guard in his first permutation of the week one that he could, because he's got Titus at left guard. So he's got Robinson and Fisher as his 2 tackles, and then one of either Scruggs or Patterson at center. Yeah. So we'll see.
Yeah, and like I said, I'm not saying that it can't happen or that it won't happen. I feel like, man, Ursery's a tackle, and but we'll see. I'm very willing to be surprised.
What Johnny brought up too was Laramie Tunsil started out as a guard in Miami because they wanted to get him on the field, and then he's their left tackle after that. Yeah. So maybe that's
Laramie Tunsil. Like the difference in athleticism between Tunsil and Ursery, or at least I guess fluidity. Yeah. Like overall athleticism, I think is pretty vast.
Pretty drastic. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the selection of Ariante Ursery.
Yeah, Tay, with Tay, we had a guy who brings, that physicality, the mindset that I really think helps offensive linemen be good at their job. He's done a great job of playing left tackle and still has room to grow and develop, so excited about adding him.
All right, so there you go. The mentality is the first thing that gets brought up there in Ursery.
There was a theme with a lot of guys. Like Jalen Noel was a 2-year captain. Yeah. Go all the way down to multiple and played for 3 years and just mark off a whole lot of football character elements.
Yep.
Ursery, I found a podcast where Ursery was interviewed before the draft, and it was funny because it almost sounded exactly like DeMeco. It was the podcaster was asking Ursery about how they've been able to produce so many good offensive linemen at the University of Minnesota. Yeah. And the O-line coach there, Brian Callahan, not the NFL Brian Callahan, Ursery talking about how Brian Callahan really, really stresses just loving football. Guys that really, really love football, and you got to be all about that, not just the NIL stuff and everything. So it sounded like DeMeco.
Yeah. Let's flip to the second big question because we're going to do Acknowledge Me at 7:20 on the show today. And this is good because I think that first question we get to know Ursery a little bit better here. Did they get enough? Did they address the weapons for CJ thing enough? I think those, Seth, felt like the 2 biggest needs going into the draft was they need offensive line help. We all know that. They know that. And then, hey, look, right now it's Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. And then after that, it's a bunch of guys who couldn't get open last year on a regular basis in that wide receiver room. They draft Jaden Higgins with the 34th overall pick out of Iowa State, sort of a Nico Collins clone, at least in terms of his traits. And then Jalen Noel, Higgins' teammate from Iowa State, in the 3rd round. He's more of a shifty Kirk Tank Dell type. Steve Smith, Sr. Of the NFL Network, former wide receiver in the NFL, said that he thought when he was asked which quarterback got the most help through day 2 of the draft, so after days 1 and 2, which quarterback got Stroud?
It has to be the Houston Texans with C.J. Stroud, just because you get 2 wide receivers who are familiar with each other, former teammates, but then they also bring something different to the table, right? Jalen Knowles, he's a guy that really just kind of works in the slot. He can give you some outside presence. But however, Jaden Higgins, he can go up top. He's a big guy who can seek his hips, a vertical threat, has a vertical gear, but also does some things differently. So you have different types of guys. And then obviously with acquiring of Christian Kirk, that also helps him as well, because he's a guy who's going to teach these guys some savviness. And then you got Nico Collins, who's developing into this fantastic wide receiver. And then they all are waiting for Tank Dell whenever he comes along. But these 2 guys really help him with a 2nd-round pick and a 3rd-round pick.
All right, we should add that they then, on the next day, traded back into the 4th round to draft Woody Marks out of USC, who's a 3rd down back, who John Harris really liked him as well when he got picked. The 2 wide receivers set, though, that Steve Smith's talking about there, Higgins and Noel. How do you feel that the Texans did addressing getting weapons for C.J. Stroud?
Well, I think that after the Jaden Higgins pick, I think there were a lot of people that liked the pick, like Jaden Higgins, but you almost just have a little bit of a replication of Nico Collins' skill set, classic X-receiver type, a big guy, goes on, can play on the. All these guys play all over the field anymore. But, he's an outside type of wide receiver. He can play in the slot, but he's an outside guy physiologically. People were saying, all right, where's the speed? People wanted Luther Burden because Luther Burden is just a more electrically athletic type of dude. They go and they get Jalen Noel. Jalen Noel is that guy. So when it comes to the quick game and threatening underneath, which the Texans were woefully underdeveloped doing last year, especially after Stephon Diggs went out, I like everything Steve Smith laid out there, especially the mentoring aspect that playing slot is as much mental as it is physical. And for rookies, you go into a situation where you got to be able to read coverages, both pre and post snap, way more than they might have asked you to do it in college. So having a veteran in Christian Kirk helps that. And then if you look at the way that it's structured, there's some redundancy now too. If Nico misses a couple games because of injuries, you still have that Nico Collins type guy out there in Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, man.
If Christian Kirk gets injured, you still have that underneath speed in Jalen Noel. So, I like the way it's built like that.
I was joking on the draft show that it's almost like they're drafting a Broadway play. They went and got understudies for the 2 leads. Today, Nico Collins is unable to perform today. The role of Nico Collins will be played by Jaden Higgins. Okay. I was actually, I've watched both these guys. I haven't watched a ton of Iowa State, but they've been a team worth watching the last couple of years. They've been good. I'll tell you, just like the 90 seconds that they play of each guy after they get drafted, I got more excited by Knowles' sizzle reel.
Right, which is any guys with speed, extreme speed.
And his hands, he had a lot of he is not a body catcher. He has for a little guy, man, he had nice little catch rate.
He goes out and plucks it out of the air. Yeah. So hopefully CJ Stroud can form a relationship with him.
Yes.
The Iowa State, having 3 wide receivers from Iowa State is interesting. And Nick, a couple times this weekend, gushed about Matt Campbell, the coach at Iowa State, and the program that they have. When they drafted Ariante Ursary, they gushed about the way those guys are coached up at Minnesota.
DJ Fleck is their coach,
Yeah, and then they take the Keontae Hamilton, the defensive tackle out of Rutgers, and Nick gushes about Greg Schiano and the way he prepares guys.
Yeah.
I just found it notable that the Texans drafted 2 guys out of USC, and there was nary
of Lincoln Riley.
Of Lincoln Riley or the coaching at USC or anything else like that.
Lincoln Riley brings an edge to these guys, stuff you never hear.
Boy, he can recruit the hell out of some good.
Yes.
Including an NIL, because Woody Marks was a transfer.
That's right. Yeah, no, they like it because, especially on the defensive side, maybe it depresses the draft stock of those guys a little bit,
Yeah.
Like if Kalen Bullock actually played for some dog out at USC, you'd have to use a first-round pick on him. Like, we can get him in the third because their defense gives up 45 a game. Nobody's picking guys off that defense. You're right.
Jalen Smith, the cornerback out of USC, who it sounds like Kalen Bullock was at Jalen Smith's draft party.
Yeah.
So they're buds. I'm sure I'm guessing they might have asked Kalen Bullock at some point. If you talk about being if you're skeptical of the Jalen Smith pick, the cornerback out of USC, that's the one position especially where I'll go back and say, man, Nick's done a pretty damn good job drafting defensive backs, and the Texans coaches have done a damn good job coaching up these young cornerbacks. So I'm going to defer to that.
Yes.
On that position, I'm not just trying to tap out of this one. He's done a really good job at that position.
Yep. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the 2 Iowa State wide receivers, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel.
Both guys, Jaden and Jalen, terrific men, first and foremost. And you got 2 different guys, right? You talk about playmaking ability, Jalen's ability to stretch the field and the deep end of the part of the field. And you have Jaden, just a big target, very similar. I know a lot of people say very similar to Nico and what he's able to do. But you get a receiver his stature and with his catch radius, just opens up a lot of things for us offensively that I know all of our guys are excited about. CJ should be excited about, the targets that he has to throw to.
All right, so there you go. There's I was excited about getting those 2 guys for sure from Iowa State. Text messages coming in on Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, and we'll circle over to Acknowledge Me in a bit. We'll get to the draft class in its entirety later in the show. There's a lot to dig into. Text message, did you all see Todd McShay had Noel as his 2nd-rated receiver and Higgins as his 4th? I didn't see that. I did see McShay, and we've got this audio. Ben, do we still have the McShay on Ursery up there? Is that gettable? McShay also
29. When we look back, Ariante Ursery will be one of the top 3 offensive tackles in this class and may be the best or second best offensive tackle from this group. Here's the thing with Ursery, man. On tape, I'm looking at a 6'6", 331-pounder who ran a 5.01 40. And I already told you that size with that speed, what it means. Big guys that move like this don't fail. They're very rarely. Orlando Browns, Dan Fa'alele, Amarius Mims, Cincinnati, Trent Brown, 6'7", 355, 7th-round pick, been in the league 100 years. This guy moves well, and he's a big, big dude, man. He surprised me on tape because he's quick and his knee bend. I think he has the potential to develop into an elite pass blocker.
Right.
Okay, that was weird there at the end because he does not have great knee bend. So I'm thinking he's wondering if he can develop his knee bend. He has the chance to develop because there's no way he was watching him on film and thought that he has great knee bend. That's a knock against him. But I do think that's why there were varying opinions on him is because he does move really well. It just doesn't look aesthetically pleasing because he's kind of stiff-legged and top-heavy, but he moves really, really well. And that's where I think if you just separate what your expectations are for a guy who's athletic from what you actually see on the film, he's getting from point A to point B very quickly. In the zone blocking, the stuff where you think of the guys who move like Laramie Tunsil, who has great body positioning and great knee bend, he doesn't look like that, but he gets the job done. So that's where I'm willing to I think that Caserio might feel differently about Ursery than some other scouts just because Caserio might be able to overlook that knee bend. One of the guys that's done really well with poor knee bend is Trent Brown in the NFL. Mm-hmm. And Caserio brought Trent Brown in. He's on the team right now.
Yep.
And that's where I get excited about it. I think he looks a little atypical from what you're looking for in your prototype offensive tackle. But big guys like that who can move well, they can get away with playing upright. Mm-hmm. There's defensive tackles who are like that. John Henderson was like that. He did not play low, but he was such a massive bear of a human being that it didn't matter.
Yep.
So it's the guys who can play more upright but have the mass to get away with it. Kind of like Andre the Giant going against that guy in The Princess Bride. I
remember.
Oh, you haven't seen The Princess Bride?
Yeah, it was only bits and pieces of it. Yes, yeah.
So Andre the Giant is going against a much more athletic and spry, whatever the guy's name was with the mask, and he's whooping up on him pretty good.
Yeah.
He ended up losing that bout, but still, you can be as stiff-legged as Andre the Giant as long as you're that massive.
The Ursary graded out real well on that relative athletic score dealio that they've got. Like he's one of the he's like in the top 3% all time of tackles they've graded on that.
And this is where I'm struggling to say it exactly, because usually you say, well, hey, try to ignore the measurables and just look at how he plays on film. The measurables tell you that he's very athletic. You go and watch. I think some people watch it and think, wow, look at that on zone runs. Mm-hmm. He actually wheels his hips around really well. He's gaining a lot of ground out in open space. He's getting guys blocked. But as he's doing it, he's kind of like that two wooden-legged guy on the Family Guy, who's he's doing it really fast. Is it Seamus? Seamus running around on those peg legs, and he's getting it done.
Yeah.
I think some guys look at it, and with their eyeballs, they don't see in their mind's eye of what a good athlete on the offensive line looks like. I see a guy that's just moving around and getting it done.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. Let's acknowledge some of the big performances from over the weekend. This is really an opportunity for us to get a few other draft nuggets out there that we haven't been able to touch on. We've been Texans heavy, somewhat Shedeur heavy. Some of you still weighing in on the Shedeur thing just make me laugh. Like, oh, yeah, and both of y'all hating on Shedeur every morning leading up to the draft. It turns out we were right. Like anything we were bringing up about Shedeur had to do with what people were saying and what we saw with our own eyes and heard with our own ears as to what he was saying. The league has spoken. If you feel that way about us, then the other 31 teams, and even the Browns to a degree, they waited till the 5th round to take him. They were all hating on Shedeur as well because they were not using anything to have him arrive at that spot that we weren't talking about on this show. We never said he was a bad kid. We said he was handling his business in a horrible way, and that was proven to be true. The war is over, okay? Like, you can text in all you want about you're hating and, this information coming out and they're conspiring against Shedeur. The war is over. Shedeur lost.
All that information, most of those reports were already out before the draft.
Correct.
It's just people wanted to ignore them.
Yes.
It was that they wanted to believe that they weren't true.
Funny how the meeting info on Shedeur didn't come out until the draft. Yeah. It was out in March. There were anonymous executives talking about
it. It was out in March. The other dumb takes that are coming out about this are people citing college stats as if like you're exposing yourself there as somebody that just really doesn't pay attention to sports much at all.
Right.
They'll compare Eli's stats from the year 2000 to Shadeur's stats.
Yeah.
Or just inciting college stats at all, which I guess I forgot. Timmy Chang must have been one of the most insulted players ever that he didn't go in the first round of the draft.
Right. He was lighting up the WAC back in the day for Hawaii. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. Okay, the magnificent Gladstone.
Acknowledge me.
This might be the greatest, most hyperbolic, absurd introduction for a rookie at his opening press conference in the history of the league. Picture Travis Hunter sitting in the middle of the table with Liam Cohen on one side and the magnificent Gladstone, James Gladstone, the Jags GM, on the other side. And this is Gladstone introducing Travis Hunter to the Jacksonville media.
As we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible.
What the hell are you talking about?
Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person. He's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement for how we plan to move, who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is, he elevates the space around him. From the football field to the city to the game of football itself, Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up. Couldn't be more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
Had you heard that? Had you heard? Sorry, the applause.
It.
Yeah,
I heard it, but you get a little morsel every other time you hear it.
It's like rewatching The Sopranos. Yeah,
I didn't realize he'd had that canned line in there. The Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting.
We've been hunting. Yeah.
That's honestly, as ridiculous as that statement was. In how much of a statement they made and how much they've accomplished.
Yeah.
I mean, this is supposed to be something nice about Travis Hunter, which somehow turned into as an organization. This is the statement we're making. Dude, you haven't done a damn thing yet.
Yes.
I said you're running the risk of making me dislike Travis Hunter, and I love Travis Hunter.
Yep.
Because you are. He rehearsed that in time that he could have spent doing other things. He rehearsed that for at least a good 2 hours.
Oh, yes.
Because he wasn't working off of notes there. And I wondered at first if maybe he was speaking extemporaneously, but then he had that canned line at the end.
Yep. We're on the same page. That was.
Oh, my God.
I mean, I just have to acknowledge that for how absurd it was. Like, it was that was some ridiculousness right there.
Now, this is the thing.
Yeah.
You have to prepare yourself for this. The vast majority of times, people like this go down in flames. But sometimes they succeed.
I know.
And they remain insufferable and successful. That's you have to prepare yourself for it. Don't underestimate him, Sean.
No, I know.
He might end up having that dual ability to be super annoying, but also incredibly successful.
All right, I'm going to acknowledge Tyler Booker.
Acknowledge me.
Dallas Cowboy. Always hurts to acknowledge a Dallas Cowboy. We'd heard the stories of some of the things that he said coming out of the combine interviews, like the press conferences, like to steal the will to live and the love of the game from others. But this was fun to get to hear him talk about it. This is on the Bleacher Report draft broadcast, the one that CJ was on last year with Micah Parsons. Micah was on it again this year. So this is Micah Parsons getting to hear his new teammate Tyler Booker talk ball.
You had one of my favorite quotes of the entire draft process. You said, quote, "I make guys not love football anymore." What does it feel like to see the love of football leave someone's eyes?
It feels great, you know. Like football is a child's game. So like people wake up and today they listen to their hype music, they take all the pre-workout, they get so excited to play football until they come across Tyler Booker, and then when I'm going after you, quarter after quarter, play after play, series after series, and I start to see that love leave their eyes. Like that's what makes me love the game. Like I just really love.
Like God.
I like that talk. I like that talk. You just got me right. Hey, he ready to go. I ain't gonna lie. He got me ready to go.
Bro, I'm going to play right now.
Let's go. All right, so that was Micah Parsons screaming right there. Seth, I have to ask you this. If you were a 8-year vet on the defensive line for the team that was playing the Cowboys in Week 1, you know you're lining up over the top of Tyler Booker, and you've heard these quotes about him trying to steal your love of the game. Is this a quote that's making its rounds with veteran defensive linemen at all right now?
I think like Dexter Lawrence in particular.
Yeah.
Somebody like
guys
that.
in the NFC East especially.
You're going to steal my love?
Right.
You're going to steal my love,
Dude,
Tyler Booker?
Everybody on the Eagles defensive line?
Yeah,
like everybody on the Eagles defensive line.
It's a great soundbite, but man, you're still a rookie too. Okay, it made me hate Tyler Booker a little bit. I love Tyler Booker and I wanted him. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna steal my love.
Yep.
You big fat glazy-eyed punk in the fourth quarter. Like after you beat him for 3 sacks. You're gonna steal my love, are you?
I love it.
Are we loving this?
At
some point. I'm loving it. That jingle. Is that McDonald's?
That was
or Burger
McDonald's.
King?
Yeah, it was McDonald's. Yeah.
Dexter Lawrence is going to be singing the "I'm loving it" in the fourth quarter if he tags Tyler Booker for a couple sacks.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So there you go. I have a little FOMO over not getting Tyler Booker, but I take on that. All right.
It's funny though too because offensive linemen are the ones whose eyes usually get glazed over in the fourth quarter because they're tired and their blood sugar's getting low, and if it's not going well for them, like
something to watch.
I could have gone to grad school instead of this. Nerds.
Last one from the draft, Max Hairston.
Acknowledge me.
If you don't know who Max Hairston is, he's a defensive back from Kentucky who ended up going to the Bills with the 30th overall pick. If you watch the draft, I know I watched it on ESPN. I don't know if they carried the same feed for the NFL Network, but the guys that were there in the green room, you know, they get drafted and they kind of walk through all the other prospects there. Max Hairston handled not getting picked for the entire night better than anybody I've ever seen. He was dapping and hugging everybody who walked up to go take their flowers from Commissioner Goodell. Here was Max Hairston about how excited he was to congratulate all the other draft prospects.
How long was your night waiting in the green room? It's got to be tough. Great players have to wait till 27, 28, 29. I mean, you're watching everybody, hugging everybody leaving, but what was the mindset like? We're on.
Honestly, whatever is meant to happen is going to happen, and I just stayed positive, stayed happy, congratulated all of my brothers that got their names called before me, and I was just so excited to that, and the fact that I got to hear my name as well, I don't care how late it is. It could be 3 a.m. I'll wait to hear my name, and I'm just ecstatic to be at Buffalo Bills. I feel like this is the right place for me.
I like that. I like this guy. I liked him that night, Seth, watching him. Like, this is the most enthusiastic Walmart greeter I've ever seen in my life.
2 years in a row now where the Bills' first pick has been a very likable soundbite.
That's FOMO, yeah.
Keon Coleman last year was incredibly likable and entertaining.
Lucky. Oh, my God.
And he was another guy that had slipped out of the first round.
That's
was
right.
taken, second pick in the second round?
Early second round, yeah.
Yeah, and it was like all of a sudden he became a star and just how well he handled all of that.
Man, Max Hairston. They'll see him this year, the Texans will. Max Hairston, I like you. I hope Jaden Higgins goes for 7 catches for $160 against you, but I like you. All right. We got to get to this one, and we'll dig deeper into this next one here a little later in the show. Jordan Hudson.
Acknowledge me.
It's Jordan Hudson. Who's that? Is that a 6th-round pick? Nope. That's Bill Belichick's girlfriend's name, and she's got him on a string, man. CBS Sunday Morning did about an 8-minute piece on Bill Belichick yesterday morning that is essentially an infomercial as to why he's probably not coaching in the NFL anymore. He's coaching at North Carolina. We'll have
they showed, before we play the audio, they
Yeah.
showed multiple instances of her during this interview kind of approaching Belichick to tell him things and what have you. And apparently there were multiple times that she had stepped in like you're about to hear.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't have they claim they wouldn't have included this if it hadn't happened multiple times.
Right. So here was Belichick, and at the end you're going to hear him get asked about how the two of them met, which was a big point of contention.
The other change for Belichick is 24-year-old Jordan Hudson, his creative muse, as he writes in his book.
Make sure that that's the...
Jordan, during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on, though Hudson has recently posted about it on Instagram.
Okay, so that's...
Well, it's important to point out she's off camera.
Yes.
She's not part of the
Yes.
interview.
Yes.
She's sitting at a desk as like the coordinator. So she's off camera. We're not talking about this.
Yes.
Yeah. And then they show they ask him about the social media posts, and they have the posts of him holding her up like an airplane on the beach,
like the Titanic pose, and she's up on his feet, like he's laying on his
like
back.
you do with kids.
Yeah.
And it was news to Belichick that those photos were on social media.
I'm not on there very much. We'll have the full audio a little later in the show. Hey,
it was awful. It was awful.
It's a really cringy 8 minutes, man. Like they talk about the reason he did it. He's got a book coming out.
Yeah.
Called The Art of Winning. And we'll play some of the audio from it later in the show. Hey, one last acknowledgement here real quick. I just thought this was funny. This video came across my timeline last night. Ben Affleck
Acknowledge me.
did an interview where he was asked about a viral clip where he's out with his son, maybe at a sporting goods store. His son is looking at a $6,000 pair of sneakers that he wants to buy.
We were talking in the makeup room before the show about this clip that went viral of you with your son, and he was
obsessed with this.
Looking at these sneakers, which were an absurdly high price, and he wanted them. And you had the best line, which I plan to use, which is, "I'm rich, you're not."
I was like, this nigga was $6,000. What are you talking about? What are you gonna do? Mow lawns? Like, you got $6,000? He's like, we have the money. I was like, I have the money. You're broke.
You're
Listen,
broke.
you love your kids. You want to give them everything and do everything for them. But I think you definitely do them a disservice by not connecting. You want something meaningful that you want.
Yeah.
You have to work.
So that was either a Shaq or a Barkley back in the day too. I think it was Shaq. Said, we ain't rich, I'm rich. Yeah. We ain't rich, I'm rich.
Yeah. That's good parenting, man. That's just going to hand you a $6,000 pair of shoes. You got to go earn it. Yeah. I like it. Good job, Ben Affleck. Hasn't always been the smoothest of roads for you. I'm going to give you your props today and your acknowledgement. So there you go.
You know, my dad, who vacillated between being pretty well off and dead broke at various times in his life, he got rich, I'd say, 3 times. I would say he was broke 5 times, rich 3 times.
Okay.
Even when he was rich, he drove like a used Ford Ranger and everything. He was very much tried to instill that you don't have to spend that money. He didn't blow it by spending it. He blew it by bad decisions in his life.
Right.
But he was very good at making the money, just not ensuing investment. But he just never drove. He was never living like a fancy lifestyle.
Right. And when he had the money, he was not buying you and your brother $6,000 pairs of shoes.
God no. He bought me a pig once to use as to raise.
Oh yeah.
So I could learn. I'd have to. I had to pay him for the feed and everything. And he loaned me the money for the pig.
Okay.
And then after I sold it, I got the profit after the expenses.
Did you? What was his APR on the loan for the pig to you?
He actually is interest free.
Oh, really?
He very much pointed that out. That was his gift. The gift basically there was no interest.
So you learned about interest. Okay, yeah. See, that's good. I wish I had that lesson early. Dad, if you're listening, where was that lesson for me? Yeah.
I played the futures market behind his back and ended up making bank on it and told him about it. I bought pork bellies, because I knew it was going to tank. Yeah.
Yep. All right, this is the last one we're going to do for months and months, and we're doing this very tongue-in-cheek. Mock draft injection time. The 2026 mocks are out, Seth. The mock draft for 2026 is out. The funny thing about this is you start to get a feel for where the people think the Texans are going to finish next year as to where they're picking. So we'll do that, our one last one, and then the mock draft injection gets retired till next February. We'll do that coming up next. First, Berkeley,
From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
There's some people that hate way too early. They hate way too early top 25. Like the confetti hasn't even hit the ground yet after the college football playoff is over, and there's already 10 articles out there. The way too early top 25 for the next season. I love way too early because I love to keep hold of them and see how they look when it's actually not early anymore. We have already got several way too early mock drafts for 2026 that are out there. I promise you we're not going to dig deep on these picks, mostly because I got to go watch several of them. Not named backs that are here.
Yeah.
But I think these are interesting too, Seth, these ones that are early like this. This will be our final mock draft injection of the calendar year. But I think these are interesting because they're done solely, the order is done based off of the prognostication of how these guys think the season is going to end next year. And in this particular one, Josh Edwards, first of all, Arch Manning is going first in this. He's going to go first in all of them. He's going to be what Trevor Lawrence was a few years ago. He will be, even with only 93 passes or whatever it is he's thrown. Arch Manning is going first to the New Orleans Saints. That would actually be kind of fun, considering his history in that city. This particular one, the Texans are picking 21st overall. With the 21st overall pick in the 2026 Josh Edwards mock draft, the Texans select Elijah Pritchett, offensive. Well, here's what's funny: offensive tackle, Nebraska.
Yeah, that would be a bad sign.
Something
that would
will
be the
have
third
gone
time in a
wrong.
row you've taken an offensive tackle high in the draft.
Yeah.
It would mean that Blake Fisher, the book is closed on either Blake Fisher or Ursary somehow. This is a bad pick just by virtue of, even if, because Ursary, he's a high second round, or you traded up for him in the second round.
Yeah.
it's very unlikely they will have closed the book on him.
Yes.
As of maybe he's playing guard next year and they want to go to tackle again. But I'll be depressed if the Texans are drafting an offensive tackle in the first round, even though I know they don't draft for need and all that.
Yeah. I think the bigger upshot with this is this particular person, Josh Edwards, has the Texans, which means they are losing in the wild card round next year.
What they should have done this year, so they could have drafted Matthew Golden if they had lost in the wild card this year.
Just lost to the Chargers.
Yeah.
I thought about that the night of the draft, but you brought up the good point. Like, this would have been a miserable few months if they hadn't had at least that equity of blowing out the Chargers in a playoff. If they were a team that got knocked out at home, that regressed overall from the year before in the playoffs, that would have been miserable.
How very Joe Shane of us.
Yeah.
We'll trade 3 years of comfort for the guy we actually want in the first round.
That's right. Yeah. That's right. So there you go. So that's the 2026 mock draft. The Texans at 21 taking Elijah Pritchett. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Sean, you should acknowledge yourself for your post on Twitter about the NFL retiring the 144th overall pick. I will. I'll acknowledge myself for that.
Acknowledge
you missed
me.
it. I tweeted after Shedeur got drafted. I retweeted Schefter's report of that, and I said, breaking. The NFL will be retiring the 144th overall pick in the draft. No one will pick 144th ever again.
Yeah.
It's kind of a little drive-by on Shedeur and having his number retired to Colorado. That got picked up by several outlets and is now up to 60,000 likes as of this morning.
I think the biggest surprise to me as people weigh on the Shedeur Sanders stuff is that they act like they didn't see all of this unfolding over the course of the last 6 months.
Right.
Because the Shedeur family wasn't even bashful about the fact that, to a certain degree, they were tanking the draft. They were flat out or telling some teams that they just didn't want to be there. And it could have worked out if there were enough teams that really felt strongly about Shedeur as a first-round prospect. But once you dry up the teams that felt like they didn't want to draft Shedeur, then you get a bunch of teams that think, all right, well, this guy acted like he didn't want to go anywhere except a few specific places and in the top 10. I don't want to waste a second or a third-round pick on somebody who might actively try to get out of the deal or whatever it might be. I'm going to wait until it gets down to a more expendable pick.
Yeah.
And it was out there. Like, this was Shedeur's strategy. He didn't realize it would blow up in his face like it did.
Let me ask you this, because I believe the reports that he went into these interviews and they were just horrible interviews, and whether he was just horrible because he's a cocky kid or he was intentionally sabotaging his own draft stock with those teams so he could wind up on some team he wanted to be on.
Yeah.
Would he have been better off just declining the interviews with those teams altogether, or doing what he did and going in and having bad interviews?
It would be better off declining the interviews, I think. That it's because what
then he's
happens,
not wasting anybody's time at that point.
What does happen, is Louis Riddick and Mel Kiper are talking about this supposed smear campaign or what have you. And I'll remind you, half of the things that teams might have found objectionable was stuff that Shedeur himself said into a microphone, like throwing his offensive line under the bus, shoving a ref, knocking the ball out of that ball boy's hands, all the various things he's actually done himself on camera.
Yeah.
But the word does get around that the other, and even some of the teams that maybe they had a good meeting with, these guys are talking to their friends from other teams that are like, oh my gosh, the guy came in and he didn't take his headphones off.
Yeah.
He took a phone call. He took a FaceTime call when he was in a meeting with a head coach or what have you. It's like that's tanking the process to a degree that you're either tanking it or that's just who you are. But yeah, it doesn't have to be a smear campaign if people are just actually having these conversations around the league.
Maybe it makes sense that the Browns drafted him because they've got 2 firsts next year. There's word that they'd really like to pick a quarterback next year. Maybe they just make Shedeur their starter and say, hey, that stuff you did in all those interviews with those teams where you were trying to lose, go do that. Go try to lose.
This is the other big, and this is where I feel bad for some of the people making the arguments because they obviously don't follow sports or they're just stupid, which is if you say, whoa, apparently it'd be better if you committed a crime than if you were a jerk to NFL coaches. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
100%.
Been that way forever.
Like, when have you not been paying attention to Cam Newton stealing a laptop or Baker Mayfield getting arrested or whatever it might be? Yes. You know what those guys knew to do? be respectful to the coaches when they were talking to them.
Yes.
The NFL is incredibly forgiving of past transgressions, but they want a guy that actually knows how to be respectful to the coach or to whomever. It wasn't a matter of being confident. It was a matter of being, because that's the other weird thing I keep saying, like, oh, they don't like him because he's confident. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize there was a paucity of confident first-round draft picks.
Yeah.
That all these guys who are getting drafted in the first round, their meekness.
Right,
yeah.
right. Yeah, no, I watched Cam Ward, Travis Hunter. Like, hey, I look at those guys. I'm like, boy, it's a miracle they were drafted. They lack in confidence.
The other stupid argument is that people bring up Johnny Manziel. As soon as you bring up Johnny Manziel, you've lost. Do you know why? Because the only team that was going to draft Johnny Manziel in the first round was the Cleveland freaking Browns.
That's exactly right.
As soon as you mention Johnny Manziel, you're throwing him into the lot of the team that looked very much like they were being forced by the owner to draft Shedeur Sanders.
Yes.
When they announced that pick, the head coach and the GM looked like they were doing a hostage video, as you pointed out.
Yes.
Yes.
Full frontal
Like, as
lobotomies.
soon as you bring up Johnny Manziel, you've lost the argument.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The team that drafted Johnny Manziel.
Yeah.
And probably the only team that hadn't taken him off the board was the one that drafted Johnny Manziel.
Yeah, like any of you, like the people that are still coming after us, like you guys hated on him through the whole process. Right. And the league
Right, because we
spoke.
said the very things that ended up happening.
Yes.
You guys are accusing us of hating on Shedeur for pointing out the very things that kept him from getting drafted.
Thank you.
Like, how are you this delusional that you're not looking yourself in the mirror and saying, oh, wait, could it possibly be that I was wrong?
Yeah.
No, it can't be. It must be that you guys were jerks.
It's just, right.
Yeah.
No, the league's, but then the league is hating on him too, I guess. And if that's, you know what, and if that's the case, if that's how you feel, that's a you problem, not an us problem. Like, if you're still feeling like Shedeur is being hated on the Monday after the draft, that is a you problem.
The feeling that somehow the league conspired just because a lot of people disliked Shedeur Sanders, then I'm going to extend that logic to, children hate Brussels sprouts. I don't know which children are leading this conspiracy against Brussels sprouts, but they clearly got together and decided to dislike Brussels sprouts.
That's right, yeah.
Since when do you meek-minded idiots think that you have to have somebody pulling the strings to dislike somebody? Somebody comes up in your face, if somebody comes up and spits in your face, do you have to consult with your cabal to figure out whether or not as a group you're going to dislike the guy spitting in your face? My God. Have a spine. Have a spine. Because I know what you're thinking, and this ain't it, man. It's jeez.
Nope. Payne and Pendergast with you. Into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Hey, how does DeMeco Ryans feel about this draft class? What were they looking for in these 9 players that they wound up with? And we'll start to get to know some of the draft class as well. It is a post-draft Monday, one of my favorite shows of the year. And you're listening to Payne and Pendergast. We'll talk about that coming up next.
Hey, take a look at whether you like your property taxes or not.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Houston, it's our time now. With the 34th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State.
There you go. Nice job, Owen Daniels. Did a good job, just got up there, shouted out Wisconsin for 2 seconds, shouted out Houston, announced the pick. No stories, no anecdotes, no preambles. Good job, OD, on all the picks that you did. Way to go. Jaden Higgins, 34th pick in the draft of the Houston Texans, and from there, they were off and running, adding players to the team. No picks on night one, traded out of the first round to the 34th overall pick. And they end up picking 9 players over the weekend. Jaden Higgins, the headliner in the class. They would go on in the second round to add Ariante Ursary, offensive lineman out of Minnesota. They draft 2 more in the second round, 2 more players, 2 Jalens. Jalen Knoll, wide receiver, Iowa State. Jalen Smith, cornerback, USC. And then they drafted 5 more players on day 3. 9 in all. Here was DeMeco Ryans with his feelings on this year's draft class.
Yeah, we feel really good about this draft class. Put a lot of work in. So with our scouts, our coaches, guys put a lot of work in and did a great job evaluating talented guys, not only about the talent, but also the people. We great people, also great players, and that's the formula that we like, and it's worked well for us, and we think these guys come in and contribute and help our team get better.
Yeah, and the people part of it, the mindset, the type of people they are, it feels like that got brought up first with every single player that DeMeco got asked about on Saturday, which I'm fine with. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the mindset that they were looking for in players.
The mindset is definitely everything, right? If you have the mindset to work, the mindset that you really enjoy and love playing football, that fits our building, that works for us, that works with the guys that we already have here. We have a ton of guys in our locker room already who love football, and I just believe that when you love the game of football, right, we're gonna get your best. Right, when you go through those difficult days, when it's going to be hard moments in training camp, hard moments throughout the season, I feel like your love for football will give you that edge to keep pushing through when the difficult moments come.
All right, so like 98% humidity, stuff like that. All right, positives and negatives from the class, Seth. I think I'll start positives. I thought the 2 big positives were that they got some weapons for C.J. Stroud. 3 of their first 4 picks, or I'm sorry, 3 of the first 5 picks were skill position guys, including 2 wide receivers that I think can get into the rotation early, and then a third down running back, which I think is a need for this team. You can't go into the season with Dare Ogunbowale as your third down back. You need more juice out of that position. So they took care of that. And while they were a little light on the offensive line, we'll certainly get to that and maybe the negatives or perceived negatives about this class, Ursery does seem to fit the new mentor we're seemingly looking for. They seem to deny they're looking for it, but I think you can read the tea leaves and go, they're looking for a different vibe in that offensive line room. They need one. That Ursery seems to fit that mentality. We'll see how good a player he is, but he seems to fit the mentality they're looking for in that O-line room.
Yeah, the Ursery is Ron Hughley's not happy with our last segment. So the Ursery's
well, don't let him spoil this segment.
Yeah, sorry. Ursery, I think that there is it's interesting. He's huge. He's gigantic. He uses his weight well. He's way more athletic than you'd expect by his size and kind of the way he moves. It doesn't look fluid, but he flat out gets places. He gets from A to B very quickly. He uses his hips well. I think there's still room for him to grow in terms of actually the physicality side of things in the run game. And part of that is, he plays in a scheme that's an outside zone-based scheme. So if he were in a different scheme where they were just running duo and power and all this stuff all the time, he'd be maybe a little bit more polished in that. I really like the upside of him. I really think Ursery has the potential to, with that size especially, give you versatility in the run game, but also, when you go back and you watch him versus Abdul Carter at Penn State, the speed rush element to the outside wasn't the issue. He handled Abdul Carter pretty well. It was some of the stunts to the inside where Ursery got caught just a little stepping up underneath himself at times and couldn't quite get to him quickly enough when the inside. So that's something he's going to have to work on. And that is, that's coachable, that's experience, all of that. I don't think that he lacks the ability to do it athletically. But the number one thing you worry about is pass protection. He checks off a lot of boxes with pass protection.
Yep. As far as the two receivers in the third down back go, the two receivers, Jaden Higgins, Jalen Noel, and then the third down back they got in the fourth round. They traded back into the fourth round on Saturday to get Woody Marks out of USC. Do you think that all three of these guys are in the rotation come week one? Are Noel and Higgins two of your top, say, 5 receivers, and is Woody Marks a guy that's getting 3 or 4 touches a game?
It's a great question. I think that there's if we're to take the individuals out of it and just talk about the type of position, it's a lot more nuanced and harder to learn how to play slot well as a rookie. And a lot of the stuff that you do underneath, it's just you're reading coverages a lot. You got to kind of figure out ways where the soft spots and the zones are, more so than some of the things they might ask a bigger guy like Higgins to do. So if I had to handicap it, I would say Higgins, very likely that he's in the rotation week one. The week one, there still might be a little bit with Noel where we want somebody that's got a little bit more command of the playbook and polished, because obviously Christian Kirk's going to be there too already. So, there's a very good chance both of them will be. I think Higgins, it's just there's maybe a more clear path for him immediately because he's got that thing you can't coach about scheme is he's got a wing, he's got a catch radius,
he's a big
got
guy,
size, all that.
Yeah, he's a big guy. Now Noel, I think will be. I think he'll be active in week one because I think there's the possibility of him returning kicks for this team. And punts.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess active or in the rotation. I think they're both active.
Yeah.
But in the rotation at receiver, I think Jaden Higgins more likely.
What about Marks? What do you think about him? 4th round running back getting in there because it sounds like he's more of a third down back than a bell cow kind of guy.
Right. I think special teams is going to be a factor for anybody we talk about in the skill positions with the rookies. But just strictly from the running back side of things, I think a lot of that depends on Dameon Pierce and how they feel about Dameon. I think it was very clear last year during training camp and during the season, and anytime we've heard Nick Caserio talk about Dameon Pierce, I think they still believe in Dameon Pierce. He didn't really do anything in training camp last year, and I'm including practice. I didn't think he did anything in practice or in the games that looked like, oh, yeah, you got to keep that guy on the squad. But they kept him, and they fired the offensive coordinator eventually.
Yeah.
And I think that if you go back to when Dameon was really effective consistently, it was with a different offensive coordinator, ran a different style of system. Like, he was way better under Pep Hamilton than he was under Bobby Slowick. So a lot of that might come down to just how they feel about Dameon Pierce by week one. And Agumbawale still brings a lot to the table on special teams.
Yeah,
it is a reliable receiving back, even though he's not your dream of what you want one to be. That there's, I'd say 50-50 on Woody Marks.
Yeah, there's certain guys on this team, and Dare's one of them, that I feel are on the team primarily for special teams, the break glass in case of emergency situation, like on offense or defense. You know, that's what that feels like.
Dari is the guy who I perennially in my mind feel like my knee jerk is like, yeah, boy, he's up and coming, and he's just got to turn the corner. He's like he's 31 years old.
He was in camp he was in camp at the Greenbrier with the Texans back in the day.
I know, but he's perennially the guy that's like, oh, maybe this is the year. Maybe they just kind of find the right spot for Agumbawale. Yeah.
As far as negatives go about the draft class, the biggest question that we're hearing is, did they do enough on the offensive line? Should they have done more on day one to go up and get one of those offensive linemen that went before them? Did they eventually do enough in this 9-man class? Ursary wound up being the only offensive lineman that they take. Now, Nick Caserio will be quick to point out that there's other ways to get guys in the building. You know, you can make trades. Guys are going to get cut. If I had to guess, this is the group that they're going to be. You know, the group of 8 or 9 guys that are active on week 1 are going to come from the guys that are now in the building with the Texans. You know, barring a couple undrafted guys that they signed this week. You know, I don't think there's a big trade coming. I think they're going to roll with this group, and they're going to hope that this is a better coached group than the group last year.
Yeah, I think that I think there's going to be genuine competition. I believe that. Their actions last year during training camp were that there was no competition on the offensive line. And they barely practiced during training camp. Your offensive tackles were hit or miss as to whether they were out there at practice during the day. Yeah. Kenyon Green was locked in at left guard. Juice Scruggs was going to be the center. And Shaq Mason, old reliable, he's going to be your right guard. You look up in 3 games. Not that Laramie had been in a position where he deserved to not have to compete.
Yeah.
You know, I would have liked him to practice more.
Yes.
But there has to be actual competition at all 5 positions.
Is there anybody in ink right now in this offensive line?
I think it's as good as ink that Titus Howard will be starting either at right tackle or at guard.
Yeah, we just don't know where. I'm with you on that.
I've seen a lot of people say, hey, Laken Tomlinson can play right guard. I would agree, except that he's also, I mean, he's up there in years now, and he's only ever played left guard in the NFL.
Yeah.
So I don't think it's as simple a thing, but possibly.
I think other negatives or maybe areas of criticism, I think some of the trades up, to me, I'd just like to know more about. I mean, obviously the Texans have better intel than we do sitting and watching the draft. Trading up to get Jalen Smith, a guy who most of the experts gave a day 3 grade to, and later in day 3, a lot of them, they not only draft him in the 3rd round, but they trade up to do so. I'm just curious about that. Trading up to get Graham Mertz, a quarterback who was, you know, he wasn't a great college quarterback by any means, and he's coming off an ACL tear. I would question, if you had told me they were drafting Graham Mertz at all, I would have been surprised before the draft, let alone, again, they gave up a 7th-round pick to do it. I'm not running up to NRG Stadium today, banging on the door saying, I need an explanation.
Yeah.
It does feel like that Nick Caserio trades a ton, period. He traded 7 times in this draft. There are times that he goes after play. Are we burning a pick here when you don't have to?
Well, I think and that's where the whole burning the pick side comes into looking at the long term. If you're trying to take the best player available, QBs are in a different category. And I think that good organizations, and this is what the Patriots did the entire time. The entire time Tom Brady was with the Patriots, they drafted a quarterback on average about every other year. That you're just always taking a swing and seeing how a guy develops, and over time, if you get one of those guys, it translates into a 2nd-round pick with Jimmy Garoppolo, or it can turn into Tom Brady himself. I don't like bringing up Tom Brady as the example because that's what everybody does.
So
every
Mel
time
Kiper did all weekend talking about Shedeur.
But the thinking behind Tom Brady wasn't, hey, I'm going to draft this guy and he's going to supplant Drew Bledsoe and become one of the greatest players of all time. The thinking is that, no, even though we have Drew Bledsoe as our quarterback, we're still going to draft quarterbacks and we're going to see how they develop. So I'm cool with that. I think that's what I think a lot of good organizations, not all of them, but a lot of them have that theory that you should always be drafting quarterbacks and always have something in the hopper, because at the very least it becomes a more affordable replacement for Davis Mills. And if it develops real quickly and you felt comfortable with him, then you could actually, somewhere down the line, if the team's desperate for a quarterback in the middle of the season, you can get a higher draft pick for Davis Mills than you might expect.
Yeah. Success for the Mertz pick is if he's your backup quarterback in 2026. That's an extreme success right there. I'm just not a huge Graham Mertz fan is all. That's all.
I don't like the way that his name flows, as it sounds like the word grammar.
Grammertz.
Like Grammertz.
Yeah, Grammertz. Yeah,
Or it sounds like there's no M at the beginning of his second name. You said Grammertz at the beginning of the segment, and I was like, Sean, his name is Mertz. And then I realized, like, oh, no, that's how
it sounds, man.
Grammertz.
Yeah, Grammertz. My only other criticism of this draft class is that they drafted way too many Jalen spelled a different way characters. It felt intentional towards you, Seth. By the time they were still drafting Jalen's in the 6th round, and there were 4 of them now, Jaden and 3 Jalen's, I'm like, this is personal. You've done an incredible job today, by the way.
I'm going to give myself 4 dings.
Yes, 1 for each Jalen.
For each of the Jayens.
Yeah, each of the Jayens.
Ins name the ins name Jay.
Good way
the
to put it.
Jayens that I've had a cheat sheet in front of me the entire time. I've got them highlighted. I've got the draft order in front of me, and I've got Jaden, Jalen, and Jalen all highlighted.
Yep.
Yeah.
What is as long as we got a couple minutes here? I saw the tweet. What exactly? The audience is wondering what exactly is Ron saying to us on Twitter.
Well, I had basically taken every argument I've heard about why Shedeur Sanders is getting screwed over and shot each of them down mercilessly.
Yeah.
And like you guys know, I'm not really on social media all that much, so I don't know what Ron's been saying. But Ron basically said, what did he say? According to Sean and Seth, I'm the meek, dumb one. SMD. And then said, I'm just acknowledging knowing I'm dumb. Now that I know, I understand it's time to smarten up and change my ways. Now after listening to you guys, now I know this all makes sense and he got exactly what he deserves.
Oh, okay. I can't wait.
I responded and I just said, I'm just dumbfounded that people are choosing to ignore the plainly obvious and very public concerns that people have been talking about for months rather than admit that those concerns appear to have been valid.
Yeah. Okay.
I just like people are acting like this is an ambush or a surprise or something. People have said, all these reports come out after the slide. No, these reports have just been aggregated by various people and condensed and put out to you. These reports have been here for months about the way Shedeur has been conducting himself in actively tanking the NFL draft.
Yeah.
He's been actively tanking the draft, and it worked.
Yeah.
If anything, if you're trying to defend the honor of Shedeur Sanders right now, you're basically also accusing him of having an ineffective draft strategy. Yeah. His strategy was to tank the draft, and it worked way more effectively than he thought it would.
Did it ever? Remember, we'll have the audio from Louis Riddick in the next segment. Remember, he's like, I hope Shedeur lands outside the top 3. Oh, he did. He landed outside the top 143. 144.
Has Ron been waging a war against the conspiracy?
He was tweeting quite a bit this weekend. He was tweeting a lot about it this weekend. Yeah. He was feeling he felt bad for Shedeur.
You read one of them, and it was Ron had said something about like it's better to commit a crime than to be bad in meetings, and my response was yes.
Been that way it's been that way forever. I replied to Ron's tweet just now, knowing what he had tweeted over the weekend, and I said, you as a Chiefs fan should know better than anybody that NFL teams will overlook criminal activity to draft them if they can be good on the football field. And I said, if Shedeur had assaulted somebody, the Chiefs might have traded up to go get Shedeur Sanders.
Right. You know what happens, though, is most of the guys that commit crimes or what have you, they know and understand how to be respectful to a coach.
Yeah.
Like, because at some point they got to talk to the coach, and the coach is like, hey, what happened? What's up with these stolen laptops? And the player says, I made a huge mistake. I'm just here to play football, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. As opposed to just acting like you're better than everybody else. Coaches hate that.
Yes.
Okay. If you're asking, is a coach more willing to excuse a crime that you committed in the past than he is you being disrespectful to his face or to his friends' faces on other organizations or what have you? Yes, the answer is yes.
That's a simple answer. That's right.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've been paying attention to the NFL a long time.
Yeah.
I know a lot of super solid dudes who also have screwed up and committed a crime at some point.
Yeah.
But as football players, they're super solid dudes. They don't throw their offensive linemen under the bus. They don't disrespect, like, to their faces, coaches and GMs. Yeah, there's a difference. I'm sorry I have to burst the naivete of apparently a large segment of NFL fans that
That's
there
how
are
this
guys
works.
that have committed crimes in the past. Look, more so than people who are just D-bags.
Yeah. Kansas City Chiefs, chief among those teams that do that. They've done that a lot. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. You can tell it's going to be a saucy day here on the station. I'm very excited to listen to Sports Radio 610 throughout the rest of the day. Speaking of Shedeur, I think there's two quotes. If we're going to nail it down to the mentality that may have done him in when it comes to his draft stock, we've got that for you. And the two biggest Shedeur cheerleaders having to eat their words over the weekend. Not Ron Hughley, but on TV. We've got that for you coming up as well. Stay there.
The Texans brought in 9 new faces in the draft. How does Coach DeMeco feel about their selections?
Brought in a ton of great people, also great players, and that's the formula that we like, and it's worked well for us, and we think these guys come in and contribute and help our team get better.
Insider access, exclusive content, Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713 Call Lee, brought to you by John Moore Services. South Sam Houston Tollway eastbound at Fuquay, you've got the right lane blocked. Also 45 the goal.
Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. At Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, so Shedeur Sanders is a Cleveland Brown, and that's got everybody feeling all different types of ways this morning. He enters a quarterback room after going 144th overall in the draft Saturday. In the 5th round, he goes 144 to Cleveland, a team that was rumored to be in on him with the 2nd overall pick, and then day 2 with the 1st pick of day 2. They wait till day 3, and they go for the value, Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round. This quarterback room is now Kenny Pickett, Joe Flacco, Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders, and technically, especially because he's been seen working out in the Browns facility in Browns gear on Instagram, Deshaun Watson is still in that quarterback room and will be.
So the question becomes, how do you have a 3-way competition at quarterback? Because this is where I know we're ignoring Deshaun, but Flacco's not going to be a part of the competition.
Oh, the
Flacco
competition.
is Flacco.
Yeah.
Flacco is Flacco, and then there's 3 guys that are going to be competing, either to be the starter or a backup or whatever it might be. I mean, I think you can go into this. I don't know, man. I don't think this is Stefanski's pick. Just based on body language when they drafted him. And it's hard to divvy up reps anymore because you don't get that many reps during training camp. The restrictions on the practices are just that you don't get the practice. You get about half as many reps as you did back in the day.
And they're all new.
Actually, even less half of the reps you used to get back in the day.
And all 3 guys you're talking about, Pickett, because I'm with you on Flacco stepped off the couch last year and won a bunch of games. Pickett, Dylan, and Gabriel are all new to the Browns. Gabriel and Pickett, Gabriel, and Shedeur are all new to the Browns, and 2 of them are new to the league as a whole. Yeah. Boy, that's a great point. Like, how do you conduct? Like, a lot of it's probably going to be how these guys are looking at, how they're doing behind the scenes in the film room, how quickly they're getting up to speed and whatnot.
So it gets super, super interesting. I will say, credit to Shedeur. It seemed from the clips I saw and what have you, he seemed to keep a pretty positive attitude about everything. Yeah. Even as he got pranked called by the son of the GM of the Falcons. My God. Or not the GM.
The defensive coordinator. Yeah, Ulbricht's son. Yeah.
So he looked like he kept up a pretty positive attitude. He tweeted out whatever he was supposed to tweet out afterwards. And now I saw somebody on NFL Network, I think, maybe it was Daniel Jeremiah, saying, it's a competition. Like, this is a genuine competition really between him and Dylan Gabriel when it comes to the rookies, and Kenny Pickett, who's probably going to be slotted in as the starter day 1 of training camp.
The odds makers have him as the favorite right now.
Yeah,
Pickett
and that makes the most sense. It's not like I feel awesome about Kenny Pickett or anything, but it's hard to actually run a competition that way.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. And the range on Shedeur, look, if he continues to do what he was doing that drove place, he'd be gone by the 2nd week of training camp.
I think,
or he could be there, or if he doesn't, he could be their starter in week 1. There's a big range of what could happen here.
Well, I wonder with Shedeur, the other big X factor that's impossible to figure out, like, how it should or shouldn't have affected his draft status. But I'm going to speak about it just in terms of him moving forward. One of the challenges he will face is that his only coach really has ever been his father. Yeah. And he's been very closely aligned with that and all that. And I'm saying this honestly without any, trying to talk about the draft status or anything. That's a big shock and a change. And it might be one that ends up being really good for him in that, Dion is tough and demanding, but it's different when it's your dad versus being in an actually competitive situation where you're actually fighting for a job.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that he shouldn't have been the starter at Colorado. Obviously, he should have been the starter and at Jackson State. But now he's really going to have to go out and genuinely earn it on his own for the first time. And it might end up being a really, really good thing for him.
Yep.
So it's just, and so far from what I've seen publicly, at least, he seems to be embracing
He
it.
does. And he was asked about it on his conference call with the Browns, like, would you have done things differently? He said yes. This is all good. I'm not rooting against Shedeur Sanders necessarily, but I think it's pretty clear that the league has spoken about what they thought about how he, and I think Dion too, I think a lot of this is a referendum on Dion as well, where Shedeur wound up. Shedeur can't walk into the building talking like, hey, Ben, I'm going to come to this here. Talking like he was at the Combine here.
If you ain't trying to change the franchise or the culture, don't give me. So you should know history repeats itself, and I've done it over and over and over, so it should be no question why an NFL franchise should pick me. You think I'm worried about what critics say or what people got to say? You know who my dad is? They hated on him too. So it's like it's almost normal. Without people hating, it's not normal for us. So we like the adversity. We like everything that comes with the name. That's why we are who we are.
Well, you got adversity. You got that. I would suggest I wouldn't bring up any of the culture change that you were a part of at Colorado, and I would also not bring up your daddy. I wouldn't do that.
Well, or the Jackson State either. I mean, like, how did you handle adversity of not being a highly recruited quarterback out of high school? You went and played for your father at a smaller school, and hey, you did great when you guys loaded up talent. Travis Hunter in the SWAC,
Colorado,
you know?
in the SWAC, yeah.
Yeah. No, that's where I'm like, that's not actually proving everybody wrong, really. That's like bowing out of going to play at a big school to go play for your daddy. Most of what he said there, I actually didn't mind, really. I mean, you've got those stories about Tom Brady telling Bob Kraft this is the best decision you ever made. I don't mind the quarterback having an extreme level of confidence. I think, though, that it's just, the misgauging was that in Deion really believing that he was a top 5 talent, when in many, many other drafts, it's not a slam dunk that Cam Ward would have even been a top 4 quarterback in many other drafts. Yep. This was a year where a lot of people thought he was a top 2 quarterback. There are many reports that other people didn't have her. But it wasn't a slam dunk type of year. So when you try to take that attitude of you're the culture changer and that you're actively, this is not an unpublished or anonymous report. Deion is saying there are teams that we don't want you to go to. Yeah. That's awesome if you're a guy who's a top 3 talent. Yep. If you're a kind of guy that people would trade up to get, you can get away with that. And honestly, I don't like the revisionist history of people saying that Archie Manning wasn't criticized for finagling finagling Eli's drafts. Yeah. That's been a running criticism for 20 years. Yeah. Like, people hated that at the time. Yep. The difference was that Eli Manning was a slam dunk top 3 pick. Yes. And so there's just, it was without even criticizing the thought of the strategy or anything, it was a bad strategy for a prospect the caliber of Shedeur. Yeah, his dad failed him in this. His dad has done good by him for his whole life. In this particular thing, he failed his son, I thought. And Shedeur is not blameless, obviously. But I thought Deion failed miserably here in guiding his son through this process. Clearly, he wound up in the 5th round. Here was Louis Riddick. This is also something that just in retrospect, 3 weeks later, just sounds so silly. Riddick and Mel Kiper, their act on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, it's actually kind of fun to watch because they just guys realizing they're so wrong. But this is Louis Riddick back on April 9th.
Shedeur is someone who wants to be collaborative. He is someone that you want to talk with. He doesn't like to be told just, this is the way we're going to do things, and then you're just going to need to fall in line.
Swag going here.
Isn't that right? Because of the way he has played, this young man is going to be just fine. And you know what? I hope he doesn't go in the top 3 picks. I hope he doesn't. And I think his camp would tell you the same thing. There are other teams that they want to go to.
You could be in a better situation, obviously, if you fall. And we know how much that matters for a player's trajectory.
The funniest thing about that is he succeeded. He did not wind up, spoiler alert, he did not wind up in the top 3 picks. He wound up 144, going to a team that was picking 2nd overall in the draft. Yeah. He wound up still going to one of the teams picking in the top 3 at 144.
Right. And so nobody wants to go to the Browns. One of the popular arguments about why Shedeur was so wronged was, hey, Johnny Manziel was a jackass and he got drafted in the 1st round. Right. Most teams had taken Johnny Manziel off their board in the 1st round, except for the Cleveland Browns. Yeah. The owner
talked to a homeless guy who wanted Johnny
ignored
Manziel.
all the reports and everything else everybody else was saying because he wanted to draft Johnny Manziel.
Here's Mel Kiper Jr. This is after Shedeur had fallen out of the 1st round. This is before draft coverage started on night 2.
And I think the guy that I'm going to be watching all night is obviously Shedeur. And I'm not going to talk about him all night. I'm going to talk about it now. We have had sliding quarterbacks that have done really well. And they've gone in the 2nd round. Of course, Joe Montana dropped to the 3rd round, right back in 1979 when Jack Thompson went before him and Steve Fuller went before him. But I think the 2nd round or the 3rd round, if he gets into the 3rd round, it's nonsensical right now. That's ridiculous.
You stick to your guns, Mel Tucker. You're not wrong just because he didn't get drafted. The proof will be in the career, and we'll wait and see where it winds up going.
Okay, that was Mike Greenberg. Didn't work. By the way, Mel Kiper lied. He did talk about Shedeur all night long on night 2, and a lot, and then obviously he ends up going in the 5th round when the 3rd would have been nonsensical to Mel.
Honestly, and part of it is I can see why people are holding so hard and fast, because they spent months accusing anybody that predicted Shedeur wouldn't get drafted in the 1st round as just providing clickbait, or they're just being hot take artists or whatever. I didn't really have a dog in the fight, and I was kind of curious to see how it was going to work out. I just wonder, it's just strange to me that when people are saying something for months and you're accusing them of just being clickbaiters or hot take artists, or you don't know what you're talking about, people who are saying that there's a good chance Shedeur wouldn't go in the 1st round, that's what those people were accused of. When it doesn't happen, there is no acknowledgement that, oh, maybe they were correct.
Right.
It was, nope, I'm going to triple down. There must be some other explanation than those people being correct. Because I can't be wrong.
Right.
I can't possibly be wrong.
Right.
There's got to be skullduggery going on here.
Yeah. In a league where, like, quarterbacks, if there were teams out there that felt like whatever the whole Shedeur package was, that whatever came with taking Shedeur Sanders was worth taking in the 2nd or 3rd round, it's the quarterback position. It's the most important position. If they felt like that could be coached out of him, or that it was a phase, or he's intentionally tanking the draft, he realizes I made a mistake and I need to go about my business differently, which again, as you pointed out, Seth, to his credit, in the 24 hours since he was drafted, he does seem to be, whatever adjective you want to use, it does feel like there's a chance it'll be a different Shedeur Sanders walking into the building in Cleveland than the the Shedeur Sanders that walked into all those interview rooms taking FaceTime calls with his headphones on, still having music playing around his neck. You know
what's funny? It's when you're the son of a Hall of Famer. I can remember Kevin Biggio. Craig Biggio was talking about it, but I think with it was Kevin Biggio talking about how sometimes his father wasn't the best coach for him personally, because Craig Biggio is a guy that can kind of just be like, I don't know, just hit it, they can do things more naturally than somebody with lesser talent.
Yeah.
And I feel like on the PR side of things, I think Deion, kind of in that same manner, I don't think he quite recognizes or realizes that, oh, I was that much better than my son, and that I can't be encouraging him to act the same way I acted, because I could be Deion. I was Neon Deion, because I was one of the best defensive backs who ever lived.
Yep.
And it's just different when you're a marginally 1st-round quarterback talent.
Yep.
It's just not the same thing.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We will circle back to the draft a little later on in the show. The Rockets Rockets on Saturday, big missed opportunity, huge game tonight. This is the biggest Rockets game in years coming up tonight. We will get you ready for that coming up next.
Mokaram Injury Lawyers is available.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast, you can text the show 713-572-4610. That is the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Rockets, this is the most important game that this team will have played since the 2019 postseason, probably. I know they played in the COVID bubble in 2020, whatever. Like, this is the Golden State Warriors. You're the 2 seed. Like, the minimum that I think most Rocket fans want to see in the postseason is that if they're going to go down in the first round, that you're going down punching and swinging and knowing clearly what the things are you need to fix in the offseason, too. Like, I think clarity, coming out of the postseason with some clarity as to what the strategy should be is a big thing. It can't look like it did on Saturday, in my opinion, Seth. All the things that we've talked about with this team, say what you will about how inefficient they are offensively, how the operation in the half court looks so bad, how they, especially after the first couple games, first 3 games of this series, just how late they initiate offense in the half court. All these things, the one thing that you could always say about the Rockets is they are gritty defensively, they're gritty, period, and you're not going to push them around, and they're not going to be timid. They will be swarmy at the very least. The Rockets will. We can use a Texans term.
Yeah, and they were just miserable in the paint. The Warriors are going to attack the backcourt. Then all right, get the easy buckets, and then they were just messing up easy buckets from Şengün to Jalen Green to Amen Thompson. It was just a mishmash of all the weaknesses of the Rockets team. Is they're a poor shooting team, but even missing the point blank stuff.
Yeah, they were timid, man.
Night.
They were timid. When guys are ball handling, they were weak with the basketball, turning the ball over. And Alperen Şengün, man, I don't know what happened to him on Saturday. And it's been this way throughout this series. Is he's looked a little off offensively. He's passing up shots that he would normally take when he is shooting the ball in that sort of mid-range set shot that he has.
Yeah.
He's short-arming it. He's missing layups. He's 1 of 5 from the free throw line is something, too, I think, with Şengün on Saturday that is, I think, part and parcel of just what is with him. But I think the team as a whole, man, they kind of got pushed around by a team that was Steph Curry and a bunch of dudes, So
this is the big – I mean, tonight is huge, not because it's impossible to come back from down 3-1. It's very, very hard.
Yeah.
But especially when you lose the home court advantage if you lose tonight. Like you got to take care of business tonight to mathematically, home court advantage wise, everything else. You just simply have to do this. And if they don't, it's going to be a tough road to hoe. And then we got to talk. They lose this game, then tomorrow morning we're talking about Kevin Durant a lot.
Yeah, probably so. Well, especially if they lose, it's going to be because of how it looks offensively with this team. So you're right. It's you start to envision, as they have a half court offense that just looks like 24 seconds to nowhere every time.
Yeah.
They're not great at running sets. They take a lot of contested shots. The guy who's supposed to be their point guard is only really engineering the offense half the time he's on the floor.
Yeah.
The rest of the time he's jacking up threes. Yeah, you sit and think a lot about what a guy who can get his own offense would look like on this team.
And by losing the home court advantage, obviously you still have more home games after this. What I mean is you lose the chance to have it start as if you
got to win one in Golden State.
You tie it up tonight, then now you've got 3 games with 2 games at home.
Absolutely.
So it just this is absolutely critical and crucial.
Yep.
The 3-1 is bad enough, but you've just got to go ahead and even it back up tonight.
Yep. So let's get that done. Here was Jalen Green. Do you think Draymond even gives a crap about Here's Jalen Green with his version of trash talking after the game was over on Saturday. This is after a performance in which Jalen Green scored 9 points. He had this to say when he was asked about Draymond doing all the talking for after the final buzzer on Saturday. Here was Jalen Green.
Yeah, it was just talking. He can't really do much of anything else, so talking his only way.
Burn, Draymond. Yeah.
You know what? I like it better than if he had said they're better than us, and they're just.
You like that he punched back a little bit.
I feel like the problem is that when he punches back, he's doing it in the exact same tone of voice that he uses for every single thing ever. And
You ever seen that Simpsons where Mr. Burns is warming up for a boxing match and he's just tapping Smithers or whoever it is, like in their rib cage, and they're just standing there? That's Jalen Green talking trash right there.
Yeah, I wish Steven Adams had said it. Or, if somebody, even if Fred VanVleet, despite, he would have said it after missing a shot, statistically likely, that it might have sounded better or felt better.
It was a huge missed opportunity. I'm sitting here saying this is the biggest game tonight, back since they played Golden State in 2019. It's similar to 2019. Last night, or Saturday night, I should say, huge missed opportunity with a prominent member of the Golden State Warriors out injured. That 2019 series was the one where Kevin Durant tore his Achilles, and then the Rockets have they're not able to close out Game 5 with no Durant out there, and then Game 6 they don't have Durant for the whole game. I wonder if Tillman. Do we have the audio here for Tillman, Ben? Yeah, I wonder if Tillman was feeling similar. Tillman Fertitta, the owner, feeling similar after Saturday's game as he was following the Golden State series with no Kevin Durant, Achilles tear Kevin Durant, back 6 years ago.
Well, I'm a fighter, and that's my culture. And I think the longer that I own this team, they're going to pick up more of my culture is that we had them. We should have stepped on their throat the other night and cut their throat, okay? It's not, let's make a few shots and win. It's step on their throat, and let's take it back to Houston and end it in 6. And we'll pick up a few Tillmanisms along the way in the next few years.
Okay. I kind of feel like that's how I felt after Saturday. No Jimmy Butler. No, we're not for sure that Jimmy Butler plays tonight, but he didn't play on Saturday. And Steph getting 35 on you is not what killed you in that game. Buddy Hield and Gary Payton II combining for 33 points off the bench on very efficient shooting. Gary Payton II was 7 of 9 shooting, and Buddy Hield knocked down 5 3-pointers. That's what killed you in that game.
All those that is all true, and yet it yielded 104 points. That's they're so decrepit in terms of shooting that they have to be absolutely perfect defensively. That's where everything falls apart for the Rockets, is that, you should be able to win a few games every now and then when you got to score 104 points. But this Rockets team isn't that team. You're going to have nights where Buddy Hield goes off and where Steph Curry's going to be Steph Curry. I guess one hope, and this feels like a meager hope to have, Jimmy Butler comes back and he's fighting through an injury and he's in a lot of pain. And by virtue of him being out there, he's actually a minus for them. Mm-hmm. That there can't be an avenue where, man, all right, he's out there, but he's not himself, but they're playing. The Warriors are playing like Jimmy Butler is himself, and that throws enough of a wrench into it that you can hold him down to well below 100 again.
That might be the best version of Jimmy Butler to get, is the I'm going to give it a go Jimmy Butler. You know what I mean? All right, I'm going to give it a go and see how this goes. And and they're treating him like he's all-star Jimmy Butler.
Right.
So we'll see. We'll see.
They got to go on the attack. Look, they're in some respects a young team. They've got veteran experience and leadership, but the youth part of it, and in Game 2, it's just classic NBA playoff series type of stuff. It swings wildly from game to game. You feel just incredibly depressed after every loss, and it seems like they could never win again. Look, in Game 2, they came back and looked like a much different version of themselves. In Game 1, the young guys like Jalen Green were adjusting to playing in the playoffs for the first time. In Game 3, they were adjusting to playing in, not just on the road in the playoffs, but at Golden State for the first time. So hopefully we see that same rebound that we saw in Game 2.
All right, text in 713-572-4610. Let's circle back to the Texans. Let's get to know the draft class here, particularly the top 3 guys. Let's get to know the draft class. Let's get DeMeco Ryan's thoughts on the prominent players taken in this draft. And one particular player had maybe the greatest phone call, the greatest phone call from the GM, from Nick Caserio. 3 words, player, over and over and over again. This is some fantastic audio that we've got coming up for you, and we'll do that coming up next. But first, Daily and Black, dailyblack.com.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
The mindset, right? If you have the mindset to work, the mindset that you really enjoy and love playing football, that fits our building, that works for us, that works with the guys that we already have here. We have a ton of guys in our locker room already who love football, and I just believe that when you love the game of football, right, we're gonna get your best. Right, when you go through those difficult days, when it's going to be hard moments in training camp, hard moments throughout the season, I feel like your love for football will give you that edge to keep pushing through when the difficult moments come.
All right, that's DeMeco Ryans talking on Saturday after the draft for the Texans was over. 9-player class, and we're going to hear from DeMeco on some of these guys here in just a second. It does seem like, Seth, that, and we'll hear from DeMeco here in a second, but when he gets asked about any of these guys, it's always the mental, the psychological, the love of football gets brought up first before any of the physical traits with any of these guys.
Yeah, and I think that's the whole. You're especially on the offensive side of the ball. I think they're trying to instill a culture. There's a culture on the defensive side of the ball. There's not a culture on the offensive side of the ball. And one other big thing that came out in this draft is, Caserio has a lot of respect for certain colleges that coach a certain way and teach a certain way. Iowa State is certainly one of those, and you draft 2 wide receivers out of Iowa State to add to a guy.
And he mentions Matt Campbell by name a few times in that press conference.
Yeah,
Coach.
PJ Fleck at Minnesota, but also the offensive line coach there, Brian Cale, put out some good offensive linemen who have exceeded their high school recruiting status.
Yeah.
They've developed some guys there. So I think with Ursery, they like that. And those programs, and including Rutgers, Greg Schiano's the coach at Rutgers. They drafted Keontae Hamilton, the defensive tackle, in the 7th round. Nick mentioned them. He kept mentioning how they coach them hard, and you want guys that come into your program that are willing to accept coaching. Kamari Lassiter, they said the same thing about him when they drafted Kamari Lassiter. He's got from defensive players at Georgia get coached hard, and Lassiter was one of the lead dogs at that program. I think they've got a bunch of colleges out there that they almost like to think of as their AAA. And they feel like they're getting a certain type of player when they get them from those schools.
There's definitely head coaches that they look at the collegiate level, and they say that guy coaches a lot like our head coach coaches. They look for the same thing in players. I think Iowa State and Minnesota, too, not to pick on those schools. I almost think if you're going there to play football, you better love football. If you're in Ames, Iowa, and up in Minnesota for most of the year, you better love football.
Well, and, Caserio said it respectfully, but he talked about Eastern Kentucky, where Jaden Higgins started out. Is like, hey, that's it's kind of a developmental school, Right. It's not. Jaden Higgins spent 2 years at Eastern Kentucky before he transferred to Iowa State, and he had to improve and really actually work at it. There's evidence of him actually having worked at it.
Yep. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the 2 Iowa State wide receivers. Jaden Higgins in the 2nd round, 34th overall, near the top. And then Jalen Noel, the wide receiver out of Iowa State.
Both guys, Jaden and Jalen, terrific men, first and foremost. And you got 2 different guys, right? You talk about playmaking ability, Jalen's ability to stretch the field and the deep end of the part of the field. And you have Jaden, just a big target, very similar. I know a lot of people say very similar to Nico and what he's able to do. But you get a receiver his stature and with his catch radius, just opens up a lot of things for us offensively that I know all of our guys are excited about. CJ should be excited about, the targets that he has to throw to.
All right, so
the athleticism of the speed underneath and then the deep speed that Jaden Higgins has, it mirrors what they already had on the roster in Nico Collins and Christian Kirk. So there's a little bit of redundancy there in a good way. At any given time, some of these guys are going to get injured. Higgins and Noel still have to prove that they can play in the NFL.
Sure.
I don't want to get ahead of myself here. Lamont accused us of calling Jaden Higgins Nico 5.0.
Did he?
Which No, the comp before the draft was Nico Collins.
Yeah.
We were talking about him, how he's physically a lot like Nico Collins.
Right.
The body, the size, the speed, everything else, he's very, very similar to Nico Collins. So you hope that he can be as good as Nico Collins, but that's the type of player he is, an ex-receiver type.
Did you have a preference at 34? Because Luther Burden was there as well. He went with the very next pick, I think. It was interesting that the Titans and the Raiders both traded out of their spots immediately after Higgins went off the board, and that Chicago took a receiver with that next pick in Luther Burden. Did you have a preference going into that pick as to the receiver you wanted there, if you wanted a receiver at all?
Luther Burden was talked about a lot more, so he had the more name brand appeal.
Yeah.
I didn't think that the Texans would be into Luther Burden just because there are also a lot of people questioning whether Luther Burden was a guy that really loved practice, and there was that one anonymous quote that he'd show up on Saturdays, but that was
Monday through
it.
Saturday. Just show up on Saturdays. Yeah.
So you always take those with a grain of salt, but if there was any truth to it, I suspected that the Texans wouldn't be into Luther Burden.
Yeah,
I would have. Now, I did want more speed because I'm not banking on Tank Dell being back this year.
Yeah.
And if he does come back from that injury, I don't think he's going to be the same version of himself right away. So I was kind of feeling like, okay, we don't go. Now before anybody says anything, Jaden Higgins is very fast. It's just a different type of speed. It's a build-up speed.
Yep.
Like if you look at his athletic profile, all the straight-ahead speed stuff is really, really good. When it comes down to the shorter area stuff, he's not as quick as a guy like Luther Burden or Jalen Noel.
Yep. Yeah. I think it's them drafting Noel later on in the third round that night kind of takes some of the teeth out of the Burden or Higgins question because you did end up going and getting some speed. Here's DeMeco Ryans on the Texans' second pick on Friday night. Ariante Ursary, the offensive.
With Tay, we had a guy who brings that physicality, the mindset that I really think helps offensive linemen be good at their job. He's done a great job of playing left tackle and still has room to grow and develop, so excited about adding him.
Okay, so excited about adding Ursary, who that'll be interesting to see, Seth, who he competes with and where he winds up if he gets on the field. If you had to, I don't know, do you think he gets on the field in his rookie? I mean, gets on the field. Do you think he is a starter at some point, barring injury, for this team?
Ursary?
Yes.
I think that.
I know it's way early.
I know. No, I mean, like Blake Fisher was a developmental guy. I don't think Ursary is as developmental as Blake Fisher was, just because Ursary is massive. Like, he is a big dude, whereas Blake Fisher is tall but kind of a lithe and lean guy. And with Blake Fisher, there are some things that he needs to work on to play with better pad level and to learn how to play with his body type. With Ursary, I think that he can show up, and he doesn't have to. It'd be great if he gets better knee bend along the way, but I don't think he really has to have better knee bend. There's lots of guys that play, if you're massive without great knee bend, you can kind of punch down as an offensive tackle when you as long as you're big enough and athletic enough, and he's very athletic. So the thing that would stop me from saying he's going to start year one is that I think Cam Robinson's been a very steady and competent starter at left tackle.
Yeah,
I think Ursary ends up being the left tackle in 2026.
There you go. Yeah. Like I think in a perfect world, Ursary and Blake Fisher are your two tackles moving forward for the next few years after this season. Season.
Yeah. I know. So the other option would be it also just depends on. You ask me if any of these guys are going to start or what the configuration of the offensive line is going to look like. I don't know if Titus Howard's going to be playing tackle or guard.
Yeah.
It's just impossible to forecast for me right now exactly what the starting offensive line is going to look like.
Yeah, no, it's super intriguing, man. Like it does make like that, the beginning of camp, beginning of training camp, or maybe even OTAs, who knows, where you go, okay, this is who they're trotting out. This is the first 5 linemen that are on the field. I have no idea what permutation of guys that's going to be,
Yeah, and I guess it's that wide open. I mean, if I have to handicap it, if I was just saying likelihood, I think that Cam Robinson's the starting left tackle, and they're hoping that Ursary just develops and improves and ends up becoming the left tackle next year. But he might end up doing really well at right tackle, and it becomes a competition between Blake Fisher and Ursary, and Titus Howard is playing guard. Or Blake Fisher might look awesome in camp this year, and they're very comfortable having Ursary just bide his time and learn how to be a left tackle. And at any point, one of them is going to play because of injury.
I think the safest bet on the offensive line for like week 1, barring injury, is Cam Robinson starting at left tackle. I think the safest bet as to who is going to be on the field in week 1 is Titus Howard.
Yeah,
he's either going to be right tackle or left guard. We just don't know which position. I feel strongly that Cam Robinson, if he tackle.
One thing I've noticed is that I think Caserio, and this comes from times we've talked to him and otherwise, I feel like he's got a much more positive appraisal of how Titus Howard has looked at left guard than I do. I won't say we or anybody else, but I'm not as sold that he's actually been an asset at left guard, whereas Caserio feels differently.
Yep. Let's skip to day 3 here, and the first pick of day 3, the Texans take one of their extra third-round picks. They had 2 third-round picks next season going into Saturday. They take one of those, and they move into the 4th round to take USC running back Woody Marks, who's more of a third-down kind of guy. John Harris got very excited about this pick, stood up, banged the table with his hands. He really liked the pick. Here was DeMeco Ryans on the selection of Woody Marks.
Really like Woody and what he's able to provide. Really like him out of the backfield, catching the football. Really great hands. Really has that ability to make guys miss at the line of scrimmage and the ability to play behind his pass, play physical. So like the addition of him to our running back room.
They needed some juice at the running back position. Dameon Pierce has been their backup. They say publicly they are effusive in their praise of Dameon Pierce, which never seems to translate into how he's used or even if he's used with this team on Sundays.
Right. And I think that with Dameon, that's the big wild card in all of it is we know that Caserio and DeMeco really like Dameon Pierce, that Dameon Pierce looked a whole lot better when Pep Hamilton was calling the plays than a new offensive coordinator gets fired as Dameon Pierce wasn't doing a whole lot. And I'm guessing they're really eager to see exactly what Dameon Pierce does with Nick Caley's scheme, whatever it looks like.
Yep.
And so now Dameon is, doesn't project to be, or Dameon isn't as good a receiver as Woody Marks projects to be.
Correct.
So that's the intriguing part of it. Is man, if Woody Marks can pick up pass protection and everything else like that, you love the thought of having him out there on 3rd down. He's got more of an explosive element to him than a Gumbawale, perhaps.
He was one of the guys like Jalen Smith in the 3rd round, Woody Marks in the 4th round. I'll say Graham Mertz also, the quarterback in the 6th round, who feel like they were drafted above where the experts had them, by and large. If you did a consensus big board, in fact, there is one out there. We should go look. Those guys were all well below where the Texans selected them. But the Texans, obviously, they're drafting for role on the team more so than just the overall player.
Well, and that's where, when it gets down to the 4th round and later especially, and really in the 3rd round, I feel like it's just all over the place. Mm-hmm. It's going to be scheme, your team, how you like these players. Nick had said that their board is probably smaller than a lot of other teams.
Yeah.
So I think that they might just value different things. And that's not specific to the Texans. That's just across the league. Yeah. It's just all over the place.
Here's Jalen Reed. This is Jalen Reed, the 6th-round pick out of Penn State, safety, good college player. This was Jalen Reed getting the phone call from Nick Caserio on Saturday that the team was gonna make him a Houston Texan.
Hello? Jalen, Nick Caserio with the Texans. How you doing, bud?
Do it.
Congratulations, we're going to turn the pick in. We're excited to have you. You're a good football player.
Do it.
So,
let's do it.
Yeah, I'm going
to
put you on.
Let's do it.
Coach Ryans. Here's Coach Ryans.
All right, let's do it. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Jaden, congrats, man.
Hey, get the Texans hat. Let's do it. Appreciate it, Coach. Appreciate it, Coach.
You get that Texans hat ready, man. We're fired up to have you.
All right, bet. Let's do it, Coach. Let's do it.
All right, I'm passing you over to our owner here. Tell me.
All right, bet. Let's do it. Man, let's go. I'm ready. Let's go.
Give everyone a hug there that helps get you here, okay, bud? And we'll see you soon.
I got you.
Congrats.
I counted 14 let's do it on that call.
One of the big assets for a DeMeco defense was that Jalen Reed did have a couple of unnecessary roughnesses in college. So that's
The Texans are like, we don't know how this guy made it to the 6th round.
They want to know. They just want. DeMeco wants the dirty dozen out there, man.
Yes.
He wants guys that you just got to harness you got to harness all that energy and focus them in the right direction.
I love that. Oh, dude, C.J. Gardner-Johnson has a pupil on this team now, like he can. I'm going to show you how to really unnecessarily rough people at the NFL level, kid. Oh, that's great. They drafted a quarterback, Graham Mertz, initially from Wisconsin. He transferred to Florida. He's been in Florida the last couple of years. Tore his ACL midway through this season. Was having a decent year before he tore his ACL, though he was holding off DJ Lagway all year long, kid from right here in the Houston area who's going to be eventually a top pick in the draft. Mertz goes in the 6th slightly to go get him. Here was Nick Caserio with his thoughts on the newest quarterback for the Texans, Graham Mertz.
Got a lot of playing experience, had some success at Wisconsin. They kind of went through the coaching transition there a little bit, and then he felt like the best opportunity for him was at Florida, and then he played there his first year, and then, he got hurt a little bit, obviously, this year, but good demeanor, good presence, has good leadership, good size, throws a pretty good ball, so the type of player that we felt had some traits and characteristics of that position that we wanted to work with, and we had him here in the building, and he was as advertised. So, we'll see how it goes when he gets here.
That is interesting. I had not seen that he was one of their visits to the building, Graham Mertz. A lot of those get reported.
The thing about Mertz is that it's funny. When he was at Wisconsin, he's kind of a turnover machine. He threw double-digit interceptions both years. Then he gets to Florida and ends up – he had like a 239 pass attempt without an interception streak at one point. He dialed that part of it back, but then the knock on him is that he's a little too conservative and safe with the football. He's not as aggressive downfield as you want him to be.
Make up your mind.
So he's damned if he does and damned if he doesn't. I think that he's the biggest thing is less about Graham Mertz, I think, but just the strategy of drafting a quarterback or especially trading up to get a quarterback. If you go back to the Patriots, they followed a strategy that I like, which is every year Tom Brady was the starting quarterback for the Patriots. Every other year, on average, they would draft a quarterback.
Yeah.
And obviously they didn't need a quarterback, but it's the most valuable and important position in sports. And I think at the very least, you don't have to pay Davis Mills $5 to $10 million next year to keep him around as your backup quarterback.
The best case scenario here with Graham Mertz, you look at all these guys. What's the best case and worst case? Best case scenario is Graham Mertz shows them enough to where they're comfortable with him being their backup quarterback next year. They're going to need to go cheap at some positions, and backup quarterback might be one of them. Because I tell you this right now, a year from now at this time, their quarterback position will be one of the most expensive positions, not just on the team, but in the league, if C.J. Stroud gets the contract extension that we hope he deserves this time next year.
Yeah. He can run a little bit.
Mertz?
Yeah.
Not on a bad ACL, he can't. Yeah.
Well, ACL, no big deal.
Yeah.
That's the Tommy John of the NFL.
That's right. That's right. All right. So Payne and Pendergast, that's our draft class. There's a couple other guys. Kevontae Hamilton, D-tackle out of Rutgers. Luke Lachey, tight end out of Iowa. If you're going to take a flyer on a tight end, do it on one from Iowa. With the third to last pick of the draft. All right, Bill Belichick did an interview with CBS Sunday Morning that was incredibly awkward. We will play the most awkward, we'll play a lot of this interview for you, but the most awkward part had to do with his relationship with his girlfriend, Jordan Hudson. And you really get a feel from this interview just how much she's got him on a string. We'll get to that and some other interesting nuggets from that interview coming up next.
Early returns on the Jaden Higgins pick at 34 are extremely positive. Is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We interrupt this draft talk to dip in on Bill Belichick's awkward Sunday morning interview. It ran on Sunday morning with CBS Sunday Morning. Bill Belichick has a book coming out called The Art of Winning. So he's on the promotional tour for his book here. I'm guessing largely organized by his girlfriend / whatever she is professionally for him.
Social media advisor.
Yeah,
or whatever role she's a PR liaison.
Yeah.
Is how she's acting at UNC.
Jordan Hudson is her name. It's Bill Belichick, 73 years old. She's in her mid-20s, and they've been dating for several months now.
And just to set the stage for those of you who didn't see the interview, Bill Belichick by CBS Sunday Morning or whatever it's called. He's wearing a tattered old Navy sweatshirt.
It's got a hole
like
in
a Naval Academy
Yeah.
sweatshirt. Yeah. It's got a tear in one of the chests.
Yeah.
And his girlfriend Jordan Hudson is sitting off to the side in a chair, kind of like a lot of people have. They've got their assistant or whatever sitting off camera. But she apparently during the interview entered camera quite a few to either advise or shut things down.
Yeah, she was very involved, so involved that they pointed it out in the piece. Here is Bill Bell. Here's the piece on his girlfriend, and take a listen at the end where he gets asked a question. He gets asked the question that she takes great issue with.
The other change for Belichick is 24-year-old Jordan Hudson, his creative muse, as he writes in his book.
Make sure that that's the...
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on, though Hudson has recently posted about it on Instagram.
Well, you would think if you were in a relationship, like that's a like if people ask me, like Amy, like how did you guys meet? I'd love telling that story. You
That's
know?
an easy. Hey, let's show.
Yeah.
Plus, they've already told that story. Supposedly, they met on an airplane.
Right,
They were sitting next to each other on an airplane.
Yeah.
And he was curious about I think it was a philosophy book she was reading.
Yes.
Or something.
Yeah.
And they sparked up a conversation that way. This is one of those things where somebody says no comment, where you wonder, like, wait a second, is there more to this?
What am
Like,
I missing? Yeah.
Why are we not allowed to talk about
Yeah.
this thing that you've already publicly talked about?
Yeah.
You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of when Dan Patrick interviewed Kyler Murray before the draft, and people were wondering, Dan Patrick said you keep looking over to your dad every time you want to answer a question. It was like, I don't know if Bill Belichick can make it as a number 1 overall quarterback draft pick, but because if he can't make it through a simple interview, basically a feel-good interview without looking off to the side for advice.
To his girlfriend, who is 50 years his junior. Yeah.
Yeah. The Kyler Murray stuff was way less creepier than the Bill Belichick.
It was weird, man. It was weird. So she's chiming in there. I guess this book, The Art of Winning, it's about Belichick's career. So this is almost like it sounds like, Seth, it's almost it's like his biography, but all the football stuff. Like all the like looked through the prism of football. No mention of Robert Kraft at all. Not a single. Jordan Hudson gets mentioned in the book. Girlfriend of like a year mentioned in the book. Robert Kraft, his boss, not mentioned. He was asked about that.
I have to ask about Robert Kraft because 24 years together, 6 Super Bowls. Unless I'm wrong, he's not in this book.
Well, again, it's about my life lessons in football, and it's really more about the ones that I experienced directly.
But he's not even in the acknowledgement section.
Correct.
Okay, this is why I admire Belichick. That's an easy one when you write a book, your editor, especially with people that or a lot of people that haven't written books before, they write everything down and it ends up being 800 pages.
Yeah.
So the editor has to cut out a bunch of stuff. That's an easy one that if Belichick wanted to, he could have just said, well, you know what? We couldn't put everything in the book, so there you go. But he didn't.
The acknowledgement
to do that.
Him not even being in the acknowledgments, though. That's just.
I'd have to know how many people are in the acknowledgments.
Well, he mentioned his girlfriend in the acknowledgments. And he did.
I've known her a long time.
He did.
Sean.
Yeah,
She's been an integral part of his life.
She's known her like 10 months. If you're wondering maybe where this is all coming from, and by the way, some of this you're going to hear on the Pettycast tomorrow for sure. Here was Belichick when he was asked about cutting ties with the Patriots. Was it a firing or was it a mutual decision?
Do you feel like you were treated with dignity and respect when you were let go by Robert Kraft?
Yeah, well, it was a mutual decision for us to part ways.
He said fired.
It was a mutual decision.
Okay. And some of the veil gets pulled back now on why Robert Kraft may not have been acknowledged. You know what, Robert Kraft, if you're feeling down about it, Robert Kraft, Ben, let's acknowledge him. If it's not going to acknowledge you, we will at least acknowledge you for the fountain of content that you were a few years ago when you decided to go to the Orchids of Asia spa in Jupiter, Florida back in the day. That and when you dated, it must be a Patriot thing, when you dated that very young girl who was trying to break into acting and you were her you were her reading partner on those scripts. That was good stuff, too.
Yeah,
Not that it wasn't erotic.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember when they did that Patriots documentary? Documentary a couple years ago or last year?
Yes.
Belichick was barely in it, right?
Yeah,
you watched it. I didn't watch it.
I watched the whole thing, yes.
And Belichick was barely in it?
He was, it's hard to avoid the head coach. He was definitely not featured in a way or as much as the head coach would be. And this was the big thing, Seth, is that Robert Kraft directly placed blame on Belichick for some of the Super Bowls and seasons that went wrong. Mm-hmm. You know, like when I forget which Super Bowl it was. It was the one they lost to the Eagles where he inexplicably benched Malcolm Butler for the Super Bowl, and Nick Foles goes on and wins the MVP. Nick Foles wins MVP of a Super Bowl that Tom Brady threw for like 500 yards in. So Kraft openly blamed Belichick for things in that documentary as well. Clearly, it feels like a damaged relationship between those two guys. I'm going to go out on a limb. Yeah.
I was looking for the quote where Kraft said that he fired Belichick, but the problem is everything that comes up now is based on this interview alone.
Yeah.
I always got the sense that Belichick, I think he is who he is, and he doesn't try to. No. And I'm guessing that I always got the feel that he didn't really respect Bob Kraft that much. That's just my feel. Yeah. I don't know if it's true or not. I always got the feel it was almost like Kraft is kind of an annoyance that he has to deal with because you got to have an owner, but that he didn't. I just never felt like he really respected Bob Kraft.
I don't know. It's hard to read anything with Belichick because he's so stone-faced. This I know. Ted Johnson said this. Ted Johnson said this the day that Seth Wickersham article came out back in 2017.
Yeah.
About how Brady wanted Garoppolo trade. It was about all the dirt behind the scenes with the Patriots at that time. It was in 2017, and I will never forget Ted coming into Twin Peaks on 290 before the show, like the cat ate the canary, ready to dig into this story. And Ted's first words he said when he dug into that story on the air was, "Nobody is more petty than Bill Belichick. Nobody."
Yeah.
And so
Well, yeah, Belichick's. Well, that's why so many of his acolytes have failed. It's because they don't understand. You don't get to emulate a genius, and all of his personality traits, because those are things that they get away with because they're a genius. Yeah. So a lot of the questionable interpersonal side of Belichick, it worked for him because he was a genius. It's kind of like not everybody can get away with being Deion Sanders unless you're Deion Sanders. Yeah. You can't, and Deion has a public persona versus a private persona. Yep. You can't get away with emulating Deion unless you're as good as Deion.
That's right.
And you can't emulate being Bill Belichick unless you're as good as Bill Belichick.
Yeah. Shedeur found that out the hard way this weekend. Right now on TV on First Take, Shedeur Sanders fair? That's the question they're discussing right now. And Louis Riddick is talking. I will go back and listen to this.
Look, he had a strategy of tanking the draft for many, many teams, and if anything, his strategy worked out too effectively. Well, he was actively and willingly sabotaging his relaeltionship with multiple teams, and it seems to have worked out.
And Riddick,
you got to give him credit for that.
He did.
I'm tired of people not giving him the credit for executing it just executing it too well.
Flawless, yeah. I mean, the only thing that would have been better is if he became an undrafted free agent, then he could pick where he goes at that point. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I disagree with your viewpoint on Shedeur. You have 30-plus-year-old males getting butthurt about a 21-year-old male's self-confidence. Personal feelings should be kept out of business.
Okay, this is what you don't understand, young man, and this is where you need to be careful. Could you show me the deficit of confident quarterbacks in the NFL? It's odd. I didn't realize that all of them were trembling with insecurity and self-doubt.
Yeah.
It's interesting. It's very, very interesting that the things that people are criticizing Shedeur Sanders for, you interpret as confidence. Like not turning your music off when you're at an NFL facility on your headphones, or taking a FaceTime call while you're in a meeting with a head coach, or just flat out you and your father saying that there's teams that you're going to dictate terms of where you're going to go or whatever, like blatantly disrespecting some franchises. What part of that is confidence? Because the things people are complaining about with Shedeur Sanders are not confidence. It's much different than confidence.
It's professionalism. That's what it is. I mean, he was unprofessional in those meetings, according to some anonymous people. The anonymity's been pulled back. Like Todd McShay mentioned Brian Daboll by name on his podcast. So some of the anonymity's been pulled back. But whether it's anonymous or not, and this is what people need to understand, is that whether anonymous or not, all that talk of what Shedeur is like in those meetings, it played out in the draft. He was drafted in the 5th round when he'd been mocked in the 1st round for practically every single mock draft. And you're right about this. Confidence versus professionalism is a distinction that needs to be made. Seth, I will share this take right now. I've only ever shared it with you, but I'll share it on the air right now. The main thing I'm happy about with C.J. Stroud during his draft journey is he was able to kind of push his confidence to the back burner. You know, that I'm glad that he kind of showed himself to be meek and really manipulatable in all the meetings he had with NFL teams. I'm really glad.
It's the most curious and weird opinion that I keep seeing is that they didn't like his confidence. I'm like, they're all confident. Yeah. Every single NFL quarterback is incredibly confident.
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about? They didn't like his confidence.
This has elicited some of the worst takes from people who I think are otherwise smart people.
It's what happens when you spend 3 months saying that anybody who suggests Shedeur Sanders isn't going to go in the 1st round is an idiot and wrong and they're stupid. And then all calling stupid and clickbaity and hot take artists, when all of a sudden all the things that they were saying appear to have some validity at least. You can either acknowledge that you were way off, or you can double down on absurd takes and weird, like things that just don't make any sense at all.
Yep.
Confident. That somehow, Shedeur's confident.
Right.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
That's why nobody wants a confident NFL quarterback.
No, that would be
These
silly.
teams will all tell you the first thing they don't want is a confident NFL quarterback.
That would be absolutely silly. My favorite version of a quarterback was the one where Sam Darnold was seeing ghosts when he was with the Jets.
Yeah.
Completely lacking in confidence. That's what we want.
Or that college kid whose hand was shaking when he had to go in. Yes. He's got it. That's the it factor right there.
How did that guy not get picked first? All right. Sounds from the draft this weekend, including the most hyperbolic, absurd introduction for a rookie in the history of the NFL. We've got that for you coming up next.
Hey, Underdog is the best place to make picks.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we'll circle back to some of your texts here in just a minute. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop today. Some good draft talk, I'm sure, and a whole lot of other stuff. This was, get comfortable, people, because the magnificent Gladstone is about to speak. The GM for the Jacksonville Jaguars, who pulled off a trade that I would say positive coverage than negative coverage. People like the big aggressive move to move up from 5 to 2 to draft Travis Hunter. We'll see if he plays out to be as transformational as the magnificent Gladstone, James Gladstone, the GM of the Jags.
I do like the actual trade up.
You do.
That's a good kind of it. It's like a Will Anderson type of aggressive trade up for a guy you really love.
Right,
yeah.
right. Now, that said, I don't recall Nick Caserio nor DeMeco Ryans introducing either C.J. Stroud or Will Anderson as somebody who is going to be able to change and transform the sport of football. Football is a sport that drives belief in us all. I don't want to spoil things. Here's the magnificent Gladstone introducing, keep in mind, this is the introduction of Travis Hunter. So he's sitting next to him as all this is being said, and Liam Cohen, the head coach, is sitting on the other side of Travis Hunter. Take it away, Gladstone.
Well, as we sit here, Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar, and really what comes to mind for me, right? Thinking about the sport of football and really the power of the game itself, right? Its capacity to ignite belief, right? Belief in ourselves, belief in others, right? Belief in achieving what many may deem impossible. Travis Hunter, he embodies belief, right? He's a rare person, he's a rare player, but he's also a reminder that the boundaries of the game of football were built to be challenged. And so the decision to select him was actually a statement, a steep plan to move who we are, and we want him to be nothing more than him. Because when he is, he elevates the space around him.
Okay.
This is what I want to say to
football
James
field,
Gladstone.
to the city, to the game of football itself.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting up. Couldn't be more jacked to be sitting right here beside him and introduce you all to the man of the hour.
You nailed it, Seth. Earlier we played that clip, and Seth, you said, felt genuine, felt unrehearsed till the very end. Well, it felt kind of rehearsed, but it felt like he definitely not notes or a telestrator. He was speaking, without any benefit of a script. But Travis Hunter is who we've been hunting.
Yeah, that's the canned line at the end.
Corny joke at the end.
You know that
yeah.
he had rehearsed that speech for at least 2 hours in front of the mirror.
Yes, sir.
He's
Yes,
a metaphor. Travis Hunter is a metaphor for everything that we would aspire to be, not just as football fans, but as human beings.
That to me was the part at the end there where he says that it's a statement.
Yeah.
All Travis has to do is be himself. But this pick that the magnificent Gladstone has pulled off. Behold, as I turn the 5th overall pick into not just Travis Hunter, but a statement on the state of football and transforming the sport itself via this vessel, Travis Hunter.
I'm surprised that he didn't have a magician's curtain in front of him that would drop down and there'd be smoke coming up.
Dude.
And sitting there was Travis Hunter, or elevated from from underneath the stage.
Something.
Just a hole out of the floor. Yeah.
He at least should have emerged out of a box, at the very least.
He should have turned a dove into Travis Hunter. He should have had a dove sitting there in the seat next to him, and then all of a sudden, in a big plume of smoke, Travis Hunter appeared.
Travis Hunter is there. Yes. What are you doing, Gladstone? Come on, man. Oh, my God. Yeah.
And then they bring Blake Bortles out and cut him in half.
For real.
Yeah.
Gladstone, no!
That's, good for him. Good for achieving the impossible. That's by trading up, and giving up good, giving up good enough to trade up, and you achieved the impossible. You drafted a player in the NFL draft.
I got no issue with the trade, and I think it's actually, as a Texan fan, I'm excited about it because it makes those games against Jacksonville a whole lot of fun.
Yeah.
Whatever role it is that Travis Hunter ends up playing will be a whole lot of fun. If they put him at corner, I'm here to watch him go against Nico Collins or Christian Kirk or whoever. If they put him at receiver, I sure as hell am here to watch him go up against Derek Stingley Jr. a couple of times a year. You know,
I was a big fan of the first-round picks of the AFC South. I think you bring a lot of juice to the division.
Yep.
You've got a tight end at the Colts, then Tyler Warren, that maybe could unlock. You know, maybe Anthony Richardson will complete 55% of his passes this year.
Maybe. You never know.
You know, they might get him up to 1982 level of quarterback performance.
Yeah, man.
And Travis Hunter obviously is Travis Hunter, and then Cam Ward, we just don't know. So I'm excited about it.
A lot of texts coming in on the reaction to discussing Shedeur Sanders. Confidence should not be confused. A texter say that this is a case of 30-plus-year-old men getting upset with the confidence of a 21-year-old man.
Yeah.
And I think this text kind of encapsulates, like, don't conflate confidence with arrogance or lack of professionalism, which is what all the reports and all the anonymous conjecture has been. The texter says, wear headphones to your next job interview. See if you get hired.
Right, right. And he was actively, this is the problem. And this is where Dion had a misstep. Because remember, Shedeur doesn't have an agent. Dion's advising him in all of this. Is that they treated the process like Shedeur was a slam dunk top 5 pick. Right. When you turn down interviews or you tank the interviews or what have you, you can get away with that when you're a top 5 pick, like a guy that's just so good as a quarterback prospect that somebody's going to take him or trade up to get him. And they just misgauged just what he was. Yep. And then you put him into, when you try to compare it to any other quarterback situation, it's impossible because I can't ever remember a fringe first-round prospect acting this way.
No.
It's just completely different than anybody's ever acted. And you're right, it's the confidence. There's every single good quarterback in the NFL is very, very, very confident.
Right.
Nobody is put off by his confidence.
No.
It's one of the weirdest things I keep seeing continually is that, people don't like his confidence. No. I don't know what that means.
The funny thing, too, with Mel Kiper this weekend, other than the fact that every time a quarterback got drafted or Shedeur came up, he's screaming at the screen, shaking his fists about how the league can't evaluate quarterbacks for the last 50 years. It was endless on ESPN every single time. And Reese Davis eventually, I've never seen this happen before, Reese Davis eventually kind of had to step in and be like, all right, we got it. It's time to move. He's been drafted. This is where he's going now. It's time to move forward.
Key, Mel, it's not putting a value judgment on whether those who passed right or wrong. They did. Yep. So now, whenever you're in circumstances in life, whether you like them, whether you don't like them, whether they're fair or whether they're unfair, you might have to deal with them.
That's
and
right.
now Shedeur Sanders has to deal with it. And for whatever reason, whether he played a minute, microscopic percentage, 0%, or it's a legitimate criticism of the way he conducted himself during the draft process, this was the result. Yeah. Now he has an opportunity to answer it. I think yelling at the NFL about it is not right.
There's not a quarterback that Boomer Esiason was not happy when he was the second round pick.
Tom Brady was not happy.
They dropped. How'd they turn out?
Nobody's arguing that can happen.
The NFL has been clueless for 50 years when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks. Clueless. No idea what they're doing in terms of evaluating quarterback. That's proof. There's proof of that.
How many
times we know exactly what we're talking about with quarterbacks? They don't.
That's one at the end.
Wait, he said we know what we're
talking about with quarterbacks. The NFL doesn't.
Oh, come on.
This is Mel Kiper, who said back in 2010 he would retire if Jimmy Clausen was not a marquee quarterback in however many years. I don't know how many years it was.
I'm astounded that he would say that at the very end. And honestly, that's the biggest stark difference.
They don't.
Between a lot of draft quote-unquote experts or what have you, is that they have way more confidence in their picks than the people who actually do it for a living, because those people understand there's so much uncertainty in it. But Mel can get up there and draft Jimmy Clausen #1 overall and not get fired.
I've never seen Reese Davis like that before on the Mel was trying to jump in, and Reese wasn't going to let. Reese was going to get his point out there. It
was unbearable at a certain point to where I started watching NFL Network because it was the Shedeur Sanders debate show that every time I turned over to ESPN. So an NFL Network, they would talk about it, but it was just they would talk about the picks too.
Yep. Hey, fellas. Howdy. What's going on? John Lopez, Reggie Atatula. Gentlemen, it's great to see you, as always.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Yeah. Did you have a good weekend?
Pretty good. Fantastic.
Pretty good weekend. That's good.
Yeah.
So we've been, Shedeur has found his way onto the show a couple times. What did you guys think of what was your gut feel on the Texans this weekend?
They have a type actually, and I thought of that, and then I saw Seth's video, and I'm like, Seth and I are thinking the same way here. So
that's usually a good sign.
Yeah, that is a good sign. But they definitely have a type. Liked it overall. Obviously, you can pick some nits here and there, but
the people seem to. The report card guys seem to like. What do you think of it, Reggie?
Yeah, I thought that it was a overall good draft. I think it really solidified some of their beliefs, or at least made it clear what some of their beliefs are. And I think also it reminded me just how well their roster is already built. Because I was looking at some of these, I'm like, why you do that? I'm like, well, I guess I could see how you do that because of the circumstances that you've put yourself in overall over years past, and then obviously in free agency and some places. Excited about the way that this roster is constructed.
Yeah.
I guess the thing that I'm left, like it was my gut feel afterwards, is that I'm still left wanting because even though it would have been irrational and even though I would have gotten ahead of myself, if they'd been super aggressive on the offensive line and if they'd managed to nab an offensive lineman in the first round, I would have felt better about the upside of the offensive line. Whereas now I'm in the same boat I was beforehand, which is, well, listen, we just got to wait and see exactly what they do, and we won't find out until September.
Do you think this is probably a topic I may be stealing from your guys' show by asking this? We haven't really brought this up. Like, does the Ursary pick pretty much nail down Titus Howard being a guard?
Yes.
Left guard, do you think?
I don't know if it nails
Reggie
it
says
down,
yes.
but I think it would be trending big time that way.
Yeah. I mean, probably nothing's nailed down. Like this whole thing's a fluid process.
Yeah.
But it does feel. But again, to Seth's point, who knows if a guard had slipped to them at number, like if Tyler Booker or Donovan Jackson are sitting there at 25, then we're talking about Titus at tackle. So who knows?
I think you might still be talking about Titus at guard if you're talking about getting your best 5 out there.
Yeah, the rookie at right guard, Titus at left guard. Yeah. maybe so.
I'm like, that's the place. That is the weakness that I keep looking at, interior offensive line. Not that that's novel. That's what we were looking at last year.
Yeah.
But with offseason, and just like Seth, I'm looking at that interior, and I'm like, I don't still feel great about it. Maybe I could be convinced when I actually see these guys get out here. But there's real questions about the interior with the guards they brought in, Lakin Tomlinson, Ed Ingram, all of them. I still think there's a good amount of questions and concerns in there.
It's funny because Blake Fisher was a second-round pick last year, and yet somehow when Ursary gets drafted in the second round this year, and psychologically you're almost like, oh, well, of course he'll start right away.
Yeah.
Like, oh, check it out.
Right.
He's a second-round pick, and that's first round is when you tend to think, oh, those guys will start right away.
Yeah.
I'm talking about myself in that too. Like I keep wanting to slot him in there as a starter, and it's just not that simple.
We'll see. So question of the day today.
Yes.
A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff.
A lot of things feed into the question of the day.
Yeah. So obviously, I mean, all the things happening in the draft. Something happened on Twitter with the Patriots that made me go, I know someone immediately regretted that. So that got me thinking, what's something that you did or said that you immediately regretted?
I missed what happened with the Patriots. What happened?
All right, I'll give you the juice here. So the Patriots.
We'll answer your question.
They selected a man with Mr. Irrelevant, that final pick in the 7th round. Pick number 257. The man's name is Kobe Minor.
Yeah.
To which point the social media team for the Patriots tweeted out a minor on their account, obviously alluding to the Kendrick Lamar, Drake beef.
Oh, God.
And I was like, immediate regret. Immediate regret had to be there.
And immediately deleted.
And Drake's in the suing mode right now,
Correct.
too.
Yeah,
litigious.
he's lawyered up.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay. Do not piss off multimillionaires, man. Mine would be, and I know the prank phone call thing is
in there, too.
It's got to be in there. Jeff Ulbricht's son. Or to Shedeur Sanders. Reportedly, there was one to Tyler Warren and a couple other people, too, that were not Ulbricht. They only prank called Shedeur. Yeah.
Because it did seem like I've seen all sorts of different reporting on this as we're all trying to figure out what's happening.
The Falcons denied those other ones.
Okay.
So and so I don't know if they have a reason to lie or not. Like it's already embarrassing for everybody involved, including Ulbricht and the team and everything else. I had a prank calling situation in college that got me on disciplinary probation. Now, this is back in the day before cell phones and everything. This is just landlines back in the day. And mine wasn't nearly as, it wasn't setting up for nearly the emotional
and the harm.
Disappointment and harm that I think a phone call to a draft prospect saying we're drafting you is.
Yeah.
Me and a roommate, there was a dude who we knew who was in a couple of our classes who lived in the dorm next door who was a jackass. We didn't like the guy. So a couple times we'd get home late at night, we were drunk, and we would prank call the guy and just be like, hey, what was the guy's name? Jim Stryker. Hey, Jim.
Oh, we're just going to put the okay. Very good.
It was 40 years ago, whatever it is. This is your buddy, Bill Jaharnitz from high school. Just stupid stuff like that. It was more or less just to wake the guy up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And eventually, they traced the calls after he placed some complaints to Student Affairs and yada, yada, yada. I wound up with 50 hours of community service.
50 hours of community? That's harsh.
Yeah, well, it was a good gig.
Yeah.
Because my community service, you'll like this, Seth, as a former athlete, my job was to drive around on a golf cart around campus and pick up injured athletes and take them to class. So I'd be I'd be done with my class again on my day. Got to go pick up Ricky Waters. Got to go pick up Ricky Waters and bring him to Philo class. Okay, Ricky, I drop you off. Oh, got to go pick up Rocket Ishmael. Here we go. So I'm just driving. And that was back when Notre Dame had a lot of famous guys on the team.
Yeah.
So I'm like their chauffeur. It was awesome.
So and you did you even have to wear a humiliating vest or anything?
Nothing.
Oh, that would have been fantastic.
The vest would have been great.
Yeah. I didn't have to wear a little chauffeur's cap or anything like that. Yeah.
I remember.
And if it was NIL era, they would have tipped me probably because they would have the cash to do it. Yeah.
One time when I was like 13 years old, my dad was like lecturing me about something about treating equipment more gently. Like, as I had slammed a door or something, and we were driving, and he was yelling at me and everything, and then it was quiet for a while, and then we had to stop at a gas station. He got something out of the trunk. Still very quiet. He was very mad at me. And we're driving down the road away from the gas station, and the trunk pops up. And he looks in the back, and he's like, oh, damn it, the trunk popped up. And I said, maybe you should have slammed it harder.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
And I I was like, oh, crap. Oh, no. Why'd I say that?
You're right.
Was your dad a punch you in the chest kind of dad? Because that feels
No,
like...
he beat the crap out of my older brother, so I was more just terrified. He very rarely laid hands on me, but he could tear me apart verbally, and he did after that. Made me feel very small. Yeah.
That's a great answer.
You know what he did? He laid the guilt trip on me with these bastard kids. I'll tell you, the one piece of advice my dad gave to me that I knew was messed up at the time was when I was in 4th grade, and he told me once, I could tell he'd been working for 72 hours straight, and he had to pick me up from basketball practice, and he said, he's driving, and his eyes are all dead. He goes, I'll tell you one thing, never have kids. They sap your energy and destroy all of your goals.
Not y'all, though. Y'all are great.
All right, Dad. Thanks.
I can't. There's nothing can top that.
No, it can't. That is the dismount. That is it.
I got nothing. I'm speechless. All right, Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and fair tidings to you and all your children.
Appreciate that.
Your life that they've ruined.
Thank you. My sons are listening. I love you. I just want them to know that. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They're in the loop, and they start now.
Happy Monday to you. It is a reaction Monday because the NFL draft happened all weekend long, and you got 9 new Texans, right, as of now. Before we get there, and he's gonna hit himself when I say this. Appreciation to DNO Model Leasing for bringing you another fantastic crosstalk between these two shows. Oh, man. Let's get going. Get involved with the program by texting into the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
713-572-4610. Also, you can catch us on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyer live stream. On YouTube, Sports Radio 610, and on Twitch, 610 Houston. How do we feel about it? Let's jump in. Overall kind of takeaways from the 2025 NFL selection meetings, otherwise known as the NFL draft, where you get 9 new Texans, including a couple of Iowa State cats, an offensive tackle, maybe guard out of Minnesota, Ariante Ursary.
You can think of
as many Jalens or Jadens as you can see,
as far as the eye can see.
Just a whole bunch of Jalens.
We overpopulated with Jalens. Period. They're just all across sports.
We got Ecos and we got Jadens and Jalens all up and down. Nicknames are going to abound at NRG, or at least they have to, because otherwise, I imagine it'll be a mess. But Lopez,
go to practice and yell out, Jay.
Oh, Lord.
See how many heads turn.
All you got to say is Jalen.
Exactly.
So, what for you, Lopez, was a big takeaway from the 3 days of selecting that the Texans did?
The old sweeping takeaway as you kind of digest this, it to me is we're still not exactly sure who's going to be doing what, but we know what they're going to be doing. They gave us a template to how they're going to approach offense. I really believe that. First of all, and we might dig into this a little bit more.
Sorry, text immediately came in. I appreciate that you guys are already getting involved and sending in heat from the 832. Overall draft grade, J.
They got a J. They got a J. I like that.
If you want to talk about a color, red.
Yeah, red.
Man,
a lot of red.
And some gold as well.
Yeah.
Those together.
Mm-hmm. So,
right, you can't do that. We just getting started.
Shout out to all my Bloods out there.
They will pull us off the air if you don't calm down. What is happening?
That came out of nowhere.
Hey,
What?
And the Crips. Shout out to y'all, too.
Yeah, you better. You're covering yourself over there.
Shout out to everybody.
He almost did something he immediately regretted right
Yeah.
there.
Trying to have an answer for 1040.
Shout out to all people.
Yeah, it's too late now, Figgy. Too late now. All right, so here's what I mean by we're still not exactly sure who, but we know what. If there was any doubt before, there shouldn't be any more. This is going to be an offense that power runs its butt off. They're good with the offensive line that they went with into the draft, by and large.
Oof.
They're good with it. That's number one, because obviously you can be a starter drafted in the second round, but I think there's probably a little more work to be done. Obviously there, but they told us that. They also told us they're gonna run a lot of play action. We talked about what C.J. Stroud's going to be doing. They're going to throw the ball to backs out of the backfield. The big thing about their running back Woody Marks is big time two-way player. Big time two-way player.
Yeah, huge. His pass catching ability is absolutely a big portion of this. I don't know. Did you have more that you wanted to go on that?
No, I'll just throw it out there and we can chop it up, man.
Yeah, one of the things that it felt like to me was, okay, so Nick wanted you to know that he mean what he says when he says what he means, right? The idea that they are going best player available, it did feel very much as though, or at the very least, that he's not drafting for need.
Yeah.
Because if you were coming into this draft considering play last season, the ways in which you moved off of a couple of the mainstays on this offensive line this offseason, and then the ways in which, let's be honest, you did probably about papering over, at least in my estimation, that is my assessment, not theirs, obviously, of your offensive line. I would have deemed it, and not I would have. I did deem it likely that they would come into the draft and try and add more talent to that room. Even as they preached competition, I thought that would be the way that they handled it.
Yeah.
Not really. They got a guy in order to get some talent there, and Ariante Ursary, we can talk more about him, but I think he's a good player. Even if he can be a little stiff, big, strong dude. Big, strong dude, which honestly plays a little bit into the idea that maybe, just maybe, you could move him inside if need be, even if he has not had experience doing anything other than really left tackle at the levels that he has played it. But they did that, right? They got a couple of wide receivers early in this. They went and got safeties and cornerbacks to add to that depth, which I appreciate. However, it felt like they had already added to that depth. When you talk about adding Ronald Darby and then bringing in C.J. Gardner-Johnson in a way that pushes Jimmy Ward into a depth position. And it just seemed like, as an organization, as a staff record label and a crew, they decided, we want to get talented players. We want to get athletic players. Did you see the raw athletic scores for these guys where according to the raw athletic scores, it's a metric that is done just to kind of look at, put a basic number, overarching number to see how athletic the players are that you are selecting. They ranked 13th in a way that they were in the 30s in previous years. Like, they went to a place where they were like, we are just in the way, we want to get good players. They get good players by their estimation, and I appreciate getting a better idea for what this organization is looking for.
That's what I'm saying. You got a really good idea of how this offense in particular is going to play, and then for the last couple of weeks I've been saying I just have a gut feeling that they're going to go after a wide receiver. Now there were several factors that went into that, but not only did they go after a wide receiver, they went after two wide receivers and a running back. They got C.J. Stroud some weapons. They valued weapons above the offensive line, because we were sitting here talking about they might draft two offensive linemen, and
in the first 100 is one of the things I was thinking. They got one in the entirety of in this draft.
That kind of show you that they're comfortable with the offensive line room right now.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know the who, but we know the what. They're good with the offensive line. They got him. They got CJ some weapons. They got a running back that can catch the ball, along with Joe Mixon, who can catch the ball.
Correct.
So they're going to have a lot of backs out of the backfield. They're going to be running some play action because that's what you do with this power-type running team like they did in New England. Sorry, that's just the way it is. And, oh, by the way, another sort of hidden thing that they told us, they are putting huge emphasis on special teams. Like huge. They did it in the free agent signings. They did it with Jalen Noel.
Yeah, Jalen Noel. Hearing the young man talk about like what special teams means and his ability to impact it, it was like he was campaigning to be on special teams.
Yeah.
Right? Like they clearly have an emphasis on that to support your people.
And Jalen Reed. Jalen Reed is a special teams guy.
Right.
So it was a good week. It's been a good offseason for Frank Ross. So that was my big takeaway. Like, okay, now we know what they're going to do. Now, holes, gaps to fill in terms of, we talked about it just a second ago. Is Titus Howard going to be your left guard? I think so. And I think you think so as well. Yeah. And so, who's going to be who are going to be the tackles? I think we know who the tackles are going to be. It's going to be Cam Robinson and Trent Brown, at least to start. And so
Trent Brown, you say?
I think it'll be Trent Brown. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah,
okay.
I think it'll be Trent Brown.
We can talk more about that. From the 713 on the Jim Allen the Texas Hammer text line. Okay, I didn't expect the second one. My bad. They said, R.I.P. Tank Dell. He's not dead. He's just no longer needed here.
Come on,
and I
man.
feel like that's aggressive, but I do understand the underlying sentiment, which is,
well, he's not going to be here this season, I don't think.
Correct, but I think that this organization is also not going to wait and assume that he's going to come back at full health, nor are they going to assume that that John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson are going to develop further into like those guys that they went and they got.
Yeah, that ship has sailed with those two.
Well, I don't know that the ship has sailed. I think that they're going to continue to hold to their watchword of competition, but they're willing to
if they play like they did last season in camp.
Well, sure, and I think
I just don't think so.
That is the if, and that then again puts it back on the plate of I was about to say Higgins. There's a lot of names in this wide receiver room right now, but on the plate of Mechie and Hutchinson. You guys, ain't no guarantees for you boys, right? Like, ain't no, okay, these guys are young and you will get the benefit of the doubt off of that. Nah, it is show and prove time for those guys. Because you have the likes of
competition.
Barrios, you have Watson in there, and then obviously the only guys that feel like they are settled and safe. Christian Kirk, who both of them have had some injury stuff. I think you would probably be. I don't know. Let me ask it as a question. Are you more concerned with Nico Collins when it comes to injuries or Christian Kirk? Because I think I have one over the other.
I'm really not that concerned, but it would have to be Christian Kirk if I had to pick one.
I actually think it'd be Nico Collins.
Yeah.
And it feels like they have some level. I don't know if this is a complete answer because I don't know that I would. In fact, I don't know. I would be far pressed to get out here and just be like, well, Jaden Higgins, rather. Sorry, Jalen.
There's one. There's going to be about, and I'm not picking on you because I'm going to do it too. There's going to be about 75 of those.
Yeah,
today.
this is about to be the next dollar in the helmet situation as we raise money for charity, right? Jaden Higgins. That is. Hey, that guy reminds me of somebody. What's his name? Nico Collins, right? Big, solid receiver, great catch radius, like good route runner. They went and got a dude who, and just because they took him 34 does not mean that he is inherently the guy that you line up on the other position when you talk about starting wide receivers. But it seems like they might not be that opposed to that. And then also there's a level of redundancy with Nico Collins, which I don't think is a bad thing, right? It does offer you a little bit of insurance for injury. But then also Nico Collins is such a dynamic receiver that I think if you get another big body and play him on the opposite side, I don't think that it's something that's terrible, and I don't think that it's something that ends up being problematic. I think you can still get to a lot of the things that you would like to get to, and that's assuming that Jalen Noel isn't the one that you get in there in various points in time or what have you.
Keep in mind play action. That ties in directly with the style that we're going to see more of because you can put two guys on the end, and the route running gets a lot easier when you're playing play action, even on the second. So we got to be versatile enough to be on one end, Nico Collins on the other. We'll see about Noel and Christian Kirk, but they got the wide receiver, I thought, and they got the running back as well. So he's got weapons. We think the offensive line is going to be set. That's what they told us.
All right, so obviously this is not an answer that you can actually make without getting to camp, without getting to actually seeing the competition take place. Does Woody Marks put our guy Dare on a little bit of notice? Because he profiles kind of like a third down back in the ways that Dare has kind of felt like he has had that confidence in that in his role. And I understand there's the kicking aspect of it, and if that's the tiebreaker, then I also wonder how much does the youth then operate as a counter tiebreaker. But do you feel like that at all?
No, I think the big competition at running back is going to be between Dare and Dameon Pierce. I think that's where the battle's going to be. They love Dare. They love what he can do on special teams. Keep in mind what they've done for Frank Ross this offseason and in the draft. They prioritize special teams and special teams athletes and specialists big time. So I think the big competition is going to be Dare and Dameon Pierce.
Okay, that is interesting. All those guys have some perspective. And from the 713 guys, how did Nick not draft for need? Needed offensive lineman in free agency, or they signed offensive lineman in free agency. Obvious need was wide receiver, backup lineman, and running back. All needs. Well, I mean, here's the dirty little secret, and it's maybe not a secret. You're never going to a place where you're completely going outside of need. Like I don't think anybody is just stacking a board based off. These are purely the good players, and that is all that I will take, right? If that was the case, you would not have the machinations of moving up and down or trading back in certain circumstances. That happens because, yes, there's a little bit consideration of where on your roster you need to add to. I think when we start talking about drafting for need, it is a shorthand for reaching for a player that might not be in that tier of players that are available, just because they are at a position of need. I think that's where that then speaks to. So we probably need to be clearer in our language, but I think that it's very evident that he did not do that specifically.
I'll put it very simply. We always talk about lying season and all that, and people who've heard this show for years know I've always said this: the draft never lies. You can have lying season, but the draft never lies. It's always what they really believe. And frankly, to answer his question, why did they not draft for need? They didn't think they needed it. That the draft didn't lie. I mean, that's how we started this segment. They didn't think they needed that help at that high a priority on the offensive line. You might think so. I might think so. The texter might think so. But the draft didn't lie. They told us.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's so much. Somebody said Nico and Jay in the Twin Towers lineup. I would like to see it.
I like that.
Shout out to Monique because I would like to see it. There's a lot more to talk about when it comes to this draft that I'm sure we're going to be talking about probably like damn near all week long as we continue to get our minds around what this Texans team will look like after they've acquired a lot of players over the last weekend. But coming up next, let's get to another sports team that's happening, that's in Houston, or at least right now in San Francisco, the Rockets. Unfortunately, they lose to a Jimmy Butler-less Warriors team. Definitely missed a golden opportunity. But how much are you reading into that particular loss in Game 3? 713-572-4724.
Let's talk about Lady Trees and Louis Flory and getting your trees in tip-top.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is, me.
Reggie Atula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, happy Monday to you. You are in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, and Figgy Fig hanging out with you on a Reaction Monday, reacting to the Texans and their NFL draft haul of sorts, breaking that down. And there's all sorts of things happening on the text line, the Jim Aller, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610, like this from the 832. Put Christian Kirk out there, Jalen Noel, Brevin Jordan, and then maybe Woody Marks or Mixon, and then call it the NASCAR package.
There we go. Yeah.
Just have dudes running up and down the field. I like what you're doing there. I like where our minds collectively are going with this Texans team. We'll get more into that as we continue through the program, but I did want to talk about another team that moves really fast, the Rockets, Houston Rockets, who are in the first round series against the Golden State Warriors, and unfortunately they've fallen to 2-1, playing out there in San Francisco on Saturday night, a 104-93 loss to the Warriors that in and of itself would not be as frustrating if you did not also look up and see that Jimmy Butler, who is the thing for the Warriors that helped their team become more viable as a playoff team this year, seeing that they were struggling before they were able to acquire his services, seeing him be out with a gluteus contusion, if memory serves me, because my brain, which I feel like is not the right way to say it over these airwaves.
He's butthurt?
I definitely wouldn't say it that way.
Yeah.
But he was out for that game in Game 3, and it felt like it didn't matter, right? That felt like an opportunity that was very much missed by the Rockets, especially if Steph Curry is the singular engine of a Warriors team, and you can throw what should be one of the best defenses at him exclusively, and he comes out of it with 36 and 9. And 7 rebounds, mind you, as well, which is that's a funny thing. But you lose that game. How much are you making of this particular game, especially when you consider, like, after a 38-point performance from Jalen Green? I'm just questioning myself every time I say the name Jalen.
Yeah.
He only gave you 9 of them things with 5 assists, but only 9 points in this one. Like, how much are you reading into this particular game?
A lot. I don't see how you can't. I mean, this is the postseason, man. I mean, this loss was not about, to me, the Warriors at all. It was about the Rockets.
Okay.
You know, the Rockets just fell short. Like you know, people often say, well, you can't do that. You know, but in the playoffs, you can't have 2, not just 1, but 2 of your players that you're counting on the most just not show up. Can't do that. I mean, the 2 players the Rockets counted on and needed the most, especially when you consider, you know, that Jimmy Butler is not on the other team. They've had 2 of the 3 games they've come up short. You know, Jalen Green is 7 for 26 from the field in games 1 and 3. That you can twist this any way you want, but it's about those 2 guys, especially Jalen Green. You know, you gaming 2, we're like, okay, and I said it, I was guilty of it. Seems like he's kind of settled in. Well, he didn't. You know, he hadn't settled in. Jalen Green, if you don't have that superstar player, and we've talked about it, you know, the top 5, top 10 player that you can count on every game. If Jimmy Butler's not on the other side, you have to win that game and you have to show up.
I agree. Now, you talked about feeling like he had settled in Game 2. Something that we talked about headed into Game 3 was there is an additional level of settling in that is probably going to be necessary when you talk about playing on the road in the postseason, because that is a different animal in and of itself. How much do you feel like that factored in? Does that give you any level of pause to getting to, you know, because I don't want us to like jump out the gym without considering all the other circumstances, including playing a road playoff game and understanding the different levels of energy that's there, the different levels of excitement and emotions that's there. Do you feel like that factored in, or is that something that you're willing to sweep to the side?
Maybe I'm just being too harsh here. I think it's inexcusable. I really do. You can't win a series when the best, most important player on your team just doesn't show up.
Sure.
I mean, am I being too hard? I mean, because of the road and their first playoff series and everything else? I don't think so, but maybe I am. That was an inexcusable performance.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I think that especially with the way that this postseason has been situated for a long time for the Rockets as a barometer, as a little bit of a test to see what moves need to be made, what is the next step. I think a lot of people are immediately going to especially see up and down, having himself a nice game, but how much of that is like kind of what you expect as a pop from a role player as opposed to kind of a lead guy. Even Alperen Şengün, who was the metronome in game one, has not had a similar quite game as we've continued. I know that people are kind of using this to go to the star player argument, and I do think that there is some fairness in there. But can I maybe sell you on the idea that there's a different acquisition that I think is going to be more important?
What's that?
As acquiring a offensive coach, not a head coach. I'm not saying get rid of Ime Udoka. Please don't read me as that. But I think on his staff, I don't necessarily know who I point to on that staff. A youthful staff and a staff that has acquitted themselves fairly well, to be fair. But a youthful staff, I don't know who I point to that I go, they are driving this offensive attack in such a way where I know what to depend on. I know what they're trying to get to, and I know that they can get to it in any circumstance. Because you point to Jalen Green not having a good game. You point in that game in particular, you could see the Warriors trying to wall him off, doing some really good things, funneling him to the big where they would have some help. Those are things that, yes, that's good defense, but there's things that then you need to do as a counter move.
Yeah.
That I did not necessarily see. I had the good fortune of watching this game with B. Scott, with Ron Hughley, and I was sitting there, and as this game continues, I kept asking myself, what are they trying to get to?
Yes.
And far too often, the answers were dissatisfying. And I saw someone even talking about this on the text line, right? Late in the game, they said they're probably going down 3-1 tonight because they noticed towards the end of the game, down 7, 8, what have you, the ball, that's something where if you were able to scheme up your offense, understanding that there's limitations to this, but you should be able to find yourself in better circumstances as opposed to what we are trying to get, not what we have fallen into, but what we are trying to get is Amen Thompson taking a contested layup.
Yeah. Look, I'm glad you brought that up because I jotted down 3 thoughts kind of as subplots to the Jalen Green thing, and one of them is exactly what you said, but the first one is longer term. It's you have to get that superstar. We talked about that, right?
You do, but this is why I think it's bigger is because you get a superstar, and how much of your offense, if you are planning on being a very good team, is just going to be go for what you know. Let's use Kevin Durant as the stand-in because we know there's some mutual interest or what have you. But whatever guy, even if it's like, the Phoenix Suns for some reason decided they wanted to come off Devin Booker, come on down. Even if that's it, how much do you go? Here, the entire offense is going to be built out of you figuring out what the hell to do. Well, I don't think that's tenable.
That's the second thing I wrote down. Is offense Ime Udoka's kryptonite? That's what it is. Running an offense, finding a gotta have it kind of offensive set, being able to go from one to the other, seamlessly in the midst of a big possession. It's his kryptonite. Is it his kryptonite? And the third thing, frankly, I'm very surprised about that I wrote down and that's Fred VanVleet. I mean, he's shooting 27%, man.
Yeah, it's been really problematic.
He shot 27% in 41 minutes. He's the guy that's supposed to be the concept influence.
He got the experience.
He's got the experience, all that. Jalen Green's going to get the brunt of it. I don't think Fred VanVleet should be off the hook at all here.
And I don't think he is. Yeah. The only thing that makes it tough is that the intangible things that he brings are necessary, and they kind of make it so that you at times need him really not at times, often need him on the floor. But if he is not bringing enough in other ways, where you talk about knocking down shots and things of that nature, it almost becomes like problematic. It almost becomes a net negative having him out there, even though he's helping you kind of organize your defense. He's helping you keep yourself calm and stay on track. When you're staying on track and you don't have very much to get to, it all just does not mesh. And so that was a very, very frustrating game to watch, on top of the idea that you seem to have a leg up. You seem to have an opportunity to do something, especially because the Warriors were hampered. You knew that there was going to be one particular place that they would go to. And to be fair to them, there was instances where you had good defense and better offense. But that's the difference in playing in the playoffs and playing against a player of that caliber. And so it was really, really tough to have that happen. Do you think that this then tells you all you need to know from the series, or do you think there's still opportunities for this Rockets team to try and punch back? Because it's still 2-1.
It's still 2-1, and you still have an opportunity tonight. to maybe right the ship a little bit and at least get, a home court back and all that. Two things are going to be very important. Is Jimmy Butler playing tonight? That's number one. And is he going to be able to play? And the second thing is that's two games where Jalen Green hasn't showed up. I mean, I don't know if you can you overcome that? 2 games, he was a negative?
Well, I mean, one of the things about Jalen Green is that we know historically he can be a roller coaster.
Yeah.
So do you then do the thing where you just hope that when you get the good Jalen Green game, or maybe even the great Jalen Green game, that you make sure you win those ones and see if you can get 4 out of 7 of those? Is that the game that you're ultimately playing here to some degree? I don't know for certain, but it does seem like at the very least part of the mix that has to happen for you to get a win is getting significantly more from Jalen Green. I don't know that 38 is necessary, but you got to get into the double digits at the very, very least of what you were doing there. But yeah, there you go. The Rockets unfortunately fall. They'll play again tonight. They're back 8:30 p.m. Oh, sorry, 7:30 p.m. because it's 8:30 Eastern time. 7:30 is God's time. They'll be playing in San Francisco, and you'll be able to see that on TNT. But then also Space City Home Network. Maybe that was it. Maybe it was just, they was playing on ABC. There's no Craig Ackerman and Ryan Hollins, and we can get back to that and we can stabilize all of this. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's ease our way back into a little bit of the draft as, our question of the day ties into something that happened during the draft. The Patriots social media account did something that very much felt like an oh no moment. So with that being the case, what was a time that you said or did something that you immediately regretted? 713-572-4610. We'll do it next.
The Texans close down night.
Downy Rinse and Refresh.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Fights odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I lied. Rockets, Warriors tonight, 9 p.m. I will say, though, I take my responsibility. Don't get me wrong.
I'm going to let you off the hook.
But also, there's a number of publications that have different start times on this one.
Depending on where you go, tonight's game starts at 7, 7:30, 8, or 9.
Now, are they doing this because of the previous game?
Well, yeah.
Try to cover all ground.
No,
just in case.
I have no idea. But no, I ultimately you get at 9 because you basically, if you're starting on a weeknight, you got 2 windows, so you'll get your East Coast window and your West Coast window. And, of course, the Rockets are going to be in that West Coast window, especially playing in San Francisco. But, yeah, there you go. Rockets at 9. Let's get to the question of the day. Inspired by a social media post that was just, you had to know that they regretted it immediately. It didn't go down immediately. It stayed up for a little while. But what was a time that you said or did something that you immediately
explain the post again because some of our listeners may not have been listening.
Correct. So the New England Patriots had pick number 257 in this year's NFL draft, which is the final pick of the draft. And the player that is selected there is frequently referred to as
Mr. Irrelevant.
That is right. Brock Purdy notably was one time Mr. Irrelevant. And so, it ends up being kind of a thing of sorts, a position that, let's be frank, typically people don't actually care about. However, we found a way to make this something you care about. And of course, I imagine that any team is going to post about all their selections. But the final selection of this particular draft is a gentleman. He is a defensive back, and his name is Kobe Minor. All right, Kobe Minor. That is pertinent here because the New England Patriots put up a graphic. I saw this on Twitter. I imagine it might have been elsewhere as well. But they have Kobe Minor in his Memphis jersey, right, where he played, and he is out there backpedaling, and they have Mr. Irrelevant all big on it. And, it says New England Patriots, defensive back, all that's fine and good. Now, the caption that the Patriots decided to go with this says, A Minor, in reference to Not Like Us, a song by Kendrick Lamar. That was a part of a big beef that happened last year, if you did not know. One of the cruxes of the beef was claiming that fellow recording artist Drake was some level of, can I say this on air?
Yeah.
Some level of pedophile? Mm-hmm. And so the idea, yes. And so with that being the case, I feel like that's an association that you didn't want to make in that moment, not for the Patriots in general, but then also that sucks for that dude in particular, doesn't it? Like, I am Mr.
I've seen that. Wait, I'm excited. No, I'm not excited at all. No, I'm not.
No.
No, I'm not.
I was like, that is the time where you don't need the pop culture reference.
And just imagine, I'm sure he got teased as a kid with that name anyway.
Yes.
Like, are you a minor or all that stuff?
Yeah.
It's probably worse since that song came out.
So decisions you immediately regretted.
Yeah.
Huh? The son of the defensive coordinator, is his name Jax Ulbrich?
Yes, it is.
Prank called Shedeur Sanders and told and acting as if he was getting drafted. Which, by the way, that's just the dumbest thing ever. So something that you immediately regretted. For me, both of them, I kind of feel a little bit not vindicated, but understandable. Both of them happened when I was like in high school. So you're dumb in high school, right? Everybody's dumb in high school. The first one I've mentioned on this show before. I had a buddy whose father owned or managed a creamery, like ice cream, milk, eggs, all that stuff. So we went in there. He had the key, and we went in there, got about 10 dozen eggs, and started driving around, cruising around, tossing eggs at various things. And some idiot
can't do that in 2025.
No, you can't. But some idiot in the front seat, his name was Raymond Castillo.
What? What is up with y'all just putting people's full governments out on blast here? That's crazy.
Started tossing at cars going in the same direction as we were.
Can't never do that.
Oh, wow.
And he tossed a few at one car. Next thing we heard was a couple of gunshots. And
correct. Look, I mean, that's generally something that should be in the back of your mind, is you never know what people are toting with them, and so act accordingly. But especially on the road, like when people are driving, there's just a level of irritability that is a different level than in other circumstances. So that is wild.
Spending the night in our car until about 3 in an alley behind a movie theater, making sure they were gone. Just sitting there talking BSing the whole time. And then the other one is kind of similar to Seth's. I was out. I think I was already in college, but I was back at home and had some beers with some buddies watching Monday Night Football. I remember it very distinctly. And I got home and my dad was up and waited for me, and I did that stupid, as you're coming of age type thing, where he said something and I don't even remember what I said, but I kind of smarted off and chested up to him.
Wait, you thought you was too big?
Yeah, I kind of put my chest out a little bit. Yeah, that didn't take. That didn't last. He was still the boss.
That's right. And I guess I don't envy the fathers in particular that have that moment with, I imagine their sons in particular.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh no, I have to, like, you
now I got to kick your ass.
I got to let you know. Someone is still the man around these parts, and let me tell you it's not you, brother.
A decision you immediately regret.
It is not you. From the 281 on the text line, they said, got in an argument with a girlfriend and dropped, no wonder everyone you know was an alcoholic, on her. Bad time, bad choice at the time, but she was awful, so it worked out. Okay, that's not too bad on the backside. But yeah, man, there's sometimes you just let out that thought that you should have just left as a thought.
Yep.
That is not a good one. For me, one of the ones that comes to mind it happened in middle school, and it's just, I try to view myself as a relatively moral person to try and do the right thing. It's fine sometimes. It's just the nature of putting a whole bunch of kids in the same place, and sometimes things happen. So at one point, I called myself being a good person, where folks were on, somebody decided they was fighting, and I was like, nah, y'all should not be doing this. So I got in there and I tried to break up the fight.
Oh man, don't do that.
And then you get the teacher that comes through, or and hey, all y'all coming up, like, I was breaking up. I was trying to stop that. Me and you are on the same team.
Hey, that's
lady.
rule number one, man.
Me and
rule number one.
Your name should have been Bennett.
And it started to be after I learned, because, and I want this noted, multiple people also testified and verified to the fact that I wasn't no problem.
Did you get in trouble?
I was trying to. Yes, I got in-school suspension for that. For trying to stop a fight. And I was like, let that be the last time I step between somebody else's business. Like that became. I remember that to my core. I remember sitting in school suspension, looking at this nonsense and being like, all right, I have learned my lesson fully. Don't call me don't expect me to do nothing.
You was a good kid, man. There was no way in hell I'm stepping in between anybody. Not even girls.
I was trying to be a good human being, and they went ahead and punished me out of it. And I was like, okay, y'all got it.
It's a cold world, man.
That's right.
It's a cold world.
From the 346 instant regret, back in the day, 610 website used to have the babe of the day. Sent the babe of the day pick to the head of HR instead of their coworker. Oh no!
And HR was a woman.
Yeah, wow, that is tough,
man. So mine was I ain't gonna say who it was or anything, but we were out to eat, and all of a sudden I saw her father, who was married to her mother at the time, but they was going through some things. And he walked into the restaurant with another woman.
Oh
no!
He was in there, and in the back of my mind, I'm like, I better not say nothing, because I know she gonna go and call her mom.
Yeah.
And what do? Hey, is that your dad?
No, no.
And what did she do? Call her mom.
Call her mother.
I looked down at my food, looked up, her mom was right there.
Oh, wow.
She got there quick.
She got there so fast.
Oh, my God.
And it was a big scene.
Oh, a legit scene.
Yes.
And you couldn't even go nowhere because you was part of the party.
I was eating. I was going to leave my meal. I ain't about to leave my food.
Dinner and a show, apparently, is what you got.
I'm like, still to this day, I'm like, man, I shouldn't have said nothing.
So apparently what we're learning,
his whole spot.
What we're learning, and the lesson that myself and Figgy definitely learned, is don't try and be a good Samaritan, apparently.
I wouldn't even try to. I was just like, hey, that's your dad right there?
Yes, and it is.
Is with another woman?
That is not my mom.
Yep. And she thought it was kind of funny. Let me tell Her mom, and I was just like, no, do not do that. She is not going to think it's funny. And of course, she did not think it was funny. And it was a big scene up there, man.
Yeah. They say you was just being messy.
Figgy being messy.
Some more text that came in. Growing up, or actually this is on the YouTube page. Shout out to Joseph. Growing up, I knew better than chesting up to my dad while he was alive. He was a master level. You taught me.
Hey, you are a fool.
You better not have had that
With all
moment.
due respect.
But a lot of kids do that right about high school age.
It is a rite of passage.
Yeah. I might be the only kid. I never.
You never tried your pops.
Yeah.
Wow.
We always been good money anyway.
Yeah.
But when he yell at you, this is known in the family. When Eddie yell at you, you wrong.
Yeah.
No matter what you did. Like my mama used to always yell for the hell of it. Where that just kind of go out of one ear through the other. When Eddie yell at you, you
knew what time it was.
It
landed. It stuck with you.
Yes.
That is my favorite subsection of the immediately knew that you were wrong, or like the F around and find out, is the time that you tried your pops.
Yeah.
Is always one of the very fun ones. Sean said he muttered SOB to his old man one time.
Oh, Lord.
First and last time he ever cussed at his pops directly. Woke up on the floor minutes later. Oh, wow. Very good. From the 281, during boot camp, there was a Filipino drill sergeant with a very thick accent. He started yelling at us, and I could not understand him and started laughing. Oh, no.
Yeah, well.
Oh, no, because them drill sergeants get off on trying to give me a reason. That is what they, like, their name should be Sergeant Give Me a Reason, because that's what they are on. Keep sending those in right here.
I had a regret on, I think I was in elementary school. And I guess everybody got in trouble where we had to eat lunch quietly.
Yeah.
And somebody did something funny, and I laughed. And this gym teacher was like, Gilliard, something funny? And I'm like, and I was like, yeah.
Yes. Otherwise, I would not be laughing.
He was like, you ain't going outside.
Damn.
Says 4 weeks.
He took away yard privileges. That's
I
crazy.
was being honest. I'm like, something was funny.
Yes, it was. It was.
And what did you learn?
Yep.
Next time, lie.
Yeah.
That's right. from the 713, I regret the Texans and Jack Easterby.
Yeah, fair.
Fair. All right, keep sending those in on the text line. You're listening to In the Loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Obviously, the draft wrapped up, so a lot of NFL things happening this weekend. And, of course, we'd be remiss if we did not talk about the story of the draft. What the hell happened there with Shedeur Sanders? We'll do that next.
The pick is in. Casario.
California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Actually, all right, sorry, Lopez. I know that we're trying to stay on track. We will go around the NFL here in a second, but y'all, wow, a lot of regrets very instantaneously. I will start with the subsection of sent that to the wrong person, where someone let us know they were in meetings during like COVID where you're working virtually. They were in meetings, and after a little while, like after like a few weeks of meetings, they sent a message to their coworker saying, "When is this B going to stop?" And apparently she responded back in the chat, "Whenever I want to," which, yikes. In that same subset, somebody said they accidentally sent a mass email to their guy friends of naked women on a boat, and it went to the priest of their Catholic church.
Yeah. Oh, man.
You might imagine the talking to came to after that one. And then the secondary subsection is times you bucked up to not your dad, but your mom as well, as I think that's happening right now in the chat on the YouTube page. Again, appreciation to the Mo Karam injury lawyers. Mark, our guy Phoenix Power Rangers still have the scar on his lip from that. And shout out to Kicks Rocks, who said same except wooden spoon. So man, there's a lot of those. We had the whole break. We were talking about similar situations, including one with a good friend of mine that had to do with mac and cheese and him not the one to eat it. When I tell you he slept good after that particular whooping, he did sleep very good.
My people will know about the chancla, the dreaded chancla.
That's right.
That my mom, she could pull it like a 6-shooter.
Like a holster, just out the holster?
Like a 6-shooter, man.
Or spaghetti western stuff.
What you know about them shoes?
The chancla, the little slipper.
There you go.
She could just pop it out and whip you.
And they used to throw it like a boomerang.
And we laugh to keep from crying.
Yes,
we laugh to keep from crying. All right, let's go around the NFL here, where the NFL draft was widely well-regarded, well-watched, as I think John Lewis of Sports Media Watch said that the second night of the draft attracted an average audience of 7.3 million viewers across all platforms, a 40% increase from day two of last year.
I wonder why.
Yep.
Why.
That is a question.
What was they waiting on to get drafted?
Yeah.
Although one thing I will say, right, there was a ton of people just physically at this draft. Green Bay really had people show up in a big. Because I was watching day 2, day 3, and I was like, they still got a good amount of people out there, even still. But yes, Figgy, you are absolutely right that a lot of this was driven by the, I guess, fall, if we want to call it that, of Shedeur Sanders down the draft boards, ultimately landing Cleveland, a team that he was, kind of mocked to very early on in the process. At 2 overall, he ultimately tumbles to that place. And there's been a lot of conversation. What is it? Hashtag discourse about this in particular.
A lot of think pieces.
Where do you fall on this? Are you Lopez in the place where you go, this is simply the market dictating that he's not like as hefty of a prospect? Is this some level of indictment of him as in his professionalism or what have you, or is this something else entirely?
Sometimes, we say this saying, 2 things can be true at once.
Sure.
I think 3 things can be true at once.
Okay.
In his case. Number one, I refuse to believe that this was any kind of conspiracy, any kind of NFL, owners and general managers and coaches, sort of getting the pack mentality, because some team would have taken him earlier. Like even with the pack mentality, with the the reputation and all this other stuff, there would have been a team that could have taken him earlier. So I refuse to believe this is some sort of like conspiracy type thing. The second thing is obviously the funny thing. I guess the Cleveland Browns have some quarterbacks now, huh? They have some selection.
Because they in the 3rd round they took Dylan Gabriel, and that's where I fall at on this, or that's part of where I fall at. I think, and I will start by prefacing this with, you can attest this, right? I'm not just coming up with this on the back end to try and both sides or what have you. I was not not high on Deion Sanders as a quarterback prospect, which, to be fair, I'm not high on any of the quarterbacks in this particular draft. And if you get to a certain point, like I did not see the reason why he would be a number 2 or number 3 overall outside of simply quarterback is an important position and people will get there. We had a whole long text conversation about such.
Yeah.
With that being said, right, I can even see the ways in which Jackson Dart over Shedeur Sanders is a way that you could go, right? Jackson Dart is a very, very raw player, but there's some upside. In fact, to speak to how raw he is, because I think this is funny, can you give me this from John Gruden and his quarterback situation? You do have this, right, Figgy? This is Jackson Dart explaining to John Gruden what his snap count sounds like.
Stand up. Let me see your snap count. Let me be honest with me, because I see at USC, I see this guy.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You ready?
Yeah. No, I want to hear the snap count.
Yeah.
Really? Every time?
Every time.
Do you have like a dummy clap or anything?
Yeah, we call it purple.
What's that?
Yeah.
For 3 years, you've been clapping. I think I could do that.
Let me hear it.
No, I ain't doing it.
That's hilarious.
So yeah, Jackson Dart, when he gets to the NFL and he's having to do all these extra calls, there might be some more to be done there. I found it to be hilarious.
It was.
Because he had the biggest smile on his face, Jackson Dart did. He's like, look at this, watch this. You ready to see it? You ready?
He planned it.
Clap.
Yeah.
Like that was it.
Because that's all he does.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can even see going Jackson Dart over him. Like I could see the going on the upside play for Jackson Dart, and he will have that opportunity in New York. The thing is, you start getting me to the point of relative value when you talk about opportunity cost. Tyler Shuck is going to be 26 years old at the start of the season.
That's where I kind of lost. I'm like, all right, man.
That I don't see the ceiling proposition on him. Dylan Gabriel, his ceiling is expected to be, or actually, I don't see the floor on him. Like he has an incredibly low floor, Tyler Shuck. Dylan Gabriel, reasonable minds, because obviously, when we talk about projection, we are guessing to some extent. So I'm keeping this kind of rough because I don't know that I want to say absolutely, but reasonable minds assessing his possible ceiling is good backup.
Yeah.
And he was taken 2 rounds ahead of Shedeur Sanders.
In the 3rd round.
Yeah.
2 rounds ahead of Shedeur Sanders.
I didn't get that one,
And
man.
so, you can talk to me about maybe what he is as a prospect and maybe him not being a first-round prospect. Even in this year, I can maybe go with you on that argument. I can even maybe go with you on the idea that Shedeur Sanders, his ceiling might be a little bit lower than some of the other guys that are in this. I can hear you on that argument. I don't know how much I'd agree with it, but I can hear you on the argument. When we start getting to these places, I don't know that you go to a place where you talk about a level of his personality or arrogance that is so much more than the opportunity cost of a quarterback, especially if you're talking about a dude who has the possibility of being a solid starter compared to a dude who's backup quarterback. You mean to tell me that his interviews were so poor that no team goes, the opportunity cost is just so great that I'm not taking it? I'm having a hard time buying it.
I get that, but I think the answer is yes. Again, there's not the NFL didn't all 32 conspire to we're going to show him it was that bad. They didn't all fall in line with some narrative. These guys, they think independently, they do their own thing, and they always go back to, well, I can fix him. The coaches, I can fix him. We talked about that a lot. So Dylan Gabriel was absolutely a head scratcher. Tyler Shuck, absolutely a head scratcher. But here's the third thing that I got to. The 3 things can be true at once.
Okay.
All right? The third thing is, and this was going to be a confession, but I'll say it right here because I got other confessions. As comical as it all seems, I think they actually got a steal with Shedeur Sanders in the 5th round.
100%.
I think
in the 5th round?
In the 5th round, I think they finally, to your point, they finally said, well, screw it. It's not going to cost us much here. And everything that happens, if it doesn't work out, nobody's going to be pointing and laughing at the Browns. There's plenty to laugh at already with the Browns, But if it's just a good, solid quarterback that can start some games, because keep in mind, Flacco's old. Pickett isn't going to do anything. Dylan Gabriel, you talked about, maybe they see him as a backup. But if they strike gold,
you actually have a chance to start.
If they strike gold all of a sudden and he's just a good quarterback, that's a steal.
Assuming that they have the incentive to, because I think, and I'm sure Ron will make this point, but one of the points that he was making when we were talking about this is also that he now, he has less of a, not even the right way of saying it, but like he has a lower ground to stand on being a 5th round pick because teams are incentivized. As much as we want to talk about the best player ultimately getting to that place, my high school coaches used to say this and it upset the hell out of me because we know politics factors in, but the idea that the cream will rise to the top.
Yeah.
We also know that like your draft position, your contractual, the obligations that they have to you contractually do impact it. And it's a lot different when you're talking about a 3rd round, 2nd round pick compared to a 5th round pick where he's got a real uphill battle in order just to make the roster, considering that you got technically 5 quarterbacks, although I don't know where Deshaun Watson will fall on the active roster, what have you, right? You've got a lot of quarterbacks in there that you have to find your way above, so he's going to have to ball out very quickly to justify his existence on that roster.
But he's got 2 years. He won't. A 5th round pick won't get cut the first year.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, generally, no. A 5th round, 6th and 7th, maybe.
If you're the 3rd quarterback, right? Yeah. But there's a lot of quarterbacks, is what I'm saying, and there is a situation where you could get them to. They could easily get to a place where they go, sorry, dog, you're quarterback 4.
If I had to bet on it, I would probably bet. I would probably bet this ain't looking good for Kenny Pickett. Somebody like Kenny Pickett
or Deshaun, of course.
Well, he just kind of has to.
He's probably
they don't have the out.
He's probably going to be on the PUP list or something like that. But.
No, I think, to me, if you want to point and laugh at the Browns, you can, and there's plenty you can point and laugh at.
Well, you could point and laugh at this draft they had.
Yes,
I don't know what.
Can I give you a point and laugh in some ways? Did you see Kevin Stefanski and the general manager when they were making was being announced? Them boys was clapping, but they did not look excited. They really didn't look that excited. And 713, he just isn't that good. That is all relative. I just gave you a relative reason where he's absolutely that good comparatively to the 3rd round pick that the Browns selected themselves, and a dude who probably went in the 2nd round pick, who I would easily say is not as good as Deion or Shedeur. I keep wanting to call him Deion. Shedeur Sanders. And so, anyways, look, we've said our piece, and ultimately, this is one of those kind of topics that is so robust that I think that a lot of people are going to have fairly solid stances on this, and ultimately it's up to him. Like, is he going to get out here and be able to do the things that are necessary for him to be a success in a way that I think he obviously wants to, and I imagine the Browns would want him to, just for their own personal benefit.
Yeah.
So with that being the case, you had the Shedeur drop, but within that, a subplot was there was somebody out here calling to prank him during the course of this.
That was that's just cruel, and the fact that it was a guy who knew better. He knew better.
Yeah. So Jax Ulbrich, who was the son of the Falcons defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich, released a statement apologizing for prank calling Shedeur Sanders to try and basically make it seem like he was being drafted. It's on Instagram saying that he made a tremendous mistake. He was he spoke specifically to Shedeur Sanders, and he appreciated Shedeur accepting his call, saying that he was selfish, childish, and obviously spoke to it. It was, I guess, nice that he did ultimately apologize. That is really problematic that information was so easily accessible from players, and I know that there's just going to be a defense coordinator is going to have these information available to them. That was a little bit troubling that was so easily accessible.
Well, and the other thing, a lot of people are blaming his father for leaving. I guess he left his iPad open, unlocked. But if you can't do that in your own home with a high school age person there who knows exactly what the situation is, I actually don't even blame him that much. It was the kid. It was the kid.
Yeah.
Just something stupid. That's like stealing out of your mom's purse.
Right.
You know not to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he wasn't the only one, Shedeur.
There were several, right?
Tyler Warren was also prank called. He ultimately went 14th to the Colts, so you'll be seeing him in division. Obviously, we know that. But supposedly when the Jets were up at 7, he received a prank call as well. I don't know that we have very many details as to who. The NFL is currently looking into this, as this is becoming a mini epidemic of sorts in the NFL, because there was also somebody else who was prank called in this, and I just don't get what you're getting.
What do you get out of it? What do you get out of something
just
like
being
that?
stupid?
I mean, it's not even funny. It's not funny by any stretch.
No.
Yeah.
No, not at all. So the NFL is actively looking into it, which I did find a little bit humorous in maybe a dark way, because there's a lot of things that the NFL allows other people to look into.
Yeah.
And they're like, we got to jump into action. We can't
this.
have these people prank calling players.
Yeah.
We can't do this. yeah, no. But when it comes down to it, what school do you believe had the most players selected throughout the NFL draft?
Well,
Lopez?
I think we all know this one. Figgy?
Do you?
The Ohio State University.
That's correct. 14 selections to Ohio State. Do you know who was second?
Georgia?
The University of Georgia at 13. So, but the SEC as a conference had the most with 79. Big Ten had the second most with 71. The drop-off pretty steep to the ACC, 42 selections from the ACC. Miami leading the charge there with 7. And then the Big 12 had 31 selections as well. Colorado having 4, Iowa State, Arizona, Oklahoma State having
3 receivers too, Colorado.
Yeah.
Yes, the most wide receivers that were taken in a very particular place. So, yeah, man.
They made Shedeur look good.
Maybe so. That is a part of Shadeur's game that does he had a 70-something completion percentage, but I think the tracking data would tell you that his receivers did still have to make some movements when it came to open passes. So I'm not here. I'll be the last one to tell you, no, he's a perfect prospect that should have gone number 2. I'm not telling you that.
Right.
But I just find it hard to believe that you go that far with that many quarterbacks in between.
Mel Kiper would tell you.
I bet he would.
Dude, that got too much.
He went on and on.
That was too much.
He
was crashing out, man. That was a classic case of crashing out, man.
Just take the L on that one.
Can I give you a story that I don't know how to quantify or qualify or describe, because in some ways you could call it a bittersweet, kind of a maybe heartwarming, but also a very sad story. Derek Harmon, interior defensive by Steelers in the first round with 21 in that spot on Thursday. His mother, Tiffany Sane, she suffered a stroke in 2022 that left her paralyzed on her left side. So she was on life support in the hospital as he's going through, his college career and everything. And she passed away on Thursday night. About 15 minutes after he was able to kind of get to the hospital and talk with her about him basically reaching this fulfillment of a life's dream. And so it was such a wild story to think about, that you had this, your mother is in this tough circumstance. You have this moment of jubilation, and it almost feels like you can craft the narrative of she held on just long enough to see her baby, make sure that he's solidified for a good amount of his lifetime.
To me, this was comforting. A lot of people saying sad, and it is, obviously, but to me, this was comfort. She could have died last week. She could have died last year. She could have died next week, but she died then. To me, that's almost a comforting thing.
I would hope so. And obviously, if you were inclined to try and talk about, or if you're living through this, I imagine you would want to take the most optimistic and hopeful and, encouraging aspect or look at it. With all of that, obviously, condolences to Derek Harmon. And obviously, I imagine that there has to be some level of warmth in the idea that she was able to at least see her son reach that height. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's stay with the draft. You know what comes after the draft? Draft grades. What are the experts, quote unquote, saying about the draft of the Texans? And why not go around the AFC South and see what other? We'll do that next.
The Texans brought in 9. 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, letter grades, ladies and gentlemen. Letter grades. 713-572-4610. The Jim Adler Texas Hammer text line is what that is.
Texas Hammer!
What's your letter grade for the Texans? That's what comes after the NFL draft. We give grades. Based off of what? Who knows? Do we know anything?
All
no.
our knowledge.
But we do this. It's an obligation, actually. I'm pretty sure it was in my contract.
Yeah.
When you talk on the radio, we got to do draft grades. It's above me.
I saw a draft grade. I think it was like a graphic sheet at all the teams. Everybody had A's and B's. I'm like, are y'all serious?
Because you don't know.
Every team?
How can it be an F?
Every team.
It's
I'm like, damn, y'all pretty nice. I wish y'all was my teacher.
I want that teacher.
Man. A's and B's, everybody.
That's right.
All 32.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so man, let's look at some what these I guess experts are giving the Texans and I guess some of the other teams in the AFC South, because obviously that's who you're contending with on a more on a smaller basis or more intimate level. Let's start with ESPN because Mel Kiper Jr.
Browns.
He did give the Browns an
A+.
That is a thing.
I didn't even see it, and I knew that.
He said that they had their team needs with quarterback, wide receiver, edge rusher, running back.
A+.
All that. He talked about the shocker trading.
Is there
back
anything
and all
higher
that.
than A+?
Draft two quarterbacks, 2 running backs, and defensive A+, baby.
Yeah.
Hit the needs. They hit the needs, which is interesting because with the Texans not going like as heavily drafting as I guess some might have expected, and I say some including myself, not to push myself out. I was interested to see what people said, and for Mel Kiper Jr., he gave them a B+, talking about the top needs being wide receiver, tackle, and guard, which they addressed. They addressed those 2 of those 3 in their first 3 picks. Now, mind you, of course, that started in the second round. But he talks about all of the movement and shaking when it comes to wide receivers, when you talk about injuries and Stephon Diggs moving on, and then offensive line. So he points to the fact that you got Jaden Higgins, 6'4", explosive on the outside, Jalen Noel, speed, after the catch burst, and then obviously Ariante Ursary, known as Tay, 6'6", 331, big boy.
Thank goodness he's known as Tay.
That why? Because you can't say Ariante ain't that hard.
I don't want to be saying Ariante.
Was it Ariante?
Ariante is easy.
Tay Ursary.
Okay, all right.
By the way, before we move on, since we're playing this game, what would you guys, and I'll give mine as well, what would you give the Texans as a grade? Business doing that. What grade would you give the Texans?
I also will give it a B+. I think it was good. I love what you did wide receiver wise. Like, I know that there's a lot of people clamoring for weapons. I see what's happening to Larry Stafford along with everybody else, and I think that you did that to a good degree. I do think that then what was left out was not applying more talented competition to this offensive line, and you're really depending on guys who may be on the back half, on the back side of their careers and maybe sliding to hold on and put together a good offensive line with Nick Caley and Cole Popovich's instruction. And I can't be certain of that going in. I guess my certainty doesn't matter. Ultimately is what they put on the field and how they are able to do it. But I don't feel great about that even still after the draft. And so that is the difference between B+ and getting some level of A+, something in there.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Reggie on this. I'm going to give them a B+. I think I don't want to say drop the ball in the first round. I think they did what was smart, was their person wasn't there.
Yeah.
They couldn't trade up, and so they traded out and got more picks. But I do think they addressed the wide receiver position a lot more than we all would have thought. I didn't think they was going to take 2 receivers like that. And I don't know how to feel about Ariante. It looked like I was listening to John Harris, I think day 3 when they drafted him, and he was
Ariante was day 2 because he was in the second round, but
day 2. Yeah, no, I think I was listening day 3. He was talking about
Gotcha.
Him and Sean Pendergast was breaking down, and he mentioned how he think he could probably play inside too.
Yeah.
So I think that bumps it up to a B+ for me, because you got that guy who could probably start off in the inside and maybe work it. Maybe that is the future left tackle. I don't know, but
Is John Harris still in his afterglow mode for Woody Marks?
My boy was post-coital. My boy was post-coital. I don't know that he has ever been that happy in his life.
Man.
My bad. You know what? I'll put my hand up, mea culpa. I will get you the audio of John Harris.
Oh, my goodness.
Enjoying
Oh, my
himself
goodness.
with finding out
He really
that
enjoyed himself.
Jaquavius Woody Marks was going to be a Houston Texan.
The dude needed a cigarette and a sandwich.
We'll get there. We will absolutely get there.
Just for the record, I will give him a B+ as well. And, you know, my gut was true to me in this draft. My gut kept saying they're going to go wide receiver. They got to go wide receiver. They went wide receiver twice. And so I like that. And what did I kept saying to you guys via text and otherwise? Am I going to get my running back? Am I going to get my running back? They got their running back, so I'm there with you. But what else on the AFC South?
All right. I actually wanted to give you another one just to kind of be able to juxtapose. This is from The Athletic. And this is, Dane Brugler, a guy who you know that I'm very fond of. Maybe a little less so now, finding out that with this draft, he has the Texans ranked 24th when it comes to the draft class. Now, I appreciate the 713 on the text line saying draft grades are pointless, man. Agreed. We're doing it just
we got to do something right now.
But on the backside of it, they also gave their draft objective grade at a B+. So I thank you for participating, even if you do so. But I mentioned his favorite pick being Jalen Noel, right? You know, where they did a good job. The Texans did a job addressing potentially left tackle, bolstering the receiver depth chart, the things that we talked about that were very evident. He said that the day 3 pick who could surprise is Jalen Reed, the safety. Obviously playing very aggressive. Sometimes he can be a little over-aggressive and miss, but, you know, ultimately you still have the physical tackles and then also ball production. And so getting him on a day 3 instead of in day 2, he really liked him. But ultimately I was like 24th. But I think that speaks to, again, for me, this team was not necessarily drafting. Well, not necessarily. I don't think they were drafting to fill starter or really like large role player holes, right? I think outside of your top 3
maybe
picks
Higgins,
Higgins, Noel, maybe. Yeah. Like I think I got 2 starter spots possibly. 3 guys that I think could possibly be starters on this team this season. And very much everything else was just get some guys that can get in here and compete and maybe add in, do some special team stuff, and, you know, help make your team
Who's your
younger.
third one?
And so it's Higgins, Noel, Ariante, Ursary.
Okay.
Outside of that, I don't see any. Do you see another guy who could be a starter this season?
Well, not a starter, but I could see big reps with Woody Marks. I'm not John Harris, but I'm a fan of that pick very much. Splitting it with Joe Mixon, you know, something along those lines. And then the other one that is very intriguing to me. You talked about Jalen Reed, a steal. You know, they said it was kind of a steal. And Luke Lachey, their final pick, number 255.
Yeah,
that dude is a blocker. He is a block. He's not going to catch a lot of passes. He may not catch 3 all season. But if he could,
3. The over under is 2.5.
I'm exaggerating a little bit, but he is not here to catch passes. He is here to block. His dad was a hell of a tackle in the NFL.
His dad not Nick Lachey?
No, not Nick Lachey. Okay. It was the other Lachey. Intrigue.
Sorry, I'm just being a jerk.
Intrigue is what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. Underneath target, smooth, but he is there to block, which that makes sense, especially if you wanted a guy who could add in the blocking game. You either kind of had to get one of those guys at the very top, and, you know, that's somewhat. And then the blocking tight ends were around that space where you got one, which was cool. But you want to talk a little bit about some of these other teams in the AFC South?
Yeah, man.
Right. And I will continue to kind of utilize Dane Brugler here and see how you feel about that. The Tennessee Titans in your division. They were ranked. They had the 8th best class according to Dane Brugler offensively. Obviously getting Cam Ward, but adding an edge rusher in Oluwafemi Oladejo, and then adding a safety in the 3rd round as well. And then they had 3 4th-round picks, including adding one of my favorite players to watch when I actually watched Stanford and Elik Ayamanor, who feels like he has a high ceiling with just being a talented guy, but it's very raw. And then also they got Gunnar Helm as well. So players that I think could be really important. They hit on a lot of areas in need. And so how did you feel about the Titans in their draft? I mean, obviously they get the quarterback in Cam Ward, but they added some things around the edges that really could at least bring the floor of their roster up.
And the sheer number, impressed me. 6 players in the first 4 rounds. The numbers alone give them some flexibility. The team that, and I've said it, is kind of starting to worry me a little bit. I keep saying, don't worry about the Jags. Don't worry about the Jags. I thought the Jags had a real good draft.
Yeah,
really
obviously
do.
Travis Hunter at the top.
Yeah.
I'm just so interested to see how they ultimately decide to utilize him. But outside of that, they add a cornerback, which they definitely needed to some degree. Especially, they let go of Ronald Darby, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wyatt Milam, a guard out of West Virginia. And then they add Bashal Tune, a running back in the 4th round, so he will kind of filter into what has been a pretty solid running back core.
Mm-hmm.
We talk about Tank Bigsby being in there and ETN. They typically keep a couple of them that can do a little bit of something. And then they add some linebackers and some defensive players as you go down further in the draft. So it really is just the top end. Having to see Travis Hunter, but will they be able to actually get him the football and have him work with the kind of wild role that they're going to have to try and work, I guess facilitate.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be an interesting one, but I'm not worried necessarily as much because of where he stands comparatively to the incredible defensive secondary that you put together. And the Colts came in at 27 on this. So not a super highly regarded draft, but still they did a good thing at the very top where you go Tyler Warren.
Yeah,
they add the Ohio State edge, JT Tuimoloau. And so they add those guys. I think that's really the interesting part of it. Outside of that, I don't know that there's much that really shakes me or moves me. But the division, I don't know. I think that there's definitely some floor raising, but I don't know. And maybe it wasn't the draft. This is a meat and potatoes draft. I don't know if this is the draft that was going to raise the fortunes of all these teams in such a way where I think that they become some level of danger to.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's talk about what's popping here, including, did y'all see that CBS interview of Bill Belichick? We'll talk about that and the possibility that we're getting closer to seeing Lance McCullers. We'll talk about it next.
The pick is in.
Voices live.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'. Brought to you by the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. May 2nd through 4th.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Obviously, one of the biggest things of the weekend was the NFL draft. And I guess an undercurrent within it. And I understand y'all probably sick of us mentioning the Cleveland Browns. However, it is worth noting. Shout out to Texans Cap for this as well. Finally, we have reached the point where we can say that all trade assets stemming from the Deshaun Watson trade have been utilized.
I didn't even pick up on that.
It's fully done.
Yeah.
It's fully done. 19 players.
How'd they end up on that?
19 players. I have a feeling that they lost. I mean, the owner of the team admitted earlier this year, was it early this year or late last year, that, it was the swing.
I think it was at the owners.
It was at the owner. Yeah. Swing and a miss. Like, it was very much a swing and a miss. But yes, 19 players, 18 drafted players and one veteran throughout all of that.
I got to say,
whole bag of money.
Yeah, you got to give Nick Caserio a lot of credit for this too, man.
Should we round of applause real quick?
100%,
round of applause real quick.
Because remember, like, even though it was a haul, it was 3 first round pick stuff, but he could have just stayed put and drafted 3 first rounders. He was flipping and dealing and all type of stuff, man. How you get 18 players out of this, man? Crazy.
I don't know.
You got to give him credit for that one, man.
Very, very carefully. So, yeah, salute to Nick Caserio, as Figgy Fig said. The Astros finished out a 3-game set on the road at Kauffman Stadium in Kansas City. They finished with a win at the very least, as they lose the series after not putting any runs up on Friday nor Saturday. A little lackluster of a game from Hayden Wesneski on Friday. I know he went 6, but he did not, or was it 5 actually? But it just didn't go very well. I think he only had a singular strikeout in that instance. So that was a little tough. Yes, 5 innings, 8 hits, 2 earned runs allowed, and only 1 strikeout. So, I mean, he has been a little bit better than that, or not a little bit, but he's definitely been better than that of late. Did not necessarily have a good one. Seth Lugo, though, was indeed dealing, going 8 innings.
I didn't expect that, to be honest.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, they've been pitching decently. At least Lugo did, and then of course another 2-0 loss on Saturday. But you got some offense. Yesterday, last night. Was there anything of the weekend that, I mean, there's still not a lot of power coming from this team, but it feels like at least the offense is somewhat normalizing, including Jordan going yard?
Well, the thing from the weekend is this just what they're going to be? Just hard to predict. Up and I mean, you get shut out back-to-back games. That's an issue. You're in. You got to get some runs in. I think Michael Wacha didn't have a win going into the game. He was 0-3, but he was okay at like a 4 ERA. And then all of a sudden, pitches like that and gets you out. That's not necessarily just him. That's your offense.
Yeah. No, for sure. But it seems like they can at least cobble something together sometimes. But you're right. Like that is not super sustainable, unfortunately. But at the very least, you're not going to start this year like you have some of the years past, because you're 14-13. Like, it's impossible for you to go 12 and what have you in the month of April. So this Astros team has looked a little bit better, but there's still room to find a little bit more of their I guess, stride.
They don't have an identity right now.
Are you sure? I mean, certain on this?
Pitching. Pitching is their identity, especially starting with Hunter Brown. But I'm talking about more like what to expect from them
on any given
on a given night, because you get shut out back to back. Your offense still, as you mentioned, struggling. Thank goodness for Hunter Brown. I mean,
sincerely.
Thank you, Hunter Brown, because with him on the mound, at least you're going to be able to end any prolonged, bad stretches and such. But offensively, I don't know what to expect from these guys every day.
I don't either.
Yeah.
One of the questions I was asking myself is the way that these guys approach at the plate, like, is that, I know that, and I'm digging into the conspiracy territory where people start talking about coaching, right? And I always want to be very careful about this. But is it possible that, they're just, the scouting reports aren't necessarily what you would want them to be? Because there's we're seeing really meaty pitches not being swung on by some of these guys, or is some of that just like the continued desire to have better at-bats, longer at-bats?
Longer at-bats. I think that's it. They've had the marching orders from spring training to be more selective at the plate, maybe too selective, something along those lines.
I feel like when we talk selective, that don't mean the ones down the middle, friend.
Exactly.
The ones down the middle, swing at that one, friend. Don't keep the bat on your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go. You have that, and now the Astros come back home to welcome in another team that's on a 4-game run, just like Kansas City was coming in to this weekend series. It's the A's. It is the nomadic. Is it? It's the Tigers.
Yeah.
Yes, it is the Tigers. Apologies, but yeah, it is the Tigers that are coming into this series in Dyken Park on a 4-game win streak. So really hoping to welcome in AJ Hinch, but also send him out with some losses on his ledger, some wins for the Astros, who, mind you, are one of 6 AL teams who have a positive run differential, which is nice at the very least. They're a game and a half out of first. And maybe, just maybe, you're getting closer and closer to the being able to employ the services once again of this man who just reached 10 years of service time, Lance McCullers Jr., who over the weekend, 5 innings of work, 3 hits, no runs, 1 walk, 7 strikeouts. Like, that just feels as professional, as clinical as you want. I believe that there was a little bit of a kind of intimating that he might have one more rehab start in his near future. And then you could see, possibly, hopefully.
And as far as your team strength, obviously gets bolstered there. Now, Forrest Whitley's on the 15-day because of nothing arm-related necessarily, but so he took a step back. But McCullers, that's going to be a huge add when you get him.
So, yeah, Astros in action tonight. They'll get going against the Tigers. And then, just real quick, wanted to mention the Houston Roughnecks 27-3 win over the Brahmas, so finding some more W's as they go along. I would like to take you to CBS, where Bill Belichick did an interview with CBS. And the question I have still to this point is, why exactly this is agreed to? Because there's a few things in this that were really odd within this. One of them, I kind of understand why it's odd. It seemed like it's been kind of a point of contention for him in general, and that's this. Bill Belichick was asked about his firing, at least Robert Kraft viewed as a firing. This is what he had to say in this portion of the interview that he did.
Do you feel like you were treated with dignity and respect when you were let go by Robert Kraft?
Yeah, well, it was a mutual decision for us to part ways.
He said fired.
It was a mutual decision.
So that's the first awkward part.
That's the ornery Bill Belichick I know. But that seems to make sense. It has seemed like historically that those guys, even though they seem to make a really good kind of partnership of sorts, and as owner allowed Bill Belichick to do his thing for the most part, which is, I think, the right way to go about ownership. They seem to not like each other, and that seems to kind of show up here. Or am I stretching too far?
No, gosh, no, you're not stretching at all. There is no such thing as a mutual parting of the ways. Someone has to initiate it, inevitably. You don't simultaneously say,
just blurt it out at the same time.
Yeah, hey, what do you think of? No, someone initiated this. Clearly, that someone was Robert Kraft. There's no such thing as a mutual parting of the ways.
Yeah, because also I don't know why Bill Belichick himself would want out of that circumstance.
Sure.
I understand he needed to build a team, and honestly, I personally started having questions about his ability to zig where others zagged, because I thought that was his superpower, right? It was being able to notice and see market inefficiencies and take advantage of them with his coaching style. It seemed like they were doing less and less of that, and then his natural proclivity to not necessarily draft or make the most of draft picks, or I guess if he's not necessarily zigging or zagging, I thought that would be that was being an issue. But yeah, I guess there's that. And then more importantly, I think, or maybe less importantly in a way, was obviously the conversation around Bill Belichick is his girlfriend, his very, very young girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, who is in some ways like a person of import there at the University of North Carolina, emails and all sorts of things. She seemed to be around this interview, except not wanting to be fully a part of it. This is how that sounded.
The other change for Belichick is 24-year-old Jordan's creative muse, as he writes in his book.
Make sure that that's the
Jordan was a constant presence during our interview.
You have Jordan right over there. Everybody in the world seems to be following this relationship. They've got an opinion about your private life. It's got nothing to do with them, but they're invested in it. How do you deal with that?
Never been too worried about what everybody else thinks. Just try to do what I feel like is best for me and what's right.
How did you guys meet?
Not talking about this.
No?
No.
It's a topic neither one of them is comfortable commenting on, though Hudson has recently posted about it on Instagram.
She said how they met.
That's
on the airplane, reading a book, and he was interested. Remember that?
That wasn't how they met, clearly.
Well,
that
this is more suspicious, though.
Yeah, no, this is a red flag right here.
Well, it is a red flag. You're right.
Because she stepped in because she probably thought he was going to spill out how they really met.
Right. Well, and the other thing is, why, I get Bill Belichick is going to be somewhat controversial just because he's so close, vested, so to speak. How is this a problem?
I don't understand. Like, this was...
How is it an issue how you met?
This was very much something that made me go, why exactly are we doing this interview? And could we not have anticipated that this would be a part of it, especially as so much of your persona recently has been with this woman who, understandably, like, if this is your, I guess, this might be a little heavy, but whatever. If this is your life partner that you're operating, she matters greatly to your life. Yeah. She's been involved in your work stuff. We get out here talking about whether it's your work stuff or your life stuff. That's going to come up.
Exactly.
Yeah. Right? Not even just like the story itself. The idea that she's brought up and she goes, we're not going to talk about this. What you mean we're not going to talk? You were right here adding into the conversation.
No, here's the thing. She told him. She tells him everything. Of all the people that could have, wielded power over Bill Belichick, it wasn't Robert Kraft. It wasn't Robert Kraft. It wasn't Tom Brady. It was Jordan Hudson.
I mean, that's how it works sometimes, though.
It's undefeated. It's undefeated.
Hey, the person who might be able to tell me something is that person. Well, anyways, let me stop. Anyways, but yes, that was an interview on CBS. I guess you could go and check out more if you are so inclined. What a weird dude.
Wild.
Man. What a weird dude. I'm so interested to see just how this works, because also there's just the general UNC and the way they're handling this. We're gonna
She's running the show there.
I mean, but he's also trying to run it like an NFL program, and I'm not sure you can actually do that. So I will be watching that closely. But that's just some of what happened this weekend. Oh yeah, that's right. If I want to talk about what's popping tonight at 9 p.m. Central Time.
Sure.
9 p.m. I'm certain of it this time. TNT and Space City Home Network. We get. Sorry, I can't read that text. We will get Rockets Warriors Game 4. The Rockets really hoping to level this thing out. I haven't seen updates on Jimmy Butler myself personally. I don't know. We might have to double check and see if there's anything more. But yeah, he did not play in Game 3, and that didn't matter because the Rockets still lost 103-94. They'll hope to level it back up. Hopefully, you get Jalen Coaster and level it up, bring yourself back to Houston. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, it feels like the message that this team sent about the offensive line through the draft is very clear. Is that the right one, though? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
All right, let's talk about Underdog, man. Playoffs are here. You know that. We just talked about it, and it's a good time to get in with Underdog Fantasy. They are one of the best places.
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you as we continue reflecting on the 2025 NFL Draft for your Houston Texans, in which they got 9 new Texans, including a couple of Iowa State wideouts, some defensive backs to add into the secondary that this Texas team has, and probably more so add into some special teams for your guy Frank Ross. Added a running back in Woody Marks, who seems super excited. Jaquavius Marks is what his mama called him. Actually, I don't know. She might call him Woody too. I just wanted to point out that his name
from
was birth certificate
Toy
says
Story. That's where you got the nickname.
I believe that. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. But yeah, a guy who, pass catcher, smooth, all of that. But then those 9 picks in the second round. A man that goes simply by Tay, Arion Tersary, 6'6", 330. Big boy, played at Minnesota. But that's the one player that this team added to an offensive line that they had to kind of dismantle in sorts in the offseason. And really they got with free agents, at least for me personally, I will speak for myself, it did not feel like they addressed it in such a way where I am ecstatic and excited going into the season.
Yeah.
But it feels like with the way that they handled themselves, the message is clear about the offensive line, Lopez.
Well, the message is very clear, but I think we should probably go back to like how this all started.
Okay, you got it.
You got rid of Laramie Tunsil.
Correct.
Kenyon Green. You remade your offensive line with guys that literally every one that you brought in, there was a question about.
That's right.
Cam Robinson, obviously, Trent Brown, Ed Ingram, your favorite player. All these, there were questions about everything. So when you go back and you think about where you were with the offensive line, and we were all saying, well, they're going to draft an offensive lineman. They might draft 2. Well,
I was thinking 2 in the top 100. Like, I thought if you could play in that first pool of offensive linemen, which, of course, the way that the draft falls ahead of you is just what you have to deal with. And that first pool of 8, or actually it was 8 total in the first round. That first pool of maybe 6, 7 offensive linemen or what have you, they didn't get to 25. At least is all I'll say. There's some questions that I think still exist of what was the cost to move up into that pool, and was it something they don't know? But ultimately, if that falls in such a way, it does not mean that you shift up everything. And so I think that took away an opportunity to add what I thought would be necessary to have good competition and maybe not guarantee, but give you a significantly better opportunity at putting forward an offensive line that you know is going to hold up in the ways that you need it to.
Here's where it gets interesting, and you mentioned the risk. It wasn't worth the risk necessarily. Nick Caserio said on Friday, they were talking with literally everyone in the league. They didn't feel like the value was there, so they didn't take the risk to move up. But they did take this risk, and clearly this is where I'm landing with this. They feel this is less of a risk than, trying to force a deal to move up and get those guys, or even draft more than one offensive lineman. This might be the biggest roll of the dice the Texans have made in a long time. Staying with this offensive line. They believe in it. They clearly do, because Ursary, he might compete. He's going to compete for a spot, but do you expect him to be a starter day one?
I'm not certain, and I think that's really interesting about Ariante Ursary as well, because he's played left tackle. In fact, can I do this? Can I go to DeMeco Ryans, the head coach of this team? This was him in the post-draft press conference, and this is 5, talking about what Ariante brings to this football team.
Yeah, Tay, with Tay, we had a guy who brings, that physicality, the mindset that I really think helps offensive linemen be good at their job. He's done a great job of playing left tackle and still has room to grow and develop, so excited about adding him.
He's a left tackle by trade, but one thing that we're seeing in the NFL is that many offensive linemen that are up to the caliber, teams are very comfortable moving these guys around, understanding that it's not the easiest thing in the world, but moving guys around. It feels like he has a possibility of maybe being the left tackle in the future, but Cam Robinson might be one of the few offensive linemen that feels like his spot is solidified in where he is. And if that's the case, do you kick him, Ariante, inside? I don't know that you flip him to the other side and have him play right tackle, but I think that especially with the size that he has, maybe you could bring him inside. That's more of a position that you worry about, or that you consider that you can get by, for lack of a better term, on your strength and your power, which he does have, and continue to kind of get that coaching. But I don't know that that's a given, especially when you have guys that are vets, and ultimately you're trying to get everybody on the same page with an offensive line that, again, as you mentioned, has question marks. So I don't know that I can say definitively that he will start, but I do think he has a possibility, and he has the talent to possibly be able to if he is one of your best 5.
Well, answer this question, and Figgy, feel free, because I have my answer to this question, because I think this is ultimately where it goes with, now that the NFL draft is done. What was the message they sent about their offensive line, or messages? To me, there's a couple. We're good. I mean, that's the number one message that they sent. We're good. They believe that a better room, you just heard DeMeco talking about mindset. We've talked about, the swarm and the mentality, and somebody reported a while back that it was toxic or whatever it was. So they believe a better room and a new offensive line coach. That's message number one, that they sent that message in this draft. There's no question about it.
They said it in the lead-up, and that's one of those things that you go, how much of this is the conversations that happen, the smoke screens or what have you. No, they put their money where their mouth is, and I do wonder how much of that is circumstance, as we've talked about the idea of that first pool of linemen, but ultimately they come out with Ariante Ursary as the one who gets into this space. And other than that, you're looking at the likes of Laken Tomlinson and Ed Ingram in this space, along with Juice Scruggs and Titus Howard, and obviously Blake Fisher, like Trent Brown. Those are the names. Those are the guys that you're going to have to, that is going to be doing the competition. And all the questions that we have, they're going to have to kind of figure it out on the field. There's not necessarily a look of, well, this guy makes more, this guy has more upside. Like maybe that factors in somewhat, but it does feel like they're just going to kind of throw these guys into the pot. And when they get on the field, whichever iteration of those 5 is the best, you go out there and play. And that does not instill a lot of confidence in me, considering where you started from last season, considering the question marks that you have, not just about the players, but also still about the coaches. I don't know that I can say definitively that I have guys that I go, I know that they build, great offensive linemen. We're doing that. We're trying to get Cole Popovich there with his association to Dante Scarnecchia, right? Like that's what we're trying to do to get ourselves a level of confidence. So with all of that and all those questions, I'd be remiss to get out here and say definitively that I think this offensive line is going to be great. And I would have liked for them to show a little bit more to try and give yourself some more cover in that space.
And to me, that's the second message that they sent. Cole Popovich is the man. Cole Popovich is going to fix everything. That's a big ask for a guy that's never been the man as the offensive line coach. He's been an assistant, of course, but that's the other one. They believe Cole Popovich and this room is going to make this offensive line all of a sudden be exactly what it needs to be.
Yeah. From the 972, answer me this: if the Texans O-line is just as bad or worse by week 8, should Nick Caserio be fired? That's tough, because you would have to ask questions in some regard, because there were very intentional decisions about the way that you go about this. But I think that he has been so good in all the other aspects. The question I ask is, how much do you weigh that to the point where it would be some level of job?
It depends how if the Texans like 2 and whatever, if they, winless or something like that, then everybody probably job gonna be on the line. But if they probably playing like last year, where they okay, but CJ is getting a lot of sacks, I do think it's going to be a lot of questions had, but I don't think he's going to get fired.
I don't think he's getting fired. He's not getting fired. Now, what is going to happen is something that we've already touched on a little bit. Can this guy evaluate offensive linemen, whether it's free agency, draft, whatever? I mean, that is a legitimate discussion if they don't perform. Why did we hire this O-line coach right here? Well, that for sure. He might be gone.
It's going to be a lot of questions, but I don't think Nick Caserio is getting fired.
No. Let me ask you this: what's the starting offensive line if you had to guess today?
All right,
starting offensive line.
I go Cam Robinson at left tackle, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then at left guard, I really would like to put Ariante there, but I don't know that because I think Titus Howard is a guard right now.
Yeah.
I think he's a guard right now, and I don't know. He played left guard more recently, but I guess if you're moving people around, if you feel comfortable, do you feel comfortable moving him to right guard? Because ultimately I think that you can pick your poison between Jarrett Patterson or Drew Scruggs, and maybe just for not knowing or not having making heads or tails between them, I put Drew Scruggs there just based off of draft capital. I don't know if that's the right way to do it, but I mean, I can easily see either one of those guys at center, and then Blake Fisher at right tackle, and then just trying to figure out, do you want to have Ariante Ursary not just move into guard but move sides to right guard, or do you want to have Titus Howard in there at left guard, or move him to right guard after you've had him?
Pick one.
I
Come on, man.
I have those guys as guards. I don't know which side that you put them on, depending on how you want to play them there. But I think that those are the 5, and I think that's really matters.
You got 5 people playing left guard.
No, I don't. I have 2 guys playing guard, and I don't know which side they play. But it's Cam Robinson, Cam Robinson, Fisher as your tackles. I'll put Scruggs at your center for right now, and then Ursary and Titus Howard are your guards, whichever side you want to do. And the reason why I have that is because I would like to have a young guy next to a veteran, and so having Ursary next to Cam as opposed to having Ursary next to Blake Fisher on the right side, where there's not as much of that help that's there for him. I think that's why I would want to kind of have it that way, but I also don't know how much they want to move Titus around to right guard and in that position. But that they seem to be not that concerned about moving guys around, so that'd probably be my optimal as of what you have right now.
This is going to be a wild training camp and preseason.
It's a lot of competition, man.
It's
all over the
wild.
place, man.
Now you can't also you can't convince me that in their mind's eye they don't already see what it should look like or could look like. Like they have a pretty good idea of what they think is going to be the offensive line. Now there's still going to be competition; it could change. But I see Cam Robinson at left tackle. I see Titus Howard at left guard.
Okay,
I think that's where he's played. That's they've already made that move a couple of times. Center is interesting. I could see Jarrett Patterson continuing to be the starting center.
Fair enough.
Which would make Drew Scruggs or Tomlinson the right guard. And then in a total departure from what you're thinking, I think they love Trent Brown, man. I think Trent Brown's going to be the right tackle.
Okay.
But that's what's going to make it so wild.
And it is worth noting, Laken Tomlinson, also a guy who was playing left guard, so he'd be moving. I mean, there's going to be some moving and shaking, but they've kind of admitted that by constantly using the best 5 rhetoric, that they're just going to try and get the best 5 guys, and they'll fit in as best they can. But that's another thing where you're having guys flip here and there on top of the other questions that you have.
Yeah.
Like, what does that take away, whether it's a 1 or 2 or 5% of what their top-end performance is? Are you getting a little bit less of that by moving guys around? These are all questions that are having to be asked, and that's why I would have been very happy if there was more just kind of raw talent available to Caley and Popovich when they're making these decisions on the offense.
I do feel like being a little unfair to Ursary. I didn't have him on my list. I think he's going to compete. But, a year ago when Blake Fisher was drafted in the second round, we kind of thought he had a shot to be a starter,
Yeah,
and we're not giving Ursary the same credit there, and I'm not exactly sure.
What you mean I put him as a starting guard.
No, I think it feel like the Houston Texans kind of set things up where it is a high chance that he could be the starter, but if that don't work out right, they got somebody there for the year.
They've got options.
Yeah, it's not somebody that's like a written in pen type of starter, but if you can outplay this guy, then the job is yours. But it's also not the end of the world if he's not ready yet.
Yeah.
They got a lot of linemen, man.
They do. They have a lot of linemen as right now.
I know what we gonna be watching in camp.
It is the thing to watch. It is.
They signed a center, undrafted free agent.
Yeah, Eli Cox is the undrafted free agent center that they're throwing into that room as well. So yeah, man, they have some guys in that room. Eli Cox out of Kentucky, mind you, but they've got some guys in that room. I'm still so very intrigued to see how it comes together, and I don't know. And to be fair to them, I don't know how much confidence I would have had even if they had taken a couple of offensive linemen in the draft.
Sure.
If that would have immediately put me into that place. But I would have loved even more of those higher level bodies in there to make it better. But there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Figgy, can you help me out here? I did say that I wanted to hear John Harris and his excitement.
Oh, yeah.
When Woody Harris, Jaquavius.
There's a lot of 5'9", pocket rockets.
I call him Woody Harris, like the man who was in the wire. Woody Marks was selected for your Texans. This is just how excited John Harris is about that selection.
Looks like it's going to be Woody Marks coming out of USC, the running back.
What?
Oh, okay.
We just drafted Woody Marks.
Okay. So that got for those that aren't watching on YouTube, that got a stand-up and table bump from John Harris. That is
just drafted Woody Marks?
That is a stand-up and table bump.
Stop.
Jaquavius Marks.
Yeah.
Woody Marks.
No, seriously. Oh, my God.
Okay.
I love this.
All right. Okay. Okay.
He was one of my favorite running backs this entire draft. This is an absolute swarmy. I'm. Oh my God!
Yeah, we get an analyst here. We're going to need you to gather yourself a little bit.
Okay.
If somebody was in that other room, I would have hit. Somebody should have hit the wall and said, "Get a room, get a room."
He's got to still have Afterglow going. He's still got to have it going.
My man's gonna live all week off of that one, just alone. That one alone.
Mark Vandermeer said, "Get a room."
And yes, Brandon. That's another player whose name starts with a J and went to USC, because you have a few of those.
Oh, that's
as well.
right. That's right.
You have a few of those as well. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Excited about what this Texas team has going, even if there's still that one place where I have some questions. But hey, I think that's better than a lot of teams in the NFL where that they have some more questions in a lot of places. We'll ultimately see. Like, you're getting to the place where now, bring on minicamp, bring on
I can't
training
wait
camp.
for that.
Like, we are on that path, on the march to the start of the 2025 NFL season. All right, coming up next, let's get into our lunchtime confessions, as we often do, brought to you by the Men's Clinic. We will do that next.
All right, let's talk about another success story right here. CS, no stranger to real estate.
FDIC.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I'm curious what you guys think on this. You obviously are younger than me, but you're not too young to not know who Lawrence Taylor was.
Who?
Did you see this?
I didn't see this.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I do know what you're talking about.
Abdul Carter.
Yes.
Asked Lawrence Taylor if he could wear his number.
I seen that part, yeah.
So?
You got to know better. Like you
you feel like he don't
you
know
think
who
the
Lawrence
ask
Taylor
was a problem? Ask an issue.
The making the ask was an issue for me because he didn't know just how freaking awesome Lawrence Taylor was.
Right,
he changed the entire
I'm gonna defend
game.
him on
That's
this.
why he wants the number.
He changed the game. Certain players you don't even ask. You don't, if they want to offer, that's another thing. By the way, Lawrence Taylor said, "Nah, you can't have it."
See, this is where I'm gonna defend him on this because this is the Giants' fault for doing this because they gave Malik Neighbors number 1. Remember that number was retired.
It wasn't Lawrence Taylor, man.
I just feel like you opened a can of worms at this point. So it's like, oh, we giving out retired numbers, we giving out legendary numbers. Let me ask.
To me, it's apples and oranges. That was freaking Lawrence. That's LT, man. First of all, you got to know the history as a player in the NFL.
I think he knows the history. I think that's why.
I don't think he knows it well enough.
I think that's why he makes the ask.
I
want to follow in with the legacy of one of, if not the greatest pass rushers of all time.
I disagree. I think he knows Lawrence Taylor was great. Everybody knows the name. But I don't think he realizes what Lawrence Taylor was. And you got to know that. You got to know that. Ask someone in the organization.
I kind of hate when we do this, when we get mad at young folks for not knowing things the young folks don't know, even though I do think that he understands it to a degree, and now we're starting kind of picking nits here. But okay, if he does not know exactly how great Lawrence Taylor is, all right, cool. But I can't blame him for the thought process of that guy is great. I'm on the path to being great. I would like to wear the same number. Do you think that'd be cool? No? All right, we keep it pushing. I am 100% good with that. 100% good with the ask.
Some things you just don't do.
I think the Giants just opened that can of worms, man. I think now everybody going to be asking for whatever number just because now.
I was just kind of sad, to be honest. That's a part of my confession that this kid didn't even, number one, ask. He's in the NFL. This is his business. This is his job. And didn't do any, good enough. I know he knows he's great.
I was like, are you certain that because you're making some assumptions here that he didn't ask nobody and he didn't. He probably did. He probably just said, I would like to ask and see if I can.
Well, you're making an assumption by doing that. What I'm saying is like that's LT. That's LT.
But how you feel about like the situation with Cam Ward and the number 1 with Warren Moon and all that stuff?
Yeah, that's fine. Again, it's certain.
Really? Okay. All right.
They both Hall of Famers.
Yes, they are, but they're in a different Hall of Fame. I mean, they're in a different category from each other. Like Warren Moon was one of the greatest quarterbacks ever. LT changed the entire game of football and was the best ever.
So it's cool for Cam Ward to get that number 1.
Yes.
If he asked for it.
Yes.
But Carter cannot.
Right. You hit it on the head. 100%. 100%.
I just want to go to this LT Hall of Fame that you're talking about. That's different from the one in Canton.
And you guys know what I'm talking about. There are different categories.
What, do they do different activities over there?
Yeah.
So he ain't the one in Canton.
No, he's the one in Canton. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't know. I'm a little concerned.
There's the super elite, and of course.
No,
see, you guys are now falling into that category.
Yeah, I'm just messing with you.
These are my confessions.
So I don't know if I want to or not. My confession is I'm kind of considering doing this just for the comedy of it. Are you familiar with the I guess app or website or whatever you call it, Nextdoor?
Oh, sure. That's high entertainment.
Yeah, but
you got to join. Is that what you're considering?
Yeah, I got an
you
email.
have to.
I got an email last week.
Next door, where all those crazies start posting stuff that's crazy.
Like, okay, very good. That is one way of describing it for sure. I think Nextdoor is technically kind of described as like kind of a neighborhood website where it's like a community can come together and kind of exchange like conversations on this app or website or what have you. And, in theory, it's like an opportunity for your community to be, share information. And oftentimes it just devolves into people being weird or sometimes racist or what have you in this space, in this like kind of, central square of your community. And my natural inclination is to be like, no, I don't need to be in that. Like,
you have to.
I live in an apartment. But there is like a little dark, I don't know if it's a devil on my shoulder that's like, oh, they in there cutting up.
Yes, you have to. And bring some of the comments to us.
I don't. I'm still thinking about it, but yeah, it's gnawing at me, and I've been thinking about it for over a week, which means I'm leaning in a lot more than I thought I would.
Yeah, you should.
So yeah, let me know. A vote for the people. Should I join my community's Nextdoor app? And see what the crazies are crazying about, as Lopez said.
Yes.
These are my confessions.
So we was talking about numbers and all that stuff, and Matthew Golden, who was drafted to the Green Bay Packers, he wore number 2 for the University of Houston. By the way, don't ask Andre Ware about Matthew Golden being a U of H guy. He said nope. They was talking about that draft night, and John Harris was like, hey, yeah, Matthew Golden, University of Houston, University of Texas. He said, no, he's not Houston anymore. He was totally out on him. By
Damn. So he don't get to claim the H no more?
He said nope. That's a sidebar. But so he wore number 2 in college. I gotta confess. So apparently he's going to wear number 22 for the Green Bay Packers. I don't know how that looked, man, on the receiver, man.
22. That's interesting.
22.
Agreed.
That's going to look so weird, man.
You're right. I'm with you.
That's to me. That's borderline like Cordero Patterson wearing number 85.
Yeah,
and playing running back or something. Like that look borderline. That might look a little worse than that to me, man. 22.
Yeah. I'll go a little bit further with you here. I think we should go back to the numbers being confined to the positions.
80s.
I'm not gonna lie.
Stick in the 80s.
I kind of.
Yeah, but you like some of the other ones, don't you? Like that are all kind of off.
I like the
mainstream.
I like the single digits.
I can do without it. Hey, man, you get into them team receivers. That's what you got. And I understand that that's tough for guys that are going to play both ways, but figure it out, friend.
Yeah.
Figure it out. Like, I'd much rather just.
I'm with you.
22?
Yeah, I'm with you. Yeah.
22 looks weird. It's a good running back number, though.
Yeah.
It's a really good. It's just a weird
defensive back. I'll go cornerback, defensive back.
Sure.
But 22.
Oh, 22 is an elite
a receiver?
defensive back number.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Not wide receiver.
Yeah. No, I'm not feeling this, man.
Maybe you should wear 56. I'm just kidding.
Did you see, I think Travis Hunter, and he might have been joking. He was just like, I'll wear whatever number, because he seems like he don't care. He's just like, I'm out here to play football. He's like, I'll wear 40, and I was like, ugh.
Don't wear 40. Don't wear 40.
That's nasty.
Please don't do 40. That'd be really very weird. And apparently I'm learning about Nextdoor because people are saying Nextdoor is the best.
It's the best.
Neighborhood drama.
Yeah.
But people are also saying the Nextdoor is more like backdoor, if you know what I'm saying.
Oh, wow.
And that's a whole different level of
That's what I thought it was when y'all said Nextdoor.
Yeah.
And you said all the crazies be on there. I'm like, oh, let me not search this app.
And this is a great point from the 406. Don't do Nextdoor unless you plan on getting every neighbor. And I'm guessing that they mean like alert.
Oh yeah, I get them on because I do it on
and
Ring.
It's just alerts all the damn time.
But you can just swipe. I mean, some of the good ones are awesome.
Yeah, but here's another mini confession. It's just I have way too many notifications on my phone. Like I could show you right now. I'm swiping notifications away all day.
What's one more?
It's just a whole bunch of push notifications. Just a whole. I'm talking email.
Do you need that notification? Are you a notification guy though?
Kind of, but probably don't need nearly this many.
I hate notifications. Man.
So I don't know that
especially
might be
the ones that pop up.
Oh, yeah.
Right, just pop because I screen record a lot of stuff and post it. And
in the middle of it,
yes. Oh my God, that would drive me nuts.
Yeah.
And yes, 469 have heard Bullet Bob Hayes, number 22. Yes, it was a different era, friend.
It really
wear
was.
that number then.
Yeah.
These are my confessions.
Mel Kiper, I didn't really even know this. I knew he was a different kind of guy, but he might be the strangest person on earth. And I'm not even talking about his Shedeur stuff.
Talking about the hair?
Talking about this.
You don't eat the crust, right? Now, is that because you don't like the crust or just...
Well, what's in the crust? Reese, you would know.
Carbohydrates. Right?
I was told hydrogenated oil.
Oh, well, that could be true.
What? How do you eat pizza? I take the cheese off.
He takes the cheese off.
I'm out.
What do you do with it?
I didn't realize...
You just don't eat it? Throw it away.
I didn't realize you didn't eat in front of people. That's why...
I usually give it... Kim loves cheese. My wife loves cheese.
So here's what it went.
I'm so upset right now.
So it started with the pie.
He went on to say, they gave him a piece of pie, which apparently he loves pumpkin pie, but
he eats it like every day.
Every day. But he set it in
weirdo.
front of him after putting whipped cream on it. Then he set it in front of him. Then they went into he literally never, as in never ever, eats in front of anyone. He always eats. He always eats by himself in his room.
If you're a weirdo, keep that to yourself.
That's weird. Because keep in mind, like job interviews in general with general managers and stuff. Hey, let's go have lunch. We'll go to lunch, but I'm not eating.
They said he eats before he goes to an event.
Yes.
So you don't have
to eat at parties. He goes to all these events. Does not eat in front of other people.
I think that's kind. I think that's being considered. If you know that you're gonna do weird stuff like take the pizza off or the cheese off of the pizza.
He eats. That's the other thing. He eats pizza. But he takes the cheese off.
No, he doesn't.
He takes the cheese off, and then doesn't eat the pie crust either. Just the pumpkin off the pumpkin.
To me, all of that explains why he don't eat in front of people.
He is a nut. He is a nut.
I can't look at him the same.
Me neither.
He probably look weird when he eating the pizza or weird eating anything.
And he's taking all this stuff off and everything.
I will say I
probably eat like a child.
Yeah.
Oh, he does, clearly.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate him. Yes, if you are a weirdo, keep that to yourself. But I do appreciate that at least he does not have the very common double standard of I will eat pizza, but I don't eat the crust. Because I'm like, it's literally made of the same stuff as the bottom of the pizza. He's like, no, I'm not eating any of that. It's weird, but at least it's consistent, and I appreciate him for that.
Mm-hmm.
You're not going there, Figgy?
Nah, I'm not, man. Nah, he is literally eating like a child.
It's unbelievable.
As a grown man, I don't know how old he is, but
I just tried to put myself in that position. Like, think about all the things that we go to, where it's just common courtesy. He has no courtesy for anyone. Nothing, or a lunch, interview or.
Sometimes I snack on a little something so I don't look weird.
Yes.
Or
drink,
you
don't stand out. Yeah.
Me, like whenever we go out in the boat, there's beer. Like I don't even like beer, but I will drink some of the beer just because so I don't stand out and look like a fool.
Yeah.
Someone said just order the pizza without the cheese. Oh no, I think you've misunderstood. He takes the cheese off and he eats that portion and none of the rest. The slice of pizza is just a delivery method for him to slide that melted cheese and then eat that. Like that is basically a plate, dear friend. That is the type of weirdo that we're talking about with Mel Kiper Jr. Apparently. And honestly, I think ESPN should fire him for it. I think that's how that should go. I'm going to take a stand. And from the 832, they said their sister orders pizza without cheese. She's lactose intolerant. Okay, well then I feel like she's not a weirdo. So she's just I
don't think he's. Well, I don't know his business or nothing, but I just feel like he's a picky eater, man. Just a weird type of eater.
Clearly, very clearly.
Yes.
And more power to him. Do what you got to do.
Really?
Yeah, because he's not putting it in front of us. He's like, I know y'all not gonna like this, so I'm gonna keep it to myself. And I appreciate it.
Just imagine being his friend. Like I never seen him eat anything.
They said he leaves events and goes up to his room and eats.
Have you ever seen Mel eat anything?
Never.
But that's not really a problem, is it? That's a him problem. It's not a us problem.
Hey, if I was friends with somebody I'd never seen them eat anything, take a bite of anything,
you just be creating a problem.
I'd be like, wait a minute, like, do this guy eat?
Oh, and you're worried about
a disorder or
cyborg.
You're like, am I in Men in Black?
Yeah.
All right, very good. Those are your lunchtime confessions. Complete with food, also. Thank you for adding some food to this lunchtime confessions, Lopez. Brought to you by the Men's Clinic. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio. Let's do what we do on a Monday. Who are some winners and losers of the weekend? Text them in 713-572-4610. Who won, who lost on the weekend? We'll discuss it next.
It sounds like the 2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 on a Monday. Happy Monday. Winners and losers of the weekend. We do it every Monday. We're looking back on the weekend, and I mean, this week in particular, you had the National Football League draft. So I'm sure there's some of that will filter in. But yeah, who were the winners? Who were losers on the weekend? 713-572-4610. We're Ocho texting. I know someone else on the YouTube was mentioning this earlier. I think it was Kicks Rocks. If Shiloh had somehow been drafted before Shedeur, that would have been the biggest middle finger in history. That's funny. But yeah, Shiloh, undrafted free agent, going to Tampa.
He's a winner. He got a chance.
Yeah,
I kind of enjoy this content over the.
Did you see what he
weekend.
said? Hey, man, if they're doing this to you, where am I going to go?
That was night one.
He was very entertaining, man. To the point I was looking for a stream, man. I'm like, where can I find this stream, man? He was very entertaining.
I'm screwed.
So it was a very weird weekend for the Sanders family in that they were dealing with all of that. However, I think that they kind of won for their continual content strategy. Because they were like basically streaming live damn near all weekend, doing all the various things that they were doing, enjoying themselves. And it did feel like they continued to have a level of intrigue and interest, obviously in large part because of the, I guess, so-called slide.
Yeah.
But it did feel like they were really enjoying themselves and still personable and affable in a way that was kind of interesting, at least through the clips that I saw all over my social media. But anyways, yeah. So I guess you're counting Shiloh as a winner here, huh?
I am. All in all, absolutely.
Yeah, fair enough. 832. ESPN was the biggest winner. We mentioned earlier that day two coverage alone was up 40% year over year compared to last year, and it would be all the conversation about Shedeur Sanders.
I'm not sure if this is true or not, or if it was day 2 or day 3 where I guess they did bigger numbers than the actual NBA finals.
I'm sure that's
probably
true.
day 2 in some ways.
That says a lot, doesn't it?
Man.
Well, the NFL still just a different level. And speaking of the NFL, this was a loser last millennium. With his selection, Tyler Shuck will be the final player born in the 1900s to be drafted into the NFL.
Oh my goodness!
Tyler Shuck will be 26 at least early on in this season. And so, how did that make you feel?
I was shocked when they picked him, man.
I saw some guys drafted in 2005.
That's right. That's right.
2005?
Which makes sense because those are 20-year-olds, right? Like that's where we are.
You kidding? I was like, holy smokes.
Yeah, man. That is where we are. So I guess the loser in that instance is us. Not us feeling young is losers. We are in that place where you're not going to see a 19 ever again. It's just all going to be 2000 and for the foreseeable future here. So yeah, that's really tough to see. How about this? A loser being the Milwaukee Bucks.
Oh, man.
The Milwaukee Bucks playing the Indiana Pacers in the first round of the NBA playoffs. And Damian Lillard, who, remember, he missed a good chunk of the last end of the season, something like that.
Yeah.
Dealing with a blood clot, which is something that, typically doesn't resolve very quickly, especially because what they need to do is have you on blood thinners in order to kind of manage the situation. I guess it's technically called thrombosis. I think that's ultimately the technical term for it. Well, he got through that, and he got through the blood clot to the point where they, at the end in the playoffs, he missed only, I think, 2 games. He was back for game 3, if memory serves, or was it game 2 even? He made it back pretty quickly. Only 4 in the midst of game 4. They lose against the Pacers, which that's disconcerting for them. But also, more importantly, it seems as though Damian Lillard is thought to have torn his Achilles in that game, according to Chris Haynes. And so Damian Lillard, who is no spring chicken, I mean, he now is obviously gone for the rest of the season if that proves to be correct. And then on top of that puts into pretty much danger the entirety of the next season.
Yeah.
Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think that's more than fair. It's generally a year. Some people have, shout out to Aaron Rodgers, have kind of beaten that by, at least in their own mind, by a little bit. But I mean, he's 34. I think he's 34, and that's. Is he going to be back? Is he going to be back?
Right, 34 years of age. You are correct. 1990 for you, just to make sure that one's out there. But with that being the case, that does make you then look at the Milwaukee Bucks and go, what do you do? Because they don't have control of a lot of their own assets, and you talk about Damian Lillard being 34. Giannis Antetokounmpo is also like starting to get to a place where he has to be very careful about maximizing his years. And if the running mate that you have traded for to get with him is there, and Giannis is 30, right? Can you go where you go, hey, we're probably not going to be able to compete at the level of championships.
Yeah.
You think he gonna ask out?
I don't know that he asks out, but maybe because
they're trying to keep him happy, man.
They are trying to
brought
keep him
in Dame for that reason.
Yeah.
So I wonder if he gonna get to a point like, man, let's mutually part ways.
I think Reggie. There you go. I think Reggie hit it.
I like what you did there.
You know, this comes down to Giannis at some time. At some
Yeah.
point, he's like, nothing's going to happen next year. Like they're not going to get there anywhere next year. So at some point,
it's not going to be Kyle Kuzma out here doing it.
That's right. That's right.
Mr. 1,000 himself. Like, I don't know that you're actually, or trillion, is it trillion?
The trillion.
Yeah. I don't know that you're definitely in a place where you're going to be able to traverse that.
Yeah.
And it's not like it feels like the Bucks are particularly well situated to compete anyways.
Right.
And then how does Damian Lillard come back off of an Achilles is another question. So I think that the Bucks might be in this place where you start looking and you go,
I think they will.
I think someone on the text line got there. 832, F it. Let's go get Giannis this season. Like, I think you're not going to be the only team thinking about that, and I do wonder if teams are going to go get that, and that means I have to throw up the question. So here comes the underhanded softball. Giannis, Houston Rocket, Lopez?
Yes.
It should be a discussion for sure.
Yeah, absolutely it should be. Don't you agree?
I mean, just off of talent, pure talent alone, yes, but I do wonder, how do you make that fit with what you already have? Obviously, Alpin Şengün there centrally, and then also one of the things we've talked about is getting a star player who you go to for a bucket, and he definitely has some of that, but and trying to help engineer an offense. I don't know if Giannis is the one that I'm going for.
I would be willing to try. I would definitely be willing to try.
I would talk about it.
They're a transition team, too, and obviously we know Giannis in transition is off the charts.
Yeah. So that immediately opened up some of those questions, and I imagine those are going to be things that the Milwaukee Bucks are going to have to contend with as they continue. Some other winners and losers of the weekend. How about celebrity ownership being a winner? Wrexham AFC. Obviously, a lot of people have heard about this story because they had the documentary. Rob McElhenney and Ryan Reynolds. They bought Wrexham AFC back when it was in the fifth league of the English soccer tiers, and just this weekend they were promoted for the third straight season, which is the first time that's ever been done in English soccer, to the second tier of the English football league that's technically called the EFL Championship. So they're just one tier away from the top. One more promotion away, and so it's just been a miracle. Like this is damn near impossible for this to happen, and the next step is even more difficult.
Yeah, that would be that one. Now that would be a story. Who won the Premier League anyway? Wasn't that yesterday?
All right, we get it. Liverpool won the damn Premier League. Okay,
you're damn right they did. 5-1, baby.
That's not what won. I mean,
well,
the 5-1.
They clinched it with a 5-1
win. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, you happy? Do you feel good?
Very happy.
You jerk. 281 said no on the Giannis. Doesn't solve the shooting problems, and I think that's going to be something that you need to have some level of kind of resolution towards, even outside of that. But that is 100% fair. Like you non-shooter, but he can get his buckets. But the problem is, I think your offense. I don't know that you find answers with that offensively in as big of a way, but he is a star player. I think that you might have to change the way that you kind of situated.
I think they're going to have to consider that no matter what at this point, right?
He's so good that you would have to consider it, but I think if you can find another option that is probably more guard or wing oriented, that maybe has more of shooting, as that said, 100%. I would do that. 619 points to Jax Ulbrich for being caught.
That's a loser.
Doing the prank calling of Shedeur Sanders. At least that's the one that the Falcons have agreed to. There were some other prank calls that happened with draft picks during this draft. I know Tyler Warren of the Colts. He was drafted at 14 when the Jets were up at 7. He got a prank call. Some other folks got prank calls this year. So yeah, there's some folks that are having to be answered for, and
not to be fair,
looking for it.
The Falcons have said they had nothing to do with those other ones.
Sure,
that they conducted their own investigation or whatever, and it was just the one.
713 said, "Give me Giannis over KD, but I'd be good to pass on either unless you bring me both." Okay.
Now
I don't want either of them unless I give both of them.
Yeah.
Is an interesting situation. All right, very good. And how about this? And I will situate this as losers, but there's a way that you can get to winners. Non-Olympic high schoolers, because Quincy Wilson, who was an Olympian this last go around, he, along with his high school, were at the U.S. or at so it's Bullis High School there, I believe, in Maryland. They were running at Penn, and they ran a 3-minute and 6-second 4x4.
Yeah.
And Quincy Wilson split 43.99 for them to set a U.S. high school national record.
I would hope so. You're running that split and you're an Olympian, but either way. And by the way, Penn Relay is a very underrated event if you're ever up in the area at the time.
Is it really?
Oh, hugely popular.
How's it compare to Texas Relays?
Very similar. Very similar.
With all the extracurriculars, too?
Well, I don't know about the extracurriculars.
Yeah, the extracurriculars, the Texas Relay is different, brother. It is different. But no, I'm like, imagine being the high school that I got to run against Quincy Wilson.
You're lining up next to him. Like, oh, great.
Like, that is one of my favorite things to think about sports, especially like amateur sports at that level, is just the kids that had to play against the eventual pros. Like, I love those stories of I had to guard so-and-so.
Yep. Or,
I had to go and try and tackle this. Like the kids who had to try and tackle Derrick Henry when he was in high school.
Yeah.
How is that fair? How do we allow that?
Who'd you play against? Who comes
Me?
to mind? Yeah.
I didn't really have a lot. I mean, I played against Blake Gideon.
Okay.
All right. And,
okay.
And the thing that I always think about Blake Gideon is that time that he dropped that pass, the interception against Texas Tech that allowed Crabtree to get out here and embarrass UT. But yeah, I mean, I don't have as many of those good stories, but I know some people have great ones.
I had to play for 3 years against Gabe Rivera, first-round draft pick of the Steelers, defensive rookie of the year.
Really?
Oh, he was a monster.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How'd that go for you?
He stepped on me all over the place. Yeah.
All right, very good. Excellent. If you have I had to play against him story, please send it in. I would love to hear it. All right. Loses the weekend. In the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the draft one more time. Now that we have a full look at the draft, I think that by and large people were pretty happy about it, but was there anything that you were not happy about with the Texans draft or with the draft at large? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
What's better than drafting one Iowa State receiver? Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, there's a lot of things happening here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610.
The Texas Hammer!
What up, Jim? How you doing? There's definitely some folks that are giving us the stories of that dude or woman that they had to face off against. Because we were talking about all the high schoolers that had to run against Quincy Wilson.
Yeah.
Yes, the Quincy Wilson that was an Olympian.
Mm-hmm.
He set a U.S. high school record at Penn relays this past weekend. And there's many people who were talking about the times they had to play against, let's see, Cedric Benson when they were at Eisenhower.
That's all I needed to hear right there.
Shout out to Katie
Salute
Legend.
to you, brother.
Right, I know. I
hope you are well.
Were you a linebacker? Because those are the ones that stink. Somebody against Andy Dalton. 406 said they got no hit by Josh Beckett in the playoffs.
I saw Josh Beckett a lot in high school. Pitching in spring, yeah.
832 had to play Kyler Murray junior year in the quarterfinals.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Somebody that never lost in his high school career.
I don't even need to know. Like, you say you played Kyler Murray in the playoffs. I know exactly what happened in that game. Y'all got did up. That's exactly what happened. Played against Kelly Oubre, Daniel House, Cameron Ridley, and the Harrison twins when they played high school ball at Fort Bend in 2012. Wow.
Man.
Like, even if all those are in various different places, like, that is woof. So, yeah, if you have something
with my ex-girlfriend.
Okay. All right.
There's something incredible about just looking out, especially in high school, something about high school, and you see the kid and you go, he's not supposed to be out here with the rest of them.
Yeah. Well, Gabe Rivera, when I was in high school, some old timers remember him. He won the 100-meter dash and the shot put.
God, what?
That's
terrifying.
In district. He was drafted ahead of Dan Marino. And was a good draft pick at the time, except he ended up getting a car wreck.
I'm sorry. Like, I want to talk about this Texans draft, but I'm just having so much fun seeing the various players that y'all played against Darren Williams and LaMarcus Aldridge. Oh, gosh.
Oh, that's
all right.
in Dallas area.
I will try and sprinkle some of those in. Texas draft is completed. And we've talked a lot about the front end of it, maybe not as much about some of the depth in it when you talk about like the Jalen Reeds of the world that fall in there. You mentioned Lachey as well when it comes to some of these draft picks. But did you have anything that you disliked?
Yeah, let's dig in on that.
This draft, 713-572-4610, because I don't want to deny the possibility that someone actually looks at this draft and goes, actually, no, there's things that I would have changed.
You gave it an A+ then, right?
I gave it a B+, like you guys. There were a couple of things, and it's weird too, because I was telling you during the break, I loved the Woody Marks pick. I loved it.
Can we get more than John Harris?
Can we get that one more time? This is John Harris.
Not as much as John Harris.
On the broadcast that you would have heard right here on Sports Radio 610, finding out that Jaquavius Woody Marks is a Texan.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I had you set up.
Looks like it's going to be Woody Marks coming out of USC, the running back.
What? Oh, okay. We just drafted Woody Marks.
Okay,
so that guy.
What does that sound?
Cut that.
What does that sound? Oh my gosh.
Okay.
He sounds like he's howling at the moon.
Okay.
He is a happy dude.
Okay.
But anyways, you were talking about the fourth round pick.
I wanted a running back. I made it very clear. They needed a running back. I wanted a running back. I got the running back. But if we're picking nits, and that's what this segment is about, anything about the draft, feel free to text in 713-572-4610 or obviously Twitch and YouTube comment. Anything that we went like, but I did that on but boy, they gave up a third-round pick to move up. Third round.
They did.
That's a premium pick, man.
For me,
they still have another third. Give it up.
Yeah, but that's a lot.
I don't think they would have gave it up if that was their only third-round pick in that shit.
It almost makes you feel like he better come in and play.
Yeah.
He
better not be like no Juwan Jordan or whoever. Gerard Jordan.
Yeah.
So that in and of itself.
What's greedy? What's aggressive?
Right, what is the overpay?
Yeah.
Like I just more curiosity, less like frustration, but it's just like, okay, but what is the overpay? Because we know that he was calling. In fact, can you help me out here? This is actually something that came out just earlier today. And I'm trying to make sure that I get this right and attribute this properly. This was actually on McAfee. This is Ian Rappaport on Pat McAfee talking about the moving and shaking that was trying to happen, the calls that were happening in round one, and of course, the Texans were present.
So it's always really interesting. So before the draft, I'm starting to hear that a couple teams are really, really active of trying to trade up. And so the teams I heard the Texans were, and I heard the Broncos were. And, like, no one's ever going to tell you who they're trying to trade up for, because obviously they don't want someone else taking them. So the only thing I can tell is, like, when the calls stop, right, for someone, and then all of a sudden the calls stop. It's like, all right, well, you were probably trying to trade up for that guy. The Bears take Colston Loveland at 10, and a bunch of calls stopped. And I was like, wow, like, he was maybe the guy, and I don't know specifically those teams are trying to trade up for him, because I think there were some others like Booker, people like
Loveland was the bell of the ball.
So, I mean, if you wanted to read it, you could go, were they trying to get up for Loveland? But they were trying to get up in that space. I think it was probably more Booker. They looked up and they're like, if we can't get into this space,
could have been Loveland.
Then Booker's Booker's going to end up with Dallas or what have you. But, yeah, no, he was clearly making some of those calls. But it did, again, what you were willing to give up for Woody Marks did make me go,
yeah.
Just how aggressive were you in that attempt to move up?
Because that's pretty aggressive. Okay, another couple things that, again, I gave them a B+. I loved what they did, and you know, got the players that I felt, you know, positioned anyway, I felt were important. But they didn't draft a guard at all.
Yeah.
At all. And it just made me, you know, clearly it told me two things. As we've been talking about today, they love this line. They've told us with the draft doesn't lie, but also none.
Right. At the position that I think you're the weakest at, if you're talking about the offensive line in three positions, tackle, guard, center, I think guard is the one where you were probably the weakest. Although Taylor Ursary, the tackle, 6'6", 330 out of Minnesota, he does profile like, especially early on, that he might work best inside. He could be stiff, and you got some dudes with some bend rushing the edge in the NFL. This is Nick Caserio talking about not drafting a guard in the draft.
Yeah, we'll look at what the opportunities are. I mean, again, offensive linemen come in different sizes. You have guards only, you have center only, you have tackle only, you have tackles that can play guard that can play tackle. So, I mean, like, honestly, like, the more you can prove it, like we talked about, like, Titus never played guard before. So, and we didn't know how good he was going to be until he went in there. And honestly, he played at a pretty competitive level. So, I mean, there's no, like, list that says we need to go find a guard like we talked about last night. I mean, if someone can tell me, like, what a need is or what drafting for need or what finding a specific player. I mean, if you play one spot, you better be really good at it. If you play multiple spots, it creates more opportunities for you. We'll put the 5 best guys out there, like, whenever we need to play in September.
It made me smile that Nick got obtuse. Tell me what a need is. You know damn well what the word need means. Come on, Nick. But that did make it sound kind of like, are you sure we didn't draft a guard in Ariante?
Sure. No, and I get it. Again, we're picking nits, but another one, you're going to need – okay, I'll put it this way. So they told us what they thought about the offensive line room with their picks, right? They also kind of told us what they thought about the tight end room. They didn't draft a tight end until the 7th round. And it was kind of like a mini-me of the offensive line. We weren't sure, are these the guys? Or, are they good with all these guys? Whether it's, Dalton Schultz or Stover or whomever, Brevin Jordan. Well, they told us, like I said, kind of a mini-me thing. The 7th rounder,
Luke Lachey,
who is almost strictly a blocker projected in the NFL. So,
blocker, kind of dump-off guy of sorts.
Yeah, so kind of a little bit of a, okay, I guess they like their tight ends.
Yeah. That felt like something. And also, especially just because of the draft class, that felt like it. I don't know that you were getting a different profile player, tight end-wise.
Unless they missed on Loveland.
Unless they missed on Loveland. Can we talk about the Wisconsin/Florida size elephant in the room?
And that is?
Graham Mertz, quarterback in the 6th round. You did a little bit of moving and shaking for as well. There were so many like trades here and there that I did not understand, but I just couldn't keep track of all the way through. Like somebody who was saying if there were some that they didn't like was just, what was that first trade? That first, like, here's some 5s for some 6s and a 7, and it was like, well, okay, I guess.
Yeah, what are we doing?
The Graham Mertz as a depth quarterback, I'm not moved by that, and I do wonder if that would have been a guy that would have been selected just generally in this draft, or you could have gotten as a UDFA. Now, I'm not going to be the guy that complains big about a 6th rounder, especially like a late 6th rounder, but it did make me go, oh, okay, I guess.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I did as well.
Do you read anything into that? Like, do you think that speaks to life after Davis Mills?
No, I think
finding
that's
a backup
exactly
quarterback or whatever.
I think that's exactly what it is. I feel like you were going to need a quarterback. My only kind of head scratcher was 6th round pick on Graham Mertz, huh? Kind of like what you're saying,
right?
Yeah, you need a guy to step in and ultimately be a backup. Davis Mills is going to move on, and you really don't have a whole lot else there. But could you have just signed him, after the draft?
That was my thought.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess that's kind of the draft. That's part of it. Is don't necessarily wait and hope that something falls. At times, you want to make sure that you just get what you want when you can.
To me, I kind of looked at that as Nick Caserio trading a 6 to some team that was already about to release somebody.
Yeah.
And they just didn't, they just wanted to get them first.
Right.
Just in case crazy things. Hell, the Browns could have took them another quarterback.
Now, something that in the moment bumped me, but ultimately I think I'm fine with, was the pairing of, in late 3rd round, Jalen Smith, cornerback out of USC, and then the early 6th round selection of Jalen Reed, the safety. So the law firm of Jalen and Jalen jumping in to add depth to your secondary. I think just with how much secondary talent you have there, but I'm like, you do need depth. And getting young guys that you have for controllable, especially with all the guys that you're paying, I think those are good moves.
Yeah.
Guys that look like they're going to be able to contribute special teams wise. And that, especially if they develop well with a great defensive development coach in DeMeco Ryans and Matt Burke and everybody there, they might develop, and you might even find a diamond in the rough that then helps you continue to handle what's going on for years to come. So I think that those guys were interesting.
I think it's a good thing, but some people might not. I think some of these guys on the back end certainly were special teams picks. I mean, they were picked for Frank Ross and special teams, as the number you get after that is just gravy. But no, I think that's where he falls in. Jaden Reed. God, dog it first time. Jalen Reed. I've gone all day.
You gonna start putting these dogs in the helmet with me?
I've gone all day and I haven't slipped up until then. Jalen Reed.
That's right. That's who we're talking about. But yeah, all the way around. I think like a good draft that I really loved getting the wide receivers. So the weapons, that feeling, it feels like there's a lot to work with. There's a lot of versatility within that. And the only thing is just the question that remains is the one that was there to begin with, which is just how well will these free agents that you brought together on is bargain basement disrespectful?
I think it depends on who you're talking about, because like it's not disrespectful for Trent Brown.
Right, so I mean,
he's got some questions.
The guys that you brought in free agent wise to kind of cobble together this offensive line, are they able to do this? Because again, it feels like the organization looked up and were like, hey, this was a lot more about the coaching and the scheme, and if we get that coaching and the scheme right, it comes together. And I'm like, you better be right, because if there is some level of conversation about what the talent was as well, I think that you could end up in a place where you end up leaving stuff on the table. And it feels like this is the type of team and this is the time where you don't want to leave things on the table. You want to be able to hit as hard as you can and maybe try and contend for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, and the 409 says, one draft pick that made me think of Lopez, Tyler Shook getting drafted, and his dog was so excited for him.
His dog was excited.
It was so excited.
She got
jumping around. Hey, we did it. We did it.
That's a great point, because I will admit, after the first round, the draft, and I was moving around a little bit this weekend, the draft kind of became background noise for me. Were you watching intently, and was there anything that you were like, oh, this was really a fun part of watching the draft?
Most of day 2. Day 3, I was like you. Day 3, I was in and out. But just sort of keeping up on my phone. But it's kind of hard to miss Tyler Shook's dog. Did you see it, Figgy?
Nah, I gotta find it. I gotta look
awesome.
At it.
I mean, just jump. I'm looking at it right now, just jumping around everywhere. This is awesome. This is great.
Shout out to the 409. We were asking earlier. We were talking about Quincy Wilson, the Olympian, having a run, or these other high schools having a run against him, and talking about that time that you faced off against a professional or soon to be professional. And we have somebody that played in the Cubs minor league system. So he started talking about having taken deep by Evan Longoria and B.J. Upton. There's There's no shame in that game, right?
Oh, no, nothing.
There's none whatsoever. Like,
Nothing.
all of these instances, whatever you did against these people, I'm not mad at you, right? As long, especially if you got your one little lick in there, like, I crossed them up real
Just
quick.
make contact.
What have you, right?
Just make contact.
Rashad Lewis at Sharpstown was a problem. I don't doubt that one bit. Somebody said he had to play Clint Stoerner in the playoffs. Okay, shout out to you. I hope that worked out well. I have a strong feeling that it didn't for you. And then from the 713, got burned by Gary Kubiak while playing cornerback in high school.
No shame there.
I don't think so either.
Yeah.
I don't think so either. Keep sending those in if you got them, man. They make me smile. Something that always makes me smile as you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's Figgy Fig with Figgy's Mixtape, which is coming up next. Figgy, what you got for us?
Man, so John Gruden Lopez will be breaking down the draft walk-up music, and he got his top 5 plus some draft crash outs over the QB position.
Oh, goodness. All right.
So entertaining.
All right. We'll do it next.
The Texans. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yep, it's Figgy's Mixtape in the Loop Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on the Monday. Happy Monday to everyone out there. So over the weekend, some homework, man. I gave them some homework, and the draft was going on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. It's specifically Thursday. Some of the first rounders had their walk-up music.
Mm-hmm.
So we kind of talked about that a little bit on Friday, and I gave John Lopez some homework to review some of these songs and pick his top 5.
I did. Anything you need to know about contemporary music, especially hip-hop and rap, I got you covered.
I've often
here.
said this.
Yeah, you should. Mm-hmm. Now, little background. I didn't do the International Players Anthem because we figured.
But did you just listen to it anyways?
Well, I knew it. I had listened to it.
No, I mean, just enjoy it one more time.
I think I did, actually.
Good.
But let me go through everything you need to know and where they fall.
Okay.
On some of these. And then I'll give you my top 5 to 1 on the walk-up music that we heard Thursday. Free promo, all right? Lil Baby.
Whose walk-up was this?
This was...
Figgy.
I've got it right here.
Okay.
This was Jihad Campbell.
Ah, yes.
Yeah. So I thought it was a good beat. Here's the thing, Figgy, and this is where I want y'all's input, because I think I got this right. I
probably should have listened to these songs.
I felt really good about all these. I'll give you'll hear some of the top 5.
Cool, very good.
He could have used a collaborator. It was only him.
You need a feature on there?
Yeah, I was
Pay for the feature, little baby.
It became redundant, because he's got a certain tone to his voice. He's got a certain tone to his voice that's almost a little too high pitched. He needed like a collab. That's what I thought on free promo. All right, right about it. Lil Wayne. All right. It was Lil Wayne and Drake. What are you going to say? I mean,
fair. That's actually fair.
What are you going to say? That was one that obviously I'd heard before, loved it. I thought, obviously, it's Lil Wayne and Drake. I don't really need to dig into.
You know what you're getting.
You know what you're
signing up for.
Yeah. This is where it starts getting interesting, because some of these I had never heard before, some just maybe a little bit here and there. About My Money. QT7 with Bossman D-Lo.
Yep.
Bossman.
I understand why.
I get it.
Bossman D-Lo. I never heard of them. That's why.
Bossman D-Lo getting some run out here, man.
Yeah. I never heard of him.
Very popular.
Dude. I was like, listen. First of all, so I listened to all of them Friday night, kind of briefly, just drinking a glass of wine. And then Sunday morning, I dug in. Like the old music.
Drinking a glass of wine, listening to Bossman D-Lo. It's hilarious.
It is hilarious.
And then Sunday morning, I dug in like in my old music reviewer channel. This was really good to me. This was really good. Loved the rhymes. I'd never heard of them, as I just clearly indicated. But I thought it was really, really good. Didn't make the top 5, though.
Really?
Okay. Didn't make the top 5.
But you're going to stash this one away to maybe...
It might be. It's in the...
Next road trip, we're going to hear Bossman D-Lo.
Yeah, it's in the mix somewhere. All right, here's where I think I might be somewhat controversial. So, Bottom by Gunna. And that was Mason Graham's walk-up music.
Damn, Gunna. But he's the most
Here's
smart.
the thing. It sounded, and you guys might know this if you're familiar with the song. I don't know if you've heard it recently or not, Reggie. I know Figgy has. It sounded like another rap that I'd heard before. I couldn't shake that.
That's a lot of raps.
And it wasn't like a sample.
2025.
It wasn't like a say. It was just and then I'm going to get into the music mode here.
Okay.
It needed a bridge, and
that's something that we just don't have enough bridges anymore in music.
It
period.
needed a bridge.
Yeah, man.
Like it was the same thing for 3.5, 4 minutes. The same thing. Good rap, but I was like,
just a clean loop.
Yeah, bring someone else in, change the tone, change the bridge, new style. Add a deeper voice. Something.
Oh, man, I love what you're doing here. Go ahead, because I have long advocated for bringing the bridge back.
It didn't have anything. It was just flat.
Bring bridges back to music, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes. All right. Let It All Work Out, Lil Wayne, and that was.
This has become commercial music.
Travis Hunter. I loved it, man. I mean, I'd heard it before, but listening to it again and digging
This isn't top 5 still?
Well, I'm gonna get to the top 5.
Wow.
I just loved I'm gonna go through all of them, but then among these are the top 5.
Got you.
And I mean, I just love the message. Like, this was the writer in me. The lyrics, freaking outstanding. Like, ain't no one like you in this B, but the way that he backed it up with like messages and awesome. Like, it was awesome.
Very good.
All right. Clear my rain on Bridges. All right.
Well, we are coming back from break.
Whoa, hey.
Some start playing.
I don't know what playing.
This was one where I went, I guess I just truly will never understand Gen Z. The guy's got amazing talent. I was pretty mediocre at best on his previous one.
You just don't like Gunna.
I think I don't.
Yeah.
I think I don't.
Okay. I could kind of see that.
It's an easier vibe, way too melodic. Again, probably could have used a bridge. And the first thing I wrote down was, meh. I just, don't take it out on me.
Okay. All right.
All right. And now here we go. Toast Up. Also Gunna. So clearly the Gen Z loves Gunna. That's why I said that. That's why I said about it. I clearly am not vibing with what those guys are doing. In all honesty, hand to God, I thought it was the same song as Clear My Rain.
Okay.
I thought it sounded almost exactly like Clear My Rain. Thank you, Lord. Kia La Malua Alcon. Superstar in waiting. This dude is a superstar.
Shout out to Ted McMillan.
In waiting. Ted McMillan's walk-up song. Incredible voice. Incredible. Again, this is the music reviewer. The tone, the composition, melody, lyrics, everything. I downloaded it and put it on a playlist. I put this on a playlist of that I have of some hip hop, etc. All right, Walk Through. Rich Homie Quan with Problem. Terrific as well. It was produced amazingly well, composed. He help me on this part. I thought he put a great twist on like an old school early 2000s rap beat. Like, the beat was from the early 2000s, which is what I like the most. And incredible rapping talent. I mean, like, big fan, off the charts. Get Ready, Rod Wave with Kodak Black. Very smooth, very good, easy story to tell, told it well. Just kind of missed the cut a little bit. It was very good. It was very, very good. Forever, Drake.
Classic.
With Kanye, Lil Wayne, and Eminem.
Classic might be heavy, but you know what I mean.
It's a throwback.
Last name forever.
Yeah.
First name greatest.
Yeah, it was an old school beat too, which I like, and I'm kind of biased toward. It's I thought, and it's the biggest of the big. It's like the other one. Like, what do you want?
Yeah, it's an older song.
Yeah,
too,
what do you want? I mean, that's the best. Freestyle, Rod Wave, who was also earlier. I thought it was a lot better than his previous one. Like, this was him at his best because it was not just the great rap, great lyrics. He kind of featured his own singing voice. Mm-hmm. Like, he can sing, like sing. Not
so
just.
So
not
he
just
got
rap.
a little bit of variety in there, and that you appreciated that.
Yeah. So let me give you my top 5.
Very good.
Number 5.
Now you got to say this in the John Gruden voice. What you listening to, man?
I'm listening to that freestyle, that Rod Wave.
Okay, all right. Freestyle by Rod Wave, 5th.
I like this one a lot. Number 4. You know, that's that Drake.
That's that goodness
with Kanye and Lil Wayne and Eminem.
I like this band.
I love these guys.
That really did sound very much like.
I love these guys.
That sounded like John Gruden quite a bit.
Number 3. Dude, this guy's a superstar in the making.
But only 3rd, though.
He's 3rd. Remember the name. Kia La Malua Alcon. Outstanding. Listen to the whole thing if you get a chance. Like the song is. Come on. Come on, man.
I like Ted McMillan's vibe.
Yeah. Come on, man. That is outstanding. Number 2.
I be feeling like the man when I walk through. Can't stand what you're saying when I walk through. I got all these.
Big fan.
I mean, this is great walkout music.
This is great walkout music.
This is great music if you feel like you the man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Just that lyric. I be feeling like the man when I walk through. Definitely is cool.
You know, that rich homie Quan has really got it going.
Yeah.
That rich homie Quan. I downloaded this one as well. I'm gonna listen to this maybe on the way home. I love this one. But it wasn't number one. I think this is a perfect hip hop tune. If you listen, the combination of the lyrics, the star power, the beat, the rhyme, this is an awesome song.
Yeah, I mean, this one has felt like it's well situated to be used. Like I could easily see this like being all fall with college football. Like I could easily see them having this all up and down.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, that one definitely felt like that was going to be number one. All
so
right, cool.
Figgy, any adjustments to my top 5 there?
Nah, man, this your list.
Well, I'm just curious what you thought, if anything should have been in there.
Not really. I feel like this was solid, especially coming from you. I am to me.
Disrespectful.
No,
I get it.
No, I think it's fair. Like even you talking about Gunna, how everything sounds the same. That's a lot of people that are a little old school. I mean, I put myself in that same group. I feel like a lot of that stuff is the same, man. Like you get the same type of albums. You know exactly what you're getting when these guys put out music. So I thought it was fair, man.
I was lukewarm on Gunna, man. I was like, man, okay.
Yeah, Charles Menahu gonna have some words for you.
Is he a big fan?
Yo, big fan.
Really?
I'm gonna let Gunna know that John Lopez is not a huge fan of what's happening. You think I have a line on Gunna? That's funny.
And Lil Baby was good, but you gotta have that collab, man. You gotta have another voice on there. It was too predictable, too plain. And then I'm with you. You gotta get some. You gotta get some.
Bring the bridge back.
Some bridges back.
Bring the bridge back.
But salute to you, man. Appreciate you doing the homework, man. A+. We talk about grades all day. A+ for that. All right. Now we got to get to some draft crash outs.
Here
man.
we go.
We had some people sliding in the draft and all that good stuff. We had teams taking players a little early. We got to go through this crash out right here. So. Tyler Show is a show. Shuck. Yeah, whoever he is, they took him in the second round, and here are Saints fans on Spaces, on Twitter Spaces, just crashing out.
25 years old, that got 5 broken legs, 2 broken shoulders. What the is he gonna do for me? What the can I do? That's almost 30 years old, bro. I've been in college for the last 10 years, bro. I can't do with that. You going from fucking Jalen Hurts to Tyler Shuck. This going from Beyonce to man, I ain't gonna disrespect that lad like that, bro.
What?
I ain't recording no songs. I ain't got no tweets. I ain't got no positivity. I hope every associated with that team have a terrible life.
Have a terrible life?
Okay, so it sounds like he's excited about the Saints drafting. I like the idea. He's like, I'm not going to be disrespectful. Then what was that?
If that's not disrespectful.
What was the step before that then?
He was not a fan of them picking that
Tyler
buddy.
Shuck.
Yep, in the second round like that.
I was not a fan of him either, just generally.
Yeah, no, I was kind of shocked too. Yeah. So
he is 26 years old and I don't think that there's a ton of upside there. Like to be completely honest, and I will to say it as nicely as I can. When he started at Oregon in, what was that, like 2020, 2021, something like that?
Back in the day.
Way back in the day. The next season, they were like, yeah, you can move it along, and we will start Anthony Brown. And I will allow you to go find out what Anthony Brown looked like at Oregon. And they were like, above whatever that was before.
Yeah, well, that wasn't all the crashing out that happened. So here is Aaron Goldhammer, who I guess him and his co-host and all that stuff, they did like a little draft radio show up in Cleveland, and this is for ESPN Radio Cleveland, live reacting to the Browns as they were about to select at pick number 94.
Well, we are coming back from break here. They just went live to Dylan Gabriel's house.
Oh, God.
No way.
Don't do
what? He's in Hawaii right now, and
and Quinn Ewers.
Okay, so they're bouncing around.
I would hate both of
they're
those.
setting it. They're setting it up, guys.
They're setting up the Browns to take a quarterback.
They
know and we don't.
Kyle McCord.
So I think they're going to take one, and the question is which one.
All right, let's go.
Let's go live to the podium.
With the 94th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Dylan Gabriel.
Oh my God!
Oh my goodness!
What are they doing?
Right. Yep.
Oregon last year, 2 years at Oklahoma before that.
Oh my gosh!
Felt exactly the same.
That is a shocker.
That is the stunner of the night of the entire NFL Draft.
Dylan Gabriel went before Shedeur Sanders.
Agreed. Agreed.
Now it did work out better because they ended up getting Shedeur Sanders.
I guess if you want to say worked out. I will say, I'm so thankful for C.J. Stroud.
Oh,
because
Lord.
if I ever had to say Kyle McCord with a hopeful tone, I'd be very sad. I'd be very, very sad.
So when they
very glad
took,
for C.J.
I'm like,
Stroud.
I think I had that same reaction.
I was just like,
I'm like, what? He wasn't even. You know how ESPN and NFL Network showed the best available quarterbacks.
Yes.
yeah.
I don't even know if he was on that list.
No, he wasn't.
I forgot all about him.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot he was even available in this draft.
Yeah.
And when they called this, I'm like, the one from Oregon?
That's right. And UCF and Oklahoma.
I'm like,
That's right.
what?
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it, but hey, salute to them. I'm sure they happy about Shedeur Sanders and Dylan Gabriel at this point.
That is going to be a funny locker
And
room.
Kenny Pickett and Joe Flacco and Deshaun. Well, not Deshaun Watson.
I want to see what that quarterback room looks like. I don't know.
Put him on Hard Knocks.
I don't really want the full Hard Knocks, but if you could just give me that quarterback room just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know?
Hey, let's go back to the AFC North.
Oh,
Let's do it.
That would be fun.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of fun. Then, let's go over to Pittsburgh. Let's see what their quarterback room looked like.
Ooh, yeah.
So right now, Will Howard, by the way, I called that.
You did call Will Howard.
Will Howard is the starting quarterback right now. We still don't know what Aaron Rodgers is doing.
And won't for a while.
And it's almost week one.
Yeah. Aaron Rodgers will slide in at week one. Like, all right, we ready? Let's go. Y'all good? One bound, one sound. All right. That is Figgy's Mixtape. You catch it right here on in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610, 1:20 p.m. every day. 281 said my walk ain't nothing. Worry about nothing. I think that's generally a good sentiment, especially it covers up if a slide happens because then boom, I ain't worried about nothing. There you go. At the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something you believe to be mixtape worthy you want to send in. But coming up next, we get ready to talk to the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Ron. Before we get there, though, Rockets are playing basketball tonight, Game 4. How are you feeling? And you want to call your shot. We'll do that next.
The pick is in. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you hanging out with us all Monday long here, reacting to the Texans selecting their newest, all the newest Texans, especially.
Okay, so that.
Especially Woody Marks. John Harris, I swear, man, like I want to love something as much as John Harris.
Yeah.
Okay, so.
Like you got to realize that was not him watching football. That was not him reacting to watching football. That was him reacting to finding out that a player that he liked would be on a team that would then be able to possibly impact watching football.
Okay, so.
Love John Harris so much. Like
It is not a crime.
That is okay. Don't do that. Don't do that to the man. All right. What did feel a little bit like a crime was not getting a victory over the 3 with no Jimmy Butler. And so Game 4 is tonight, 9 p.m. TNT and also Space City Home Network, depending on which broadcast that you'd like to watch. How are you feeling going into this one? Like, what are your expectations, especially coming off of that particular loss in the way that it happened, where it felt like offensively you just didn't have a button to hit, and you definitely weren't hitting the notes?
What's Jimmy Butler going to do? I mean, I've been refreshing. I know you have, trying to find the latest on his. If Jimmy Butler plays, and the way the Rockets have been so unpredictable from Jalen Green and Fred VanVleet, it's going to make it just that much harder.
All right, I'll give you the official update, or the official status report for Game 4. Listed as questionable.
Yeah.
What does that tell you?
Nothing.
That's right, because he was listed as questionable for Game 3. So I don't know. Like this might be a circumstance where they feel like, especially getting a lead in the series, they're up 2-1 over the Rockets. They might feel that, hey, can we afford to steal another game? I would posit that if he could go, he should go, not because of like the Rockets' like crazy ability to like change the series, although I think that they could if they get it even, but more because do you see what happened on the other side? This potential bracket, which is the Lakers losing a game in which they played the same 5 guys for the entirety of the second half in order to try and get a victory over the Timberwolves, and losing. So they're down 3-1, and it feels like they shot their shot there to try and get a victory, and they couldn't even up the series. So the Timberwolves up 3-1 could very much close that series out in 5 and have that. I mean, in theory, if the Warriors were to win, obviously we're still hoping that the Rockets get it done, level it up tonight, and still go and win the series. But from the Warriors' perspective, they got to be looking like, hey, if you are to win this series versus the Rockets, you want to do it as quick as possible, because you can't afford to come in as the older and more tired team into a series against the Minnesota Timberwolves, who look like they're not going to have as much wear on them.
Yeah, no, look, but obviously we're more worried about what the Rockets are doing, and really, I said this earlier, like that loss was more about the Rockets than anything that the Warriors did. Although you have to give obviously Steph credit, but it was about the Rockets not performing and not playing up to what they need to do. Same thing is going to be true tonight, no matter what.
Okay.
I mean, it's about what the Rockets, and it's a cliche and all that. Hey, we're worried about us. No, really, you need to worry about you. You really need to worry about you, because Jalen Green, unacceptable, 2 out of 3 games. Unacceptable. I don't care what anybody says, any argument you can make. You cannot have your purported, best player just burp up like that in 2 out of the 3 games.
The tough part about it is I don't know if he's of a caliber where you can expect, hey, even with doubles and stuff, then all of a sudden you go off. And I'm not saying that the 9 points is sufficient, not by any stretch. But I think the question for me is ultimately, what is a reasonable expectation of him, considering the way that the Warriors have very much game planned the idea of if we basically take him out of the rhythm, they don't know where else they can find their offense going. And I mentioned for basketball mind John Lopez, former coach, like where does your brain go in ways to answer it, especially if the Warriors are going to continue trying to kind of deny him the ball, and then when he gets the ball, like not allow him to utilize the pick and roll to the fullest?
Well, the easy answer is going to be Şengün, obviously. But beyond that, I've been very disappointed in Fred VanVleet. And if they're going to do that to him, you're going to just by default get some extra shots. Should get some extra shots. You can't be shooting 26%,
right?
From there. But then the other thing is as simple as this: you've got to push the ball. You've got to push the ball and score in transition. Their strength is offensive rebounding. If you can do that, you're going to be well ahead of the game. But push the ball in transition. Keep doing what you're doing offensively, and you may need to mix in some new bodies, some fresh looks.
What about more of a body that you've already seen in Jabari Smith Jr.?
I think he's the one.
He seems like he's handled.
I think he's the one.
All of his opportunities well. The question that comes up, because I know that B. Scott, we'll talk to him tomorrow. I imagine that we're going to have a lot of thoughts from B. Scott when you talk about draft and a few basketball games since the last time we talked to him. But like with Jabari, I'm like, how do you get more from him? Because I don't think you put the ball in his hands to initiate. Somebody has to set a table for him, and right now your table setters have been the ones who have had poor series to this point. Obviously barring the 20 or 38-point game by Jalen. Like those are the guys, Fred VanVleet and Jalen, who have been ones that have been a little struggling in some ways.
Yeah, no, look, you've got to be able to do what you did in game 1 and 2, really, offensive rebounding and putbacks and such. But it's so frustrating because they clearly should not have been in this situation in game 3. Yeah. And to just spit the bit like that was just inexcusable.
All right, we see if they get a win tonight. Now, Lopez, before we welcome in the fellas of the drive and thank D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to do so, I think I know who is going to be your favorite new Texan when it comes to the NFL draft and the guys that you acquired over the last few days.
I think I know.
Do you know?
I think I do.
Who do you think it is?
Jaden Higgins.
It is Jaden Higgins.
Yeah.
Figgy!
And Jalen Noel.
What? And Jalen Noel?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm just putting up Higgins here because of this particular audio from Jaden Higgins.
Yeah, I definitely like to fish.
Okay.
I'm big on fishing. I love
saltwater or fresh
I'm from
water?
Miami, so saltwater
okay.
when I'm home, but when I'm away, probably for some bass and crappie and smallmouth, things like that.
And his fishing buddy at Iowa State was Jalen Noel.
Oh, okay. See, I didn't know that.
They would go out together, but he's more of a saltwater guy, which is what I am. I'm almost exclusively a saltwater guy.
I recall that.
Hey, I'm gonna be on the water Thursday if he wants to come down.
Oh, is that how you're gonna?
Aransas Pass.
You're gonna get some insight into the team by.
I'll be there
buddying
Thursday.
Up to the fishermen.
I got room on the boat.
Okay, very good, very good. We'll see. We'll see if we can make that connection happen for you. But I do love I don't know if that it was intentional or what have you. But it seems like they drafted in pairs. It's like, hey, you and y'all come through. I need you. I need y'all. You and your homeboy come through, and so you've got these nice kind of like I don't know pairings to help these guys come into the league and find a level of comfort as they do so. So excited to see what this team looks like. And again, we appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to chop it up with the fellas of the drive. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, how y'all living?
What's good, fellas? Little Monday action.
Little Monday
Draft's
action.
over. We go.
Yeah, good weekend for you, fellas.
Not bad.
Great weekend for me, man.
Oh yeah.
What happened? What made it so great?
Hell, it was just a good weekend.
Good one.
Man.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, shoot, it was just a good weekend, man. Good little. I'm happy with everything but the Rockets and the Astros performance.
Fair, very fair.
Other than that,
I mean, there's a lot to talk about today, and hell, I'm in a lot better spot than I thought I'd be after this draft.
Good. I love that. I do love that for you, especially because I mean they traded out of that first round. So I know you guys are going to get into it, but offensive line has remained kind of in the same place even as I was prior. Like, do you feel like you're in that same space, or do you feel like at least seeing Ariante, Tay Ursary join the Texans at least put you in a slightly better mindset when it comes to this offensive line coming forward?
Well, I mean, it can't not put you in a better mindset, right? You got a second round pick and a guy that appears to be bigger, stronger, adds some level of physicality to it. But I mean, I think for me, that more so tells me what they're going to do with Titus Howard.
And that is?
Move him inside.
I think you're right.
Like, I think it's more about that move for me is more about clarity than it is like, oh, boy, this kid's going to come in here and be lights out. Like, I do expect him to come in and be a plug and play. But it's more about the clarity that I think. By the way, listen in the loop. Listen in the loop, boys.
There, I love it when you bring in notes. It's great.
I'm gonna tell you, man. Reggie.
Okay.
LT's off limits, cuz.
I'm telling you,
you can't even make the ask.
Off limits.
Nah, man, you can't do that. I think he knows who he is.
Moon did.
I know.
Oh
who he
yeah,
is.
they're in the same class.
And that, well, no. Look, the only thing with the Warren Moon deal is like the only reason I was cool with that is because it's Tennessee, man. You don't even play in the same city, the same uniform. It's a totally different uniform, man. So what the hell ever. That was my only pushback there. But LT, yeah, man, I can't. Teach their own, but I can't risk that, man. Walk in, let me get LT.
Give me that
You're talking about. I mean, that guy may be. You talk NFL all-time greats. He's gonna get #1 overall votes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he will.
I mean, say closed mouths don't get fed.
Hey, come on now.
Yeah, man.
Worst he can say is no.
That's like going to Chicago and can I get sweetness?
Yeah.
Can I get sweetness?
Hey.
Yeah, by the way, call me sweetness too.
I didn't know 56.
Call me sweetness. I want that.
I didn't know his 56 was his thing.
I didn't either.
I feel like I know where you're going, and I don't want to do that.
That's all I'm going. I didn't know it was his thing.
That was good. That was good radio because I'm like, I think Reg may be half pissed off. And I said, well, hell, I think J-Lo may be half pissed off. I said, well, let me get in there. But yeah, I'm sitting there the whole time going, nah, man, that one got to be off limits.
There's certain things.
I mean, how great of a player does a player have to be coming in for you to even make the ask on a legend?
Look, I think
or is it just you can never, no matter what?
Yeah, look, I think it's a good conversation. I just think as I was listening to y'all's, I was just like, damn, that's the LT. I ain't never thought about it until I was like, damn, that's the LT though, man. I mean, LT drank 41 Coors Lights tonight. He said he didn't remember if his family was there or not.
Nah, he's a character, but he's a bad man.
He's a bad man.
That just asked.
By all accounts,
no.
By all accounts, I could be a bad man too.
I go to the next one. I really want 56.
I can't.
All right, go to the next one then.
Exactly.
I'll go to Carl Banks. Yeah. Let me get 58.
You can have Carl Banks.
Oh, you got him knocking on all the doors.
I think my response.
Who's the best player I can take his number?
I mean, the response got to be like, hey, young fella, I appreciate the cojones you put on the table, but I can't let you do that to yourself.
Yeah, that's what I said.
I can't let you do it to yourself.
Like somebody needed to tell him, no, don't even.
That is. I mean, you go out there and be a damn Pro Bowler the first 3 years, and people are still gonna look at you like, "What in the hell is this kid doing?"
Yeah, that is true. But I like that. I like that he's not running from that potential spotlight.
He's confident.
He sure as hell did not run.
Well, two of the most confident dudes I know, Clint and Ron. I'll leave it to you, fine fellas. In the loop, we're done for the day. We'll catch you tomorrow. Appreciation again to D&M Auto Leasing for bringing you this crosstalk. Let's move out the way. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. On a Reaction Monday, The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live. And as you see, if you see us on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Clint there in that freshly new Astros City Connect hat. Mm-hmm. I think they're going to wear him tonight. They wear him on Monday. He's got that City Connect hat on tonight. I'm certain he got from Academy Sports and Outdoors. Shout out there. And you see Tyler. His rock shirt on there. He's ready to go as they got a big one tonight. Damn, what happened to them on Saturday? We'll get to that, man. You walked me into that game, you'd have told me, all right, all the other starters not named Steph Curry are going to combine for 26 points and 1 for 13 from 3. No Jimmy. No Jimmy. Oh, hell, we're going to win this one. Well, you know what happened. We'll discuss that in a bit. But as we say, a lot to talk about today. But let's start here, Clint, from the draft. When we left on Friday, the Texans had not made a selection, didn't have a pick, didn't make any additions to their team. They have since done so, obviously, through the weekend, and they have added 9 new players. Jaden Higgins, I know you liked in the first pick in the second round. Irsay, the offensive lineman. Noel, the teammate of Higgins at Iowa State. Jalen Smith from USC. Woody Marks, I know you liked a lot. Not as much as Johnny Harris. John Harris. Good Lord, John Harris liked him a lot.
I can get there. I can get there with Johnny on that one.
Mississippi State and USC also. And then as they get a little later in the 6th round, they had 4 picks in the 6th and 7th round as they added quarterback Graham Mertz there as well. So they added a few players late. We'll see what happens there. But 713-572-4610, those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, those of you on YouTube jumping as well, and let us know what were your thoughts after this draft. How are you feeling about this draft now? Now we see what the Texans pulled together. How are you feeling about the 9 picks right now?
I love it. I love it. I'm more than happy with the draft. Look, for a team that claims they don't draft for need, it's funny, they showed up on them first 5 picks. For the first 5, for damn sure, they picked they picked a need, and so that's kind of where I think overall my mindset is I love the fact that they pick guys that are either going to be plug and play starters. They're going to be competing for a starting spot, and we will not be surprised if they are a starter, or they're going to be, without a doubt, heavy rotational players, and they did that with their top 5 picks. I mean, I think there was a method. I've always said I don't have to agree with everything, but for me, I can see the method.
What's the method
to the
for you?
You needed wide receivers. You needed offensive skill. You needed another running back. The guys you had, which I've said a million times, one of the toughest pills to swallow with this team is what's been going on with Dameon Pierce, and then the level of run, the amount of snaps that what's my man, the third string running back?
Dare
Ogunbowale got. I mean, that is, for a team that's trying to win a championship, that is just absolutely unacceptable. And it looks like they made a move for a guy that I really, really like, by the way. I'll explain that as the show goes on. The cornerback at 4, Jalen Smith, whether that's him at corner and Lassiter bumping inside at nickel, or vice versa, you've got a nickel package. Now you have a nickel coverage package as well as a nickel zone or pressure package that you want to play, and you've got pieces there that you can dance around with, options there in a big, big way. And then we talked about the O-line and the wide receivers. There's an obvious method to the madness. They got great value where they were drafting. They were aggressive, although it wasn't what I thought. Be aggressive and move up in the first round. They were trying to, according to reports. They were trying to. They couldn't get anybody to play ball. But when they had their chances, the way Nick maneuvered around in the draft, and when he saw somebody he wanted available, he jumped up and got him. I love it, man. I can't wait to see, how ready some of these guys actually are. I do. I love it, man.
I think they probably surprised you. I bet you if we'd have told you how it broke down, like if you didn't see the players, if you just told you how it broke down, they're going to trade out of the second round, they're going to do this. I wondered if this love is something you would have thought you would have felt.
Well, it's to me, it's one of those where you're getting into we're getting into that to me, the frame of mind with the Texans where, hey man, if your offensive line kept you from advancing in the playoffs last year and really was a problem all year long, then let's address the offensive line, right? And whether you agree or disagree, clean house, brought in new bodies, and they're going to move guys around, it seems like. Again, we'll talk about what the draft of Ursary in the second round means, but like whether you agree with the exact moves, they went out and made changes at those necessary positions, and specifically to the draft. I mean, 2 receivers in the top 4 picks, top 3 picks this year. Again, I love the corner. I love the running back. I think it was a hell of a draft.
All right, let me see if I can find some folks here on YouTube and Twitch in the text line that liked what they saw. Here is Art said, feeling good. We got some bodies in-house that will force competition. I would have loved them to draft Jarrett Wilson with one of their draft picks, but I hear that they signed a center or 2 undrafted free agents. Someone here on the text line, our wide receiver room is about to be crazy, according to Josh. Happy with the draft. Texans took what was available and didn't overpay, in my opinion. DeMeco said, welcome to death row with his defense, in particular his secondary. And then a couple of others who wondered about it on the text line. Guys, help me understand why they only drafted 1 offensive lineman. Another person, guys, help me why they only drafted 1 offensive lineman. That seems like a stupid plan. Someone else on YouTube and Twitch, stop trying to convert people to guard. he is a move on from that from our
Titus
listeners.
or
I'm guessing Ursary. The new tackle they drafted.
Yeah, look, I've voiced my opinion on that. I'm not real high on the thought of drafting a guy that's played tackle, right tackle, and then moved to left tackle for 30-plus starts, and then all of a sudden, because of the way he's built and he's a little bit stiff, okay, let's move him inside. But it's I would have much rather them go get Tyler Booker, right? But Tyler Booker went 12 overall. They couldn't get there. I mean, at the end of the day. So the key is they've got an abundance of tackles, and one or multiple have the ability to swing inside at guard.
Tell you, if a tackle goes down for some other teams, like the Texans are a team you can go to and say, hey, man, we'd like to try to make a deal with you.
It wouldn't shock me, though, if the Texans weren't like free agency. Hell, who was it? Somebody. I mean, hell, it was right before the draft. Signed a veteran free agent. I can't remember who it was. I think on the defensive side of football. But I mean, there's still some guys out there that I think would be really good inside help with this team. But right now, I think you've got enough bodies. The key is who's going to play tackle, who's going to play guard.
Yeah, to me, when I look at it, and they did a lot of what we kind of thought, like, you got to feel really good about the wide receivers they got in the second and third round. The two, Jaden and Jalen from Iowa State, Higgins and Noel, like, especially with the history of this team. What in the last few years, they have done really, really well in finding receivers. The worst of the receivers they have drafted would be Mechie, and then you can explain away some of the reasons why maybe he hasn't reached what maybe they thought he would in the second round. But outside of that, right, they've drafted guys that have performed above their draft area, right? And it looks like Jaden Higgins, who gives them size, and then Noel, who is we talked about speed, Clint. That is speed. That is speed that they've added. Woody Marks, even though he ran a 4.52 in the combine, he seemed to play faster than that coming out of the backfield. Now, I don't know. I'm not saying if it's A-chain speed or something like that out of the backfield, but it is playmaking ability that he has shown at Mississippi State and SC. So I love that part, but I mean I'm gonna stay here. I'm shocked that coming into the draft they only drafted one offensive lineman. I'm shocked about that, and I'm shocked that it appears to be another tackle. We can get into this a little bit later on. I think it says a lot about how they felt about their offensive line issues from last year and the way that they have kind of answered those questions up to this point now that we're through the draft. But the receiving thing, Clint, I think, well, they were probably at least one of these guys they will hit out of the park, judging by what they've done. Yeah,
look, a lot of what I was looking at when we were talking Friday, I just fully expect them to go O-line with that first pick, but they go wide receiver. So Higgins is a great gift, especially when you start looking at the comps. I heard John Harris talking about his comp was actually Nico Collins, and his comp for Jalen Noel was actually Christian Kirk. How about that? But the Noel piece is I had knocked him off my list. I love the speed aspect, but he was more of a slot, shiftier wide receiver. And I thought if they were going to go that way, it would be Luther Burden, not Jalen Noel. However, they get him in that speed dynamic we were talking about, 4.38 on a 40-yard dash at the combine. That's a laser time. That's absolutely flying. And if you go watch some of his highlights, I mean, he's got the start and stop. He's got a real Tank Dale vibe to his game in a sense of the twitch that you play with and the somehow like Ron, like the effortless, fearless ability to kind of navigate through traffic on a defense. Obviously we hadn't seen Jalen Noel do it at the NFL level, but at the college level, he just there's a level of comfort there in chaos that just is not normal. And so. Man, I like what they did at the wide receiver position. I mean, there is some, again, these moves, Ron, I know we're going to talk about it later in more of a couched a certain way, but these moves, I think they're great picks, but a big part of me liking the draft is also it gives us a little bit of clarity as well as puts some pressure on some dudes that are veterans with this team, Ron. So it was a good one. It was a good weekend for the Texans.
when you look at this, as we see the list and we've talked about these guys, how many do you see them being contributors this year at some point right away? And when I say contributors, I'm not talking about special teams. Like, how many do you get of these guys do you get a sense are going to make impacts on this team? Because you can make the case that Higgins and Ursery and Noel and Smith, you could see it come down. How many of these guys do you get the thought potentially will make immediate impacts?
Look, I think your top two are plug and play starters, and your top five are money. Your top two being plug and play starters. The next three, I think, at the very least, heavy rotational players. And look, now a lot of that depends on what does Ursery do. Is he a guy that goes in there and is competing with Blake Fisher, or ultimately is he a guy that with his size and strength can go in there at right tackle? And this is an upgrade over anybody else that we had. A lot of that is dependent on that, right? I mean, can Jalen Smith, the corner out of USC, can he play well enough for DeMeco to feel comfortable with him being a third corner, a nickel, man cover guy if need be, or is he even good enough to push Lassiter inside to where he can play outside? I think the top five guys contribute. At the very least, contribute. Jaden Higgins is a plug and play starter from jump. I'm going to go ahead and I think Ursery is as well. The next three, I think, are heavy rotational guys.
I was going to say Noel is another one I think gets in a lot.
Yeah, because I think you end
and
up.
Marks might take over as the backup running back.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got to. He traded up to get him. They traded a third, I think, from next year up to get him.
One of them.
I mean, that's got to be.
That's good value. Yeah, they did give up good value to get up further in the
That
fourth
is,
round.
we really like him, and he's got to be a guy that plays over two guys that you the best thing that you can say about them right now is both special teams. He's got to be better than that. Assuming he can handle a playbook and all that kind of job.
Well, I think he's also clearly, Clint. I think you've talked about this too. He's clearly a change of pace.
Yeah.
Right. Like this isn't. This is going from power to now more speed, more scat, more elusiveness.
Well, he's got a little something else to him. I mean, he can get downhill, but he's got a little something else to him. And I think he was, from a football perspective, he was taught the right way. The systems that he played in, I think, are gonna be a big plus for him in a sense of kind of separating himself, like you said, being a complementary piece instead of just being another Joe Mixon.
Yeah. From the text,
schematically, I'm talking about, not saying he's a Joe Mixon.
Text line: it's unfair to criticize the Texans for not drafting more O-line. The way the draft fell, they didn't want to reach and took some very competitive wide receivers instead of wild cards on the O-line. Okay, you're right.
World would have liked to have seen them take a couple guards and a center and really solidify that thing, but they couldn't get up there and get to it. And to me, again, the one thing they could not do, and which I feared they would do once those guards started coming off the board early, and the tackles that they like started coming off the board early. What I feared they would do is reach, which again, the fear was you pull another Kenyon Green and you really screw the pooch.
Yeah,
so,
I agree with that in the first round. I mean, they didn't take any other linemen. They saw other guys they wanted.
Yep.
And clearly this was their, you can sign some guys, after camps and stuff, but this was going to be their last line of defense of trying to add guys to this team on the offensive line. They were happy with where their offensive line is right now, or they would have done something with all those picks they had. All right, coming up as we continue, Clint's kind of pushed towards this. Let's jump into it. What did this draft tell us? Not about the guys they drafted, but what did it tell us about the dudes that are already here? What impact does this have on the vets of the Texans? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, fellas out there,
guaranteed for life. The Insperity Invitational is back in Houston this weekend. See the best of the PGA Tour champions live at the Woodlands Country Club with free admission all tournament long. Or you could win VIP tickets by listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley in the 5 o'clock hour this afternoon. Don't miss your chance for the best seats on the course at the Insperity Invitational.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Fellas, good to be here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right. Make sure you're listening. Stay tuned with us because in the 5 o'clock hour, at some point in the 5 o'clock hour, you have a chance to win a ticket to Saturday's round, third round of this year's Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club in the 5 o'clock hour. We will be hooking somebody up with that. How many days? Is that tomorrow too, Tyler?
Yes, today and tomorrow.
Today and tomorrow. So the next 2 days, you got a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Insperity Invitational right here in the Houston area. So make sure you're listening in the 5 o'clock hour. Listen for that cue to call, and then you got a chance to win a little win a few tickets.
Yeah, look, it's great part of town too, up in Woodlands Way, man. You do a little shopping, you can definitely eat out, and the golf is absolutely tremendous. The golf course is up there absolutely beautiful. Most of them we can't get on, but when you do, whether it's as a fan or as a golfer, you take advantage of it. So yeah, it's if that's your thing, man, this is a good one to go check out.
No, it is. Yeah. So listen, next 2 days, 5 o'clock hour, your chance to win some tickets. So Clint, we talked about this. We looked at the draft, and for you, it told not just a story of what they were bringing in and what kind of guys they were adding, but it told you a story and maybe got things a little clearer about some of the vets on this team.
Yeah, I mean, it did. Look, this team had several needs, and rightfully so. You know, when Nick and DeMeco and company are talking about these players, they got to keep it positive. They can't just go, no, we're not happy with them. But I do think flat out tell us what position guys are going to play. That'd be too much to ask, right? But I think when you look at the second pick in this year's draft for the Texans, the second round pick, being an offensive lineman, being an offensive tackle, that's all he's played, right tackle, and he shifted to left tackle at Minnesota, I believe, played 30-some-odd games. What I've heard, people talking about him is he's physically ready to play. There are a couple of shortcomings, but he's physically ready to play. We've heard DeMeco, talk about first-round picks of being plug-and-play guys, but, I think that particular pick sheds a little bit of light on Titus Howard. I believe Titus Howard's a tackle. I believe every time I've heard Nick Caserio, which I heard again on In the Loop on the way in, I heard Nick talking again and kind of referring to, well, he played pretty good guard when we asked him to move down there. Not he played great guard, and that's where he's more natural or anything like that. Not real convincing.
When we had to move him down there.
But if you just read the tea leaves, man, that there's too many tackles on this team right now for everybody to play guard. And there is one guy on this team that or I know, and I understand I'm more confident than most people are about Titus Howard playing guard, but you can play him at guard, and the other ones I think are going to be a roll of the dice at guard. And you move any of the young guys into guard or whatever. So I think the second round pick this year, which was the second pick for the Texans in this draft overall, I think that shed a little bit of light on the plan for Titus Howard. For me, I thought he'd be better at tackle. Unfortunately, I think that means he's going to slide in like John McClain said.
Yeah, Brandon on YouTube and Twitch believes Ursery is a stud and that Titus has lost a lot of mobility, so he will probably be at guard.
Well, look, and here's the deal. I've said this a million times with Titus Howard. Whether you're higher on him like I am or you're just completely out on him playing guard, right? The reality of it is I don't know that Titus, with the exception of maybe his first couple years in the league, I don't know that he's ever had a off-season, training camp, and more than a handful of games knowing what damn position he was going to play inside or out. And so do I think he's gifted enough and talented enough and has the ability to go in there with everything he does this offseason and everything they do, the new offensive line regime, everything they do with him this offseason, this training camp, be geared towards playing guard and not being a swing that can play damn near anywhere but center? I think that would be a big plus for Titus. But overall, as it pertains to this draft, Ron, I think this draft told me
a lot about him.
that I'm going to lean into him playing guard a lot more than hoping like hell he was going to stay at tackle. Like I hope.
Imagine the amount of guys they have in the tackle position that would make the most sense.
Yeah. Number 2 for me is drafting Woody Marks in the 4th round, making a trade to move up and get him. What I think of Woody Marks, for me, I think this is your number 2 running back right here. And so I think how you set it up, I think again, this told us how they really feel about Dameon Pierce, how they really feel about Dare Ogunbowale. Is not only are we going to draft a running back, we're going to give up next year's 3rd round pick in 2026 to move up and get him. And then you go and you study this kid. I watched him at Mississippi State before Mike Leach passed away. God bless your soul, Mike Leach. He's a player, and I'll be shocked.
Over 1,100 yards last year at SC. He had an 83 catch season for over 500 yards.
That's where I go
at
to
Mississippi State.
That's where I go to right there, Ron. Without a doubt, go straight to the 2022, 2021? 2021 under Mike Leach, wide open offense. He could hit you in all parts of the game, and I think that's what this game. I think that's one thing this offense is missing. So again, back to kind of how you set this thing up. I think that tells us not just Dameon Pierce, but Dare Ogunbowale. They're gonna be special teams guys.
Yeah, Dare especially go back to his kind of his gig in his area. So yeah, I can see that.
I'll keep it with the same vibe here. John Mechie, with 2 of the top 3 picks this year, being wide receivers. John Mechie better show up and show out, right? I think the patience is worn thin. At least the patience coupled with confidence has worn thin, and he's going to end up getting pushed down to the bottom of the barrel again.
You think the draft status matters anymore with Mechie and Hutchinson? Excuse me, because I feel like they're in the same boat right now. One of them.
I think Hutch has always been a low ceiling guy from a tangible. So I think he is who he is, and I think the Texans are. Hey, look, he's going to be the last receiver we keep on this roster. We know we can depend on him. He can play multiple positions. He can play special teams. We know we got good size to him. You know what you're getting out of him. I think Mechie, it's been one of those. We're going to be patient and see if this guy can get to his ceiling. We're going to be patient and see if he can do at the NFL level what he did at the college level, and if he can play at his ceiling. Does he still have that skill set? And I think they've worn thin with the impatience, along with losing Diggs, losing Tank. I just think John Mechie better show up and show out. It's going to be a dog fight. I mean, it's going to be a dog fight for 5 and 6. The 5th and 6th receiver on this team is going to be a dog fight.
So I was wondering, I wonder if one of them ain't going to make it.
Well, you got Watson, you got Berrios, who they went and got those guys.
To return.
Yeah, I mean, so I don't. It's going to be. If you want to be a true wide receiver at the NFL level in Houston, John Mechie better show up and show out. And then last but not least, I think this is probably my favorite. The drafting a corner with slot corner experience, as well as he bumped outside and was actually better outside.
Probably the pick that Caserio was most questioned about, because
corner.
Yeah, he went for SC. He went a lot higher than most people had.
Yeah, I don't have any worries, man. I don't have any. Now I don't know about his board, but when you look at him, I love the way these guys leaned into these teammates, and typically it's not like I really don't give a rip, but you're talking about like Kalen Bullock obviously knows this guy on an intimate level, and the staff, I would imagine, leaned into his experience with Jalen Smith. But more importantly, the Jalen Smith coming in, assuming it works out, you got a corner nickel. Now you can go all out coverage defenders, man-to-man coverage defenders in a nickel set. Or you can go all out zone, I'll knock your head off with Lassiter and Petrie in the slot and Lassiter outside. I mean, you got some. This secondary got significantly better, at least if it pans out. Now, I mean, if he's a dud, then it's all for none. But he'll be a special teams player. But boy, just as a prospect, man, you like the ceiling and what could be the potential of this.
All right, coming up, we will continue throughout the show to look at the draft for the Texans and overall. But the Rockets have a huge game again. It feels like they are, maybe not, at least for the series, to go down 3-1 would be devastating, especially how the game ended the other night. But we'll talk about the Rockets coming up, and we'll get on this thought first. Did they blow the series Saturday night with that loss? Did they blow the series Saturday night losing that game with an injured Jimmy Butler? We'll discuss that coming up next.
I don't like the Warriors. The pick is in.
Advocates, real solutions for real people.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Did the Rockets blow the series Saturday night? Saturday night, that was a tough one to take right there. Saturday night, we talked about it. Hey, can they handle the opening of the game? Can they withstand the storm that the Warriors would put out? And hell, they were the better team early. They were the better team. Like, they had the lead early. They were, and you could tell maybe Golden State was dealing with the, oh Lord, Jimmy's not playing. I think we were both surprised because we said Friday that we thought Jimmy would play. No way. So he missed the game, which kind of makes you let you know maybe the severity of his injury. Jimmy freaking Butler! But Jimmy, that guy, misses the game. You look at, yes, Steph was special, but he had 36. Outside of him, the rest of the other four starters, Clint, combined for 26 and went 1 of 13 from 3.
We sucked.
Now, Buddy Hield and Payton just especially Payton in the fourth quarter, that really got away from the Rockets. But even within that, man, when you look at that, no Jimmy Butler, right? Hell, Draymond got teed up early. You look at it as their other starters weren't scoring, right? You kept down most of the other guys that you would think would be scary for you, and you lose that game. Did they blow the series Saturday night, in your opinion?
No, I don't think they blew the series. No, I mean, there's too much. I mean, when's Jimmy coming back? All you do is steal one on the road and you get back that home court. I don't think they blew the series. Again, like they did in game one, I think they pissed away a really good opportunity. That's for sure. This is the one. I think the game one for me was very easy. You look at it and you go, hey man, Jalen wasn't getting it done, and the fact that he wasn't getting it done and took as many shots as he did, you're probably going to lose that one. Van Vliet didn't get it done, took as many shots as he did, you're probably going to lose that one, right? You didn't score enough. This game, with or without Jalen, down the stretch, when they don't have Butler, I thought without Butler, okay, this could be you can muck this thing up and just get a body, and you can win this thing. And boy, I was dead wrong. It clearly is still all about Jalen Green and whether he's getting off or not, and whether Jimmy's there or not. So it was a frustrating loss for me. But no, I don't think they. I don't think they lost the series. No.
Could you kind of chalk it up to the same? Like at Game 3, this is the first time they're on the road for a playoff game against this Warriors team on the road like that, similar to Game 1. Jitters there. Because, they got some players. Like, Amin Thompson he doesn't even look like he's playing with a level of confidence right now. He seems to have jitters. Jalen, again, like we said, Game 1, as he admitted, was kind of nervous, kind of excited a bit. That caused him a little bit in that game. And then this last game, he's 7 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists in Game 1. And then his first game on the road, he's 9 points, 6 assists, 6 rebounds, 5 assists. Maybe that is I don't know. Maybe they were a little nervous too. Similar thing in the first game. That's one you look at it, boy, they got to win. That's one, the way that game was going, they got to win. And they let Steph get going, and for the first time, they let a couple of the others get going. And this time it's Buddy Hield and Payton. Payton just got to the lane multiple times late in the fourth quarter for layups. That is just unexcusable. Just, I don't like the Warriors. That was problematic. What happens tonight? Because, obviously if they get this one, it's a different story. They take home court back. But damn it, boy, that felt like, wow, they can go and beat us without Jimmy Butler and playing bad.
Yeah, I just go back to with the Hill. I'm just going down, man.
He has been the test. He has been.
But I don't know what it is. And that's the part that's so frustrating about it. Like, I don't know if he just doesn't have the step on their throat mentality, and he doesn't have the mentality of like, hey, I'm going to go get shots. I don't give a damn if I do miss. It doesn't matter. I'm gonna go get shots. Or if this is Ime Udoka's plan coming in. I mean, it's just like, I mean, you look down and Jalen Green's got 11 shots. I don't care how good he is or he isn't. Like that can't be the case. Like we've proven that Fred VanVleet, even though he knocked down a couple threes early on and was hot and hit some, like that's not. It's just not gonna get. It's not gonna be enough to get you there. I mean, they got to do everything they can to force feed Jalen Green, and then they got to live with whatever the result is. If he's cold as hell and he's not hitting anything, and he's playing like the first year Jalen Green and not this experienced guy that can give you 38, then so be it. You got to. It happens. But it looks like to me as I watch that game, and it looks like out of the gate there is zero focus on getting Jalen Green to rock. Game 2, right out of the gate, I don't remember who was bringing the ball to the court. I'm assuming it's VanVleet. As soon as he crossed half court, Jalen came and got the ball and started doing his thing. It just doesn't happen as often.
Well, they didn't adjust to the Warriors. So the Warriors adjusted to that and funneled him to areas they wanted him to get to, but they didn't. I think it does come down as which Jalen Green's going to show up in the series.
Absolutely,
tonight.
100%.
Which one's going to show up, and he's got to adjust to it. Like his swings can't go 7-8-2 to 38-4-6, and then to 9. Yeah. Like those swings, like he's like just you got to get some consistent. Like if he's just in the teens or the low 20s, they win this game, or it looks a lot different. It's just
it's super interesting to me the way that like if I would like to see, and I'm not saying this is the answer, but it just seems like either he takes his foot off the gas the minute he misses a couple shots, or the minute that he misses a read, or that he doesn't do something right, or Ime Udoka doesn't trust him and goes a different route. And as I watch him, I just don't. I don't think they have a puncher's chance. Every one of them other guys can go out there and have their best game, and the Rockets are going to lose this series. If Jalen Green goes out there and has a good game, they got a chance to win it. It's that simple.
Yeah, he's got to adjust to whatever, and Udoka too. But a bit of it also, we can't come out and start over every time and just hey man, all right, let me walk you through what you got to do. Like at some point, man, he's got to figure out what they're doing and make the best decisions. He kept trying to go all the way down, and they were funneling right to him and making him take tough shots or get stuck or having to pass it out. He just has to figure things out. But it's just you got to get me some level of consistency, man. We got to get to 15 on your off nights.
Yeah. Well, you brought up Amen Thompson. That's the other problem for me. Is I'm like right now because I'm watching through the lens of all right, is Jalen Green getting downhill and getting to the rack? Is he getting his shots? Is Jalen Green going to be a guy that is a maybe not dominant but a force in a game? And if we're being honest, there ain't nobody on the defensive end. They're all monsters. And there's Tari Eason shows up and Bari shows up and makes some big shots. But if we're being completely honest, I mean there's no real threat to get downhill unless Jalen Green. And they're talking about Amen Thompson. I mean, he has not been good in this series. He has been timid as hell in this series. And
I've called for him to sit down. I was like, man, he might need to sit down.
But Ron, that's again the Jalen Green dynamic, right? If Jalen Green is getting downhill, I understand that the defense earns, they deserve some credit as well. But when he's getting downhill, Amen Thompson's cutting and Amen Thompson is getting work. When he's not, it's all bad. It's like you lose. It's you either get both of those guys or you get neither. Yeah. Now, obviously, Amen Thompson's going to do his thing on the defensive end of the floor, but it's just a scoring. Jalen just impacts him so much, man.
But like Sean just messaged in on YouTube and Twitch, Green can't have this on game, off game, on game, off game type of nonsense. I just think it's what separates him from being what we've talked about. Can he be a 1 or a 2 on a championship level team? And now, like it's a deal of, hey man, They watched who can go crazy, who can get off and go crazy. We've seen Şengün in this series play well, but his play well has not resulted into 38 points and taking over the game. They're going to, Steve Kerr, they've been doing this a long time. They're going to do whatever they can to not allow Jalen Green to get comfortable to go and do what he did in game 2.
Well, but
he's got to figure out something around that.
But the problem with it is when it happens early, he disappears. He takes 11 shots in a game, right? That game was close down to the very end, and he was a non-factor.
Just like in game 1.
Like it's like, I don't give a damn if you're missing shots. I don't care if you're comfortable. I don't care if the courts do. As a group, they got to figure out a way to get his ass comfortable, get his legs underneath him, shrink the court. But whatever you got to do, whatever he said, the court looked huge. Whatever you got to do, they have got to put all their eggs in one basket of getting him.
It's the same, Clint. Who are the Rockets trying to take away?
Well, Steph.
And how he ends up with 36.
Yeah.
Who are the Lakers trying to take away?
When they don't,
he ends up with 43.
I tell you what he ain't doing. He's not going to end up with 11.
No. And in some way, he's going to still find a way to get to his spot, and they're going to do things to do it. He's like that's. We're seeing the difference in the type of player he is compared to those other guys. Like right now, the Rockets are going to do everything they can, even without Jimmy, to take away him. He still gets up 36, and impacts the game. All right, coming up. It sounds like we learned a lot from the Texans in the most talked about position since the season ended. We'll discuss what we learned coming up next.
Clint Stoerner here for Serta Pro Painters. Hey, y'all, Serta Pro Painters right now, spring sales event is rolling right now, y'all, from now till May 5th.
Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as the draft is over with. And we've taken another step of learning what this Texans team is going to look like going into the season, Clint. And to me, I think we are still, at least we have more answers to what was the number one question that we had to answer, and that is the offensive line. At the end of the year, that was the number one question on this team. And now, Clint, we have gone through free agency. We have now gone through the entirety of the draft. Rookie camp is near. OTAs is near. This thing is about to get started, Clint, as we get close to May. It is clear to me that the Texans have made a bit of a decision with their offensive line and what they felt was most needed to be changed. And I think that was more coaching than it was we need to get improved, dude. Now, they made some changes across the offensive line, Clint, but they still have a good amount of guys that were here before: Juice Scruggs, Patterson, Titus Howard, Blake Fisher. And then, now they've added some guys, but nobody that you would, quote unquote, say was like a big time addition.
Yeah.
And then they only drafted one guy from the offensive line, and that's Ursery in the second round. So they didn't really do a ton of changes like maybe we thought they would. But it seems like, for real, their thought is we can coach this thing up. We've promoted Cole Papa, Nick Caley. This is the change that we need. And I don't know about you, Clint. We are still, I think, after the season ended, are still in a space of, I guess we're going to have to see how this works. We're going to see we're going to have to hope and see what they're able to pull off with this line.
Yeah, look, I've said it a million times, man, that the protection issues in Houston with the Texans it's layered. It's multifaceted. There's 4, 5, 6 different things that contributed to the issues that we saw as fans last year. And I only say that in a sense of hell, it ought to be an easy fix, right? It ought to be an easy fix. Your quarterback, your play caller. Sure, there's several things that need to change and should change and will change for them to get better. But, Ron, it is hard with the moves that have been made. It is very, very difficult for anybody out there, and it's been done consistently since these moves were made. It is difficult right now for anybody out there to sell that Bobby Slowick and Laramie Tunsil weren't the damn problem.
And Chris Strausser.
Well, yeah, that's fine. Those
are the three guys that, I guess,
coaching and Tunsil. That's. I mean, at the end of the day, coaching and mentality, right? I mean, the biggest, boldest moves that have been made when you were one of the worst quarterback protecting football teams in all of the NFL. The biggest, boldest moves that were made were you get your offense the help out of here, and you get your captain. $20+ million a year man,
Pro Bowler,
that does what he wants when he wants. You get his ass up out of here, and everything else is just like, hey man, we'll do more with less. Hey man, we'll get a guy that never called plays in here. We'll get a guy that's never coached O-line in here. We'll get a bunch of O-linemen on 1-year deals, 2-year deals. We'll draft some guys and allow them to compete right away. Hell, we'll bump Titus Howard back inside. Maybe hell, I don't know. Maybe he'll play tackle. It is, and I don't say this. This is not a negative spin at all. I am absolutely here for it and down with it. But it is hard for anybody right now to not say, oh boy, coaching and mentality was viewed to be the biggest problems with this offensive line over the last handful of years, because those are the two major changes that you hope work out, by the way, because you didn't hire an offensive coordinator that's a surefire lock, stock, and barrel change. You didn't hire an O-line coach that's a surefire lock, stock, and barrel better offensive line coach. You'd think, and he's been good as an assistant, right? But or in a position coach, but you didn't hire no just proven pelts on the wall OC and O-line coach. And the guys you brought in, you didn't bring in a bunch of guys that were proven game-changing type players. All you're doing is coaching and mentality. And, again, if you would have asked me from the absolute jump, now this is splitting hairs because it would have been tough because they were bad physically. They were really bad physically. Bad they were physically was how detrimental – in terms of what was the most detrimental, yes, they were bad physically, no doubt about it, particularly on the inside. They were bad, right? But I'm going to tell you, that mentality was as detrimental as anything. And the moves they've made, they can say whatever the hell they want. And they can push whatever they want out of that building. There is no doubt about it. Coaching and mentality were the problem over the last handful of years.
Yeah, again, I've said this every step of the way, and now it feels like, I guess the last thing is there could be additions added between now and camp.
But even then, for you, Ryan, you're not going to look. There's nobody out there you're going to look at and go, hell yeah, that's.
No, I don't think so. But to that point, as I said, there's still areas. This is just not at all. What I saw as the response to we've got to get better up front. And it is really a hope that all of those things go together that can create this, and that these guys can get the most out of a Lincoln Tomlinson, or can really get the most out of Titus wherever they play him.
Yeah. The thing is the layered aspect that I spoke of initially, Ron, is if C.J. Stroud plays a different brand of, like, commits to it the way he did his first year. And again, I'm not knocking C.J. I'm just saying if he commits to playing that boring brand of football that won him the Rookie of the Year, everybody around significantly less difficult. None of it's easy, but less difficult, right? And guys will make mistakes, and we'll never know about it unless you watch the film. The fans damn sure won't know about it. The stat sheet won't know about it, right? So starts there, but boy, the mentality and the coaching better play a big part here, right?
Yeah. Can I say this is the thing, fellas, that makes me feel like the most uncomfortable about their offensive line situation is, like, as I pull it up, I've got every lineman that you would think has a chance.
Some combinations going here,
and that's it. It's hard to put the puzzle together, right? Obviously, they have a game plan, but usually, we could probably go through most contending teams, playoff level teams, and look at their offensive line, and you'll know,
you can get four of them.
All right, he's gonna go here, he's gonna here, like they got a couple of guys here that you're like, all right, based off where they're drafted or how much money they make, they gotta play. But then it's all three of them, where are they going to play? Because they all play the same position. That's the thing that's uneasy. I think Juice is going to play center based off where he was drafted, and that they moved up to go get him. But Patterson has been better, so that is weird. But then they also could play him at guard. And then I look at it, I know Titus is the highest paid player that's up. But I think he may very well be your best tackle on the team, but I think he's got to potentially play inside. But where? Then your number one, your top guy you drafted this year, third straight year you've drafted an offensive lineman in the second round. I know two of the three for sure you moved up to get him. I'm not sure if you moved up to get Blake Fisher. I can't remember, but I know you did for Scruggs and the kid you just got this year from Minnesota. But I don't know if is he going to play guard or is he going to play tackle? Mm-hmm. Are we guaranteeing that one of your second round picks is going to be the swing tackle, him or Fisher? It is hard to put the pieces together. Is Tomlinson definitely a starter? It's hard to put the pieces together. That's what makes makes me a bit uneasy about this team. And to think that was the biggest problem in what's in front of CJ, and you're bringing in a new play caller who's never design officer call plays that has to kind of figure this thing out.
Yep. And we'll see. Look, I mean, this is, again, I know we look at it and we go, man, what the hell? Who's going to be where? What's and look,
obviously they know. They have an idea.
I think Howard's going to be inside, but I think he's a significantly better right tackle than he is interior offensive lineman.
But I think that the roster makes sense that he would have to be inside, right?
But that's where I was going with it. I said this 2 months ago whenever it was that Nick Caley was hired. This is another sign that Nick Caserio. I mean, Nick Caserio, and again, I'm not saying this negatively. I'm just making the point. Like, this is the New England way of, hey, man, we got 10 or 12 offensive linemen in here, and we're going to play our best five. We're going to play the best five. We're going to play the best unit. We're going to play the best five that makes sense.
Heard that.
Right? Instead of going and getting, no, this is my left guard, this is my center, this is my tackle, and starting the season that way, they are comfortable going, we got a boatload of offensive linemen. We're going to coach all these guys to do all these different things, and the best five are who we're going to put out there. That could mean your best right tackle is going to play left guard.
I cannot wait to see the combinations when this OTAs and stuff starts, and when Brandon Scott or Sean Bijani are out there and they're like, all right, here at practice, and these are the first five to come out, and they're playing here, because I am like, I don't even know if I got a good guess on what the lineup is going to look like. It's crazy. Text line coming through. Many people believe a big issue was Bobby Slowick and how they ran the offense, and that's going to be the super change. I hope so. Again, as I've said before, I know some may not believe. I want to see that as big. I love potential greatness, and I think C.J. Stroud showed that in year one and has that, and I want to see that. And I want to see him have the ability to do so. Now maybe it was just the coaching. Maybe that is the big massive change here to get things. We'll see that. We'll see if that is the case. I'm not certain that is something I 100% agree with, because the same damn coach was the same guy that was there the previous year, and they just said to hell with it. To hell with it. Like, at no point ever got back to it. And that was somebody, hell, we praised the first year of, like, man, the way they were able to protect their offensive line issues throughout that year and overcome it. And like, the game we always went back to was, dang, man, they had Austin Deculus out there playing left tackle against the Steelers with George Fant on the other side. And those pass rushers. And I remember praising them, how they were able to do that. And then the very next year, like, all of a sudden, man, they're just absolute complete airheads when it comes to it. And just got no damn clue with the offensive line. It just, it's just like not even a point of reference to even say, well, hell, let's go back to what we did last year. Like that, so I hope that is the case, because I do want to see C.J. Stroud get better. But I talked to, like, Tyler. I'm going to put Tyler out there before the show. I said, Tyler, how do you, like, coming into the year, what grade would you give the Texans on efforts during this offseason? What'd you say?
C.
A C?
Yep. C.
Which I think it's fair, because I think a C is, you gotta hope to see what they're gonna do. Like, I don't know what I think the confidence is maybe middle of the road, if you're being honest, when you just look at the parts. But you just, at this point, hoping that this thing.
Well, I don't know. I can get to a C.
Oh, you don't get to a C.
I did also add that was probably a little optimistic.
You did say, I forgot. You did say you were being optimistic. Yeah. I like the Tunzel move because it fits for to me, what they're trying to get to.
Yeah.
I think that fits and makes sense, even though he was clearly the most talented guy. It's just the follow-up has been interesting, to say the least. The follow-up of what the response to fix up for him. That just judging by this, they said our interior, like us, we thought the interior was the real issue. And they did not. Or at least they did not go after guys that would lead you.
Their actions didn't say it.
Yeah. $3 million for guys. All right, so we'll see. Someone text in, Ron, relax. It's not your job to put the pieces together. Let them figure it out. Okay, well, hell, it's not your job to do it either. Your ass feels like, oh, they've got it. No, it ain't your job either. Shut up. You do. This is what you do. It's what we all do. We're trying to put the pieces together. Just because you don't agree with the thought of it, because I'm looking at this like, whoa, Jesus.
Hold on, show.
Where is your $18 million right tackle going to play? Where is your second-round tackle you just drafted last year going to play? Where's your second-round tackle you just drafted this year going to play? Are they all three going to be on the field together? Can they? Where's your second-round center you moved up to get 2 years ago going to play? Get out of here. Relax. No, you relax. I am relaxed. Coming up next.
My boy Ron.
The story outside of the Texans with the draft. Do you believe the Shedeur Sanders situation made sense? How did zero insiders realize this was going to come to pass? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, them Houston SaberCats, man, that professional rugby team we got here in Houston, they won again.
is presented by Verlo Mattress. Verlo Mattress, handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All-Out training camp is officially on, and Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have you covered. Exclusive interviews, inside info, and the best football conversation in town. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the drive. The Shedeur Sanders thing, that kind of took over the draft, where it just became a deal of like, all right, after day one, then at day two, and we saw other quarterbacks go, and then day three, and finally he was drafted in the 5th round, 144. Clint, did this situation make sense to you? Did it ever get to a point where it made sense to you? And your opinion, obviously, it's anybody's. You could jump in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610, or YouTube and Twitch. But this was a weird thing. Like nobody expected it to get to 144 and him to go behind guys like Dillon Gabriel. But did this thing make sense to you?
No, I wouldn't say make sense. No, not dropping all the way to 5. But I tell you, I've talked to some people over the weekend, just some different guys, and some of the stuff that he and Deion Sanders did behind the scenes makes it make sense. Maybe not sliding all the way to 5, but it makes it make sense. And we talked about some of it on Friday. I mean, none of it's like, oh boy, you just can't believe this or that happened. I think it was to me, what I'm understanding is it was Combine, Senior Bowl, Pro Day. It was a consistent, I don't want to say disrespect, but almost like just disregard for people and teams.
I think they took it as disrespect. Yeah, so.
I'm sure they did, but I mean, I don't. It was just, and when you couple that with the reality of it is he is a quarterback who I had slated in the first round. I had slated in the first round of a quarterback week draft, and I could have seen, you and I talked about it, the only one I couldn't see sliding would have been Cam Ward, but I could see either Jackson Dart or Shedeur Sanders slide into the second round. And I think that's a combination of, hey, man, he doesn't have like that superpower arm or feet or anything like that. And so maybe even in this weak quarterback draft, he could slide into the second round. Not what we saw. So the only thing that made it make sense to me was that apparently he and Deion just overplayed their cards to the nines. And then you factor in and said publicly about, pulling an Eli Manning kind of deal if his son didn't end up in the right spot. And you just put all of those things in one basket that is Shedeur Sanders, I could see where it would have been the worst slide we've ever seen possibly. But again, not to the 5th round. Not to being taken by the Cleveland Browns after they took Dylan Gabriel before you. Like that still just blows my mind in a sense of, and I hear all the different talk about, well, he wasn't as talented. I agree. He would not have been the second-rated quarterback or a top 10 quarterback in anybody's opinion if it would have been a draft with Deshaun Watson and Pat Mahomes and all these guys in it.
Yeah, he would have been behind Mitch Trubisky.
But yeah, I don't know how. Like, I can't get to 5th round, man. So it's hard. It's hard for me to get there as bad as it really, really was.
Text line coming through. How is Sanders any better or more accomplished than quarterback Quinn Ewers from Texas? It absolutely makes sense that he fell. I didn't expect it to go as far as it did, but he did it to himself. The way he acted in interviews and all. It's not like he's Patrick Mahomes level talent. I'd compare him to Teddy Bridgewater as talent.
I ain't heard that one, but that is a good one.
Good. Not a fan of him or his dad. Yeah, I mean, I guess what we just learned is he got what he deserves, I guess. And hell, nothing about fair. He got what the league and the guys wanted to come to him. So
Teddy Bridgewater was a first rounder for the record.
He got it. No, well, I mean, in that draft, but no, man, he wasn't good enough, despite any of the numbers or the things that he put together. What we saw was I think what we learned, and maybe it's individuals, but to me, what we learned is the one thing that you can't do. You can beat the dog S out of women. I mean, pregnant women, punch them in their stomachs. You can drive and race cars all over the place. You can have a current drug problem, drinking problem, coke, all of it. Run down, get arrested. You can do all those things. But what you can't do is in any way disrespect or show disrespect, whether it's real or not, to the brass of the decision makers. Because that is what I learned, what I saw with him, a bigger red flag than any of that other stuff. And so, guys, in the future, if you want to go in and give your best shot, you better yes sir it, no sir it. is the route that would be best taken. Hell, even if you do all those other things, it would be the route best taken. And I think that's what we learned. The thing to me, Clint, that gets me is
but to be clear, like, I mean, there's stories out there where they were walking around Senior Bowl just completely not willing to speak with and meet with teams that didn't have top 5 picks.
Again, like, sure, all of it. If that is a bigger red flag than that's what I'm saying.
I'm not interested in that debate.
That's what I'm saying. I'm just saying what we learned. Those things are bigger red. That's a bigger red flag than those other things. And I think it's a learning tool for those of you who don't want to be in that situation. But I think, to me, Clint, the bigger thing is that blows me away. The biggest thing that blows me away is how did zero insiders? And by the way, if you all aren't picking up on the sarcasm, I believe all of that is bull. That would be more important. That him and Tyreek Hill will both have first round grades and they end up being drafted in the same damn round. Anyway, but how did zero insiders not know about this?
No clue.
That's the part that gets me, like, right? We all knew Jalen Carter could fall, right? Like, like Jalen Carter may have been the number 1 player picked. We all knew the weeks leading up to it. Hey man, he might not be number 1. Like he may drop down to, could be 15 or something. We all knew that. How in the world did all the insiders, Clint, 1,500 mock drafts are done by analysts, insiders, or whatever. 93% of them had him in the first round. 100% of them had him in the second round. Right? Like, if all of those things, like you just talked about, the meetings, all of the reasons, I almost said excuses, but all of the reasons that were given, how in the hell did the Albert Breers, all the guys who make these, how did they not know about this? How did they not know that this fall? Because 32 teams said, not once, not twice, 4.5 times. That's the part that blows it for me. How did that not get picked up? That it would drop that far down?
Got me, man.
What are they talking? Who are they talking to? That's what I'm saying. We get it every year of, like, hey man, these guys aren't just making guesses, right?
That's what I said. Like, there must have been some personal, just. You draft my son, and I'm pulling an Eli Manning on this thing.
Even
like they're like, and that's just one. I mean, but all of it, the Senior Bowl, like there had to be, to multiple guys, to multiple groups of individuals, like, nah, man, we ain't meeting with y'all. Y'all ain't got a top 5 pick. We ain't got time for it. Like that kind of stuff. It had to be. I mean, that's the only thing that explains. It's the only thing that's bad as he dropped. If it was just one round, you can blame it on whatever you want to blame it on. I mean, it didn't. Whatever. Somebody didn't like him. Somebody, whatever. Doesn't matter.
But again,
5th,
we're not catching any of these stories, Clint, until still during the draft.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
How that is the part. Text in someone, he's just not that talented to run. Of course, obviously, that's obviously it. He's not. Obvious. Second team All-American. Obviously not that talented. Got it. I don't know why people then thought he was that talented leading up to.
Well, that is interesting.
That's the part.
The interesting part is, and I haven't watched a ton this morning, and I mean, if it wasn't Rockets and Astros, I wasn't paying a lot of whole mind to it. But that is interesting now. Is, how many people are going to come out and go, oh well, he just wasn't that good. Well, hell, you talked for 2-3 months to lead up to the draft, and he was top two or three quarterbacks taken. Now he falls to 6th, 5th, 5th round. Yeah, I mean, that's
kick rocks, holy S. The draft experts got something wrong. Now they ain't never got nothing wrong by 4.5 rounds.
and 100% of mock drafts.
Never got. There's never been a quarterback that was 1 or 2 for months.
And would you say 100% of all mock drafts out there had him at no later than the second?
No later than the second. 93% had him in the first. He goes in the 5th. How did no one get this information? It's wild. All right, Astros. We'll talk about their weekend. Hunter Brown over there saving lives. And did we just watch something that potentially, this is just something that the Astros are going to had to deal. The lineup is out. We will move forward and let you know what the lineup looks like coming up today. And there's a bit of a change, and I can't wait to see what y'all think about it. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. There's too many.
Now, for a link to your exclusive offer, text DATE to 200-300. DATE to 200-300.
Exclusive furniture, where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling through. We will get back to the Texans Drive. I got a feeling you'll have a chance to hear a little bit of that coming up in Dirty's Daily coming up here at 4 o'clock. So stay tuned for that as we will jump in there on The Drive. I told you, man, Shedeur, man, he attracts it, man.
What's that?
Every time we talk about him, just lights up.
I'm polarizing. Ain't no doubt about that.
Yeah, he is, man. I tell you, man. But hey, we'll see what happens. I bet that will continue as he moves forward. I bet you they ain't talking about Dylan Gabriel today in Cleveland.
No, I ain't talking about hell. Ain't even talking about Cam Ward nowhere. He went number one overall.
Talking about him in Tennessee.
Oh, I know. I'm sorry. I just meant radio in general, radio. Just across. I mean, we usually talk about that number one draft pick. Hell, I ain't heard one person say, "Hey, man, Clint, what you think about old Cam Ward?"
No, yeah, that wasn't a story. All right, how you feel about the Astros this weekend as they went to Kansas City, and yesterday felt good getting out of there at least with a W, and they actually had a bit of an offensive explosion, putting up 7 runs, and when the big fella takes over, as we've said, it just completely makes the whole thing look completely different. You put runners on base in front of him, he can kill you, and he killed the Royals in that final game. But that was the first time they scored all weekend, as they lost the previous games 2-0, and Hunter Brown came in there and saved, became what aces do, and that was a stopper there and coming in and just really barely giving up anything. I think his scoreless streak did get broken when Bobby Witt got that RBI double. But other than that, man, he was dominant again. But overall in the weekend, Clint, it seems like this offensive thing, these offensive issues are just going to be things they're going to have to deal with throughout the year until they get some maybe at the deadline they get some help. But this feels like we're getting a sample size enough. Like this ain't going to be a five run a game team.
Yeah, I mean, look, it doesn't seem like it. I mean, they got to get this thing rolling. I'll be completely transparent here. I mean, the only Kansas City Houston game I watched was big game Hunter Brown, and so it was it was the better game of the bunch. But when you talk about the Astros specifically at this point right now where we're at, I'm having a real hard time, boys, of looking at it, trying to figure out what lens am I going to look at these Astros through. Because to your point, the longer they struggle, the more you start going, man, how are they going to score points? Can they consistently score runs? Kind of deal, yada, yada, yada. But then I look up, and Jeremy Pena is I mean, you want to talk about taking the next step. I mean, Jeremy Pena is swinging the bat really well. It's convincing. The speed is beautiful. Doesn't matter where you put him in the lineup, he's producing. And we said, this year's, the 2025-26 Astros will be, a lot of the story was going to be told via Jeremy Pena and Yainer Diaz. And that damn Jeremy Pena's doing it.
It's a panty drop.
Can he keep doing it? We'll see. But that damn Jeremy Pena's doing it.
Well, speaking of Jeremy Pena, Clint, the lineup is out. And they're keeping him at the top. And let me read off what the lineup is today. Let me see what your all's thoughts are, because Jeremy Pena has moved. He had been hitting in the cleanup spot, and they gave Altuve the day off. And yes, they erupted. He hit the ball hard multiple times, even out. He hit the ball hard over the weekend, especially yesterday. But they led to 7 runs. And Clint, this is a kid. This is your fastest player, a guy that can make things happens on the bases more than I'd say anybody else in the lineup. But here it is. Pena is leading off now, Clint, for a second straight day with Altuve in the lineup. Okay. So it's going Pena, Altuve in left, and they're dropping Jordan back to the DH spot in the third spot with Paredes now hitting cleanup. Walker behind him. Diaz, who went deep yesterday, that was big for him. Diaz, he's hitting 6th. Now Cam Smith back in the lineup. Dubon's at 2nd, and then them a big day yesterday. Oh, Chaz gets him another start in center field.
He needed it, didn't he? I wish he'd have done it on one of them other days in first 2 games as we get blanked. But I'm telling you, every time I looked up yesterday, man, he's swinging that stick. He didn't need just a little old hit here. Big days now.
Yeah, he had a bloop one. Then he got that double on the warning track. Yeah, there you go.
Come on, man.
Yeah, so he gets it. But
started the first 2 rallies. Started both of them.
But your thoughts, everybody's thoughts here. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What you think about Jeremy Payne in that leadoff spot now and dropping now Altuve and Jordan in the 2 and 3 spot?
That was a no-brainer for me.
Oh, no-brainer for you, huh? No-brainer for you, Tyler?
Or was that
Jeremy?
That's
was that Jeremy? Or who was that? Joe spotted? Was that Joe? It was a no-brainer for him.
Yeah,
okay, I got you.
The captain, as Ron likes to call him.
My bad. Look, I love it. I mean, y'all know. Look, I love Altuve. I absolutely love Altuve. But the leadoff home run every now and then that everybody loves so much, and we just accept it because he's great when he approaches the game that way. It drives me up a wall. If he's gonna come out of his shoes every damn time at a pit, man, go and put him down there. Go and put him down there and let him move some runners around the bag. I like the move. I like putting Pena up there, taking advantage, lengthening that lineup out even more with Pena at the top. I like it.
Yeah, I do too. It doesn't it, like when you look at this, doesn't it make the lineup feel deeper?
Longer, yeah, absolutely.
Like even though you're just kind of shuffling the deck a little bit, and you put it, but it does feel like, all right, Alvarez is dropping down, and you could see maybe more people on base back there, maybe in front of him, the way Pena's been swinging the bat. He's like, it does feel a little different, but man, they can do all this. That first baseman and that catcher, well, them two got to get it going, man. And that 169 and 189 that they're rolling with, and their struggles they have. I mean, that's where it's got to be, where they pick it up. Got to be those guys. But I do like Pena in front. I do like, because he's been your most consistent hitter, and Clint, you would imagine he has not had any kind of protection like this year. Like, he's been the one trying to protect Alvarez. He's been the one that's hit a little deeper. Now he has Altuve and Alvarez hitting behind him, so he should see a lot of good pitches.
Yep, absolutely.
In that part. Yeah, I would say.
Breaking news from Sports Radio 610 is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
All right, according to ESPN NBA insider Shams Charania, Jimmy Butler is expected to return tonight in Game 4 versus the Rockets. He is expected to go. He had missed Game 3 with that glute issue, in which we kind of thought he might give it a go and play with those days off. But it has just been announced that Jimmy Butler will play tonight in Game 4. So the task just got a little tougher for the Rockets tonight as they going down 3-1. You'd obviously be coming home, but going down 3-1. They've already won a game here, so they know they can do that. But yeah, it's a tougher task with Jimmy Butler playing.
Much tougher, obviously. And I mean, you got to get one of these, right? You got to ideally get one at their place. You got to at some point.
Yeah, because they're taking over home court.
You know, you missed the big opportunity a couple days ago, and now was that Sunday or Saturday?
Saturday night. Yeah, they played. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get one, and couldn't do it without Jimmy. Maybe now you can do it with a little bit of a hobbled Jimmy.
Yeah. So Jimmy Butler.
I tell you what, Jimmy, that Aloe gear. I don't know how much Aloe paid him to wear that gear last night. You see that?
Yeah, he had it on.
That's some
hat too. Everything.
Yeah, the hat, the jacket. Everything.
Did you enjoy it?
Oh yeah. I've been on that for a minute, thinking about getting some. And
did Jimmy push you over the top?
Well, I'm just thinking, damn, Jimmy, he made me go look at the website again. I mean, it's more like it's almost like Lululemon type stuff.
Yeah.
This is really what it is. I mean, he had a damn fur coat on looking thing. But yeah, boy, when they kept panning over there at him, I was like, damn, I don't know how much Allo paid you, man, but they get that's the best advertising they ever had.
Man. It's like I saw that guy yesterday, short sleeve hoodie at the church from Old Navy. And I immediately almost made me try to go and find some. They were out of stock, but I will.
Did you ask him if it was Old Navy?
I could tell. I know Old Navy when I see it. I can spot it.
The showman.
They got a couple of tails on their clothing, so I can spot it. But just similar to the experience you had with Jimmy. Saw that man over there at the church. I said, Court, I think I got it.
Outside Texas, yard work, summer. Yeah, I got to get some of that lightweight gear over there.
What you got coming up?
All right, the Texans draft, man. I absolutely love it. What were your first thoughts when the draft wrapped up? And here's the deal, Texans fans, what was your favorite Texans pick? There's a lot to like here. What was your favorite pick this weekend from the Houston Texans? I got mine. I'm going to tell you who it was. I'll tell you why. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about them cold Coors Light, y'all. Whether it's a Monday or a Friday,
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
It is, baby, and Dirty's Daily is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hard as hell to say, easy to dial, 281-222-2222. Big shout out to everybody out there that's listening Friday. We were on location, big time support out there, which no surprise, Houston always supports The Drive. Houston always supports Sports Radio 610. We greatly appreciate you, as well as staying plugged into Sports Radio 610 over the weekend with the Texans draft rocking and rolling, man. We obviously wouldn't be able to do our job, have our jobs, if everybody out there didn't listen. We greatly appreciate H-Town. We love you, baby. Make sure that you got the Odyssey app downloaded, AUDACY. Download that app. Take us anywhere and everywhere you go. Obviously, you can listen to our shows live. They got a big-time rewind feature on there, as well as all the podcasts that come out of the station here, which are all of our segments. Tyler Milner, the real deal, there and there. He does all the podcast, every segment, titles it, so you know exactly what you're going to talk about. If you just got 15 minutes, 12 minutes, 15 minutes to catch a segment that you missed, you can do that. If you want to listen to it all, obviously, you can do that as well. And all the podcasts that come up out of Odyssey, you can find there as well. And the one I would like to highlight right now is that Big Orange Wagon. Big Orange Wagon with Tyler Milner, Patrick Creighton. Download, subscribe, listen, comment, agree, disagree. Tell Tyler he's got a big-ass head and little bitty nipples. Do whatever you want. Just plug in. That's all. Right, T?
Yes, sir, and I greatly appreciate that. It is, after all, Houston's fastest-growing all Astros talk podcast. So.
Come on, say it with your chest. Choo-choo MFers. I like it. Choo-choo MFers. I like it. All right, as I mentioned, the Big Texans 2025 draft is in the books. Rockets game 4 versus Golden State is in San Fran tonight at 9. We got a late one, boys. We got a late one. It's a double-edged sword for me. I can get Laney down. I got the little one. I can get Laney down out of my arms by 9 o'clock. I don't know if I can keep my chin off of my chest by 11 when the game's on the line. The Houston SaberCats. How about them SaberCats, baby? They're gonna make my opening. You damn right. They won a game. They won again. One other game. 7-3. One of the best teams in the Western Conference. That's professional rugby here, repping the city of Houston. For those that don't know, they got a home game coming up May 17. Check that out as well. But as I mentioned, the Texans, their 2025 draft is in the books, and I asked one question. One question here. Which draft pick was your favorite Texans draft pick and why? 713-572-4610. I want to hear from you. 713-572-4610. Here is the draft picks by round. Round 2, pick 34, wide receiver Jaden Higgins. Round 2, pick 16. Offensive tackle, give me the first name. Give me the first name, Ron. You got that right. Ariante Ursery. Offensive tackle.
Ruskin High School, baby.
Out of Minnesota. That's right. That's a Kansas City kid right there. And then round 3, pick 15 in that third round. Overall, number 79. Wide receiver Jalen Noel out of Iowa State. Teammates there. 2 receivers that had really, really good career. Iowa State this past season.
2 different type receivers.
Yeah. One little speed, little twitchy slot receiver, and one big-bodied Nico Collins-like wide receiver. It'll be interesting in a good way to see how those guys fit in. Pick number 97 in round 3, cornerback Jalen Smith out of USC, which is really good friends with the safety that we just drafted. Damn, I might Bullock. Kalen Bullock out of USC. Real good friends. Round 4, pick 116, running back Woody Marks. I remember him from his Mississippi State days. He spent the end of his career at USC. Then we go down. Round 6, we got a safety, Jalen Reed. Round 6, we got a quarterback, Graham Mertz. Round 7, 2 in round 7, D-tackle, Keontae Hamilton, and tight end, Luke Lachey, or Lachey. Which one is that, Tyler? Do you know?
Might be Lachey.
I think it's is it Lachey?
Is he related to 98 Degrees? I don't know.
Let's see. Not Nick, Luke.
Are they from Cincinnati? Nick Lachey?
I don't know.
I mean, is it tuna of the sea? Is it chicken? Nobody knows.
Which one of those draft picks is your favorite and why? I'm going to assume it's one of the top 4 or 5 there. Y'all, just for the record, as I look at the overall draft, I love this draft for the Texans. Started out liking it. The more I look at it, the more I kind of see how it fits what the Texans already have. I actually love this draft. The top 2 picks, I believe, are plug and play. Jaden Higgins, definitely the wide receiver opposite. Nico Collins is that dude. Ariante Ursery, the offensive tackle. I don't know if he's going to play guard or tackle. I don't know how they're going to deploy all these tackles they have. But I got to believe definitely going to be competing for a starting job, if not a plug and play. And then the next 3 guys, Jalen Noel, the wide receiver, Jalen Smith, the cornerback, and Woody Marks, the running back. I think they're all heavy rotational players. So as I look at it, Ron, the top 5 picks in this draft for the Texans, I just think are going to impact games from jump this year to some degree. And maybe even, again, the Ursery kid and the Jaden Higgins kid at the top, maybe even in a monster way right out of the gate.
Well, that is what you hope to do, right? If you're trading out of the first round and you get another second-round pick, you treat those 2, especially with their second-round pick being, 2 picks into it, right? That's borderline in the similar thing. You just get 1 less year of control of them. But him going 34th overall in Higgins and then Ursery and Noel, like you want those guys. And it's hard to look at the team right now and to see at least those 3. And I think probably even Woody Marks ahead of Smith, but at least those 3. And if you add Marks, it's hard to look at the roster right now and then to think of the value, either the value they have put in them in terms of drafting with the premium pick, and then the value on what they have on the roster. It's hard to see how they won't. Like, two out of the 4 of them are going to be starters, you would think, and the others are going to play a lot. Like Woody Marks seems like he has a really good shot to be the change of pace guy for the. With the first 2 look like they're going to be on the field playing. So yeah, you can clearly see how those guys will be used.
Yeah, they're just I don't have to agree with everything. Like I thought they would go offensive lineman with that number 34 overall pick. I thought they would have moved up in the first round to go offensive lineman. So I don't necessarily, I'm not sitting here telling you I agree with everything, obviously, but when I look at the direction that they went with their first 5 picks specifically, boy, the method to the madness that I'm always looking for is absolutely there, man. So big. I love this draft for the Texans. We'll see how they pan out. Boy, if DeMeco Ryans and Nick Caserio continue to have luck with them 2nd, 3rd, 4th round picks contributing damn near immediately, this could be a big one.
Let me ask you this though, Clint.
All right.
As we're in Dirty's Daily, powered by Mocam, injury lawyer. Are you surprised that they just went through the 9 picks, they only went with 1 offensive lineman, and that offensive lineman's a tackle? Are you surprised that that's where they?
Yeah, I thought we would see, instead of the 2 wide receivers, I thought we would see 2 offensive linemen. Like once they went wide receiver Jaden Higgins, I was like, all right, line them up. Where the big boys at? Line them up. Guards, tackles, hell, whoever. Where you at? And hell, when they went back to wide receiver, I wasn't mad at it. But I thought, given that you signed Christian Kirk, given that you seem to have a lot of confidence in John Mechie, you made a move for Berrios and Watson. I mean, you got some guys that you purposely went out and got. That surprised me a little bit, so I expected them to go two offensive linemen, 1 wide receiver, and they went the opposite. Again, not mad at it, but the talking point moving forward about what are they going to do is definitely geared around the offensive line. I like the guy they got, but what is that offensive line going to shape up to look like, and did they get enough? All right, I asked the question originally. Favorite Texans draft pick this season, and why? You got one, Ron?
Favorite?
Yeah, favorite Texans draft pick.
Okay, favorite and intrigued are 2 different ones.
We can go intrigued. That can be why it's your favorite.
Yeah, the most one is Ariante Ursery. They're the
Kansas City kid.
Yeah, it's just to me it's their biggest place of need.
Yeah.
And there are, I guess, multiple positions he could go and play. We've heard potentially in the pre-draft that he could go to a potential guard position. And now I do wonder about that. We've seen Titus Howard, who has the build and the body of a tackle, move inside. Who's the guy who was with the Eagles that then got that free agent deal with the Chargers? The big guy was drafted by the Jets. They moved him down. I can't remember his name right now.
Golly.
I'm sure somebody will tell me his
The
name.
guard with the Eagles?
Yeah. He's drafted by the Jets first.
He's a free agent.
He signed with the Chargers. Signed a 2-year, $20 million deal. But anyway, they're big guys. We don't normally see 6'6", 331 at the guard position, but we started to see that a little bit. And he's kind of led the way where people feel like you can do that. So there's a chance he could play guard. Is he going to play tackle? Who knows? You feel like he's going to get on the field, but he's the one that's the most intriguing because I think there's an argument that he is the number one and most invested thing that you put in the offensive line since the season ended. Right. I think that's using a second-round pick would be the most investment that you put in it, and it's intriguing to see where they will play him and what position they will play him and what that means for everybody else. So he is the one that really intrigues me.
Well, I'm glad you picked him because I'm going to go with two others. And they're the fourth.
Mekhi Becton. Thank you.
There you go. Golly, that was going to chap my hide. I'm sorry I couldn't save you on that one. Damn it, I'm better than that.
I don't know how I had his deal memorized, but I can't remember his name.
you got his money
2
memorized.
20 minutes.
I'm going to go with the 4th and 5th pick here as my favorite picks. This is wild, and the most important. I think Jalen Smith, the corner out of USC for me, Ron, is a big time get. I mean, this is clearly going to be a football team. The Houston Texans are clearly going to be a football team that lives and dies with their defense. And if you look at the strength, hard not lean into the secondary. They've improved the front, the linebacker, the level 2, the linebacker group, and they've improved the secondary. But this secondary, it's hard to not look at them and go, "Whoo, that secondary is really good." The one issue is Jalen Petrie in man situations, your nickel defender in man situations is going to have some trouble, and you just paid him to keep him around. That was the one question mark you have when the Texans go out and with a 3rd round pick they draft cornerback Jalen Smith out of USC. The hope is, now I don't know how it's going to pan out, but the hope is. By the way, he's got experience at the slot corner and outside corner in college. The hope is that he allows you to do whatever you want with Kamari Lassiter in the nickel coverage defense, right? If you're going to play zone, if you're going to pressure the passer, Jalen Petrie's your nickel defender. But if you're in a situation where you're going to play man coverage and you don't want Jalen Petrie to do like the Jets last year, get caught up in a man situation with Devontae Adams, you now have a true corner that you can put in the game, and whether he goes to slot or Lassiter goes to slot, you've got 3 true cover corners across there that should be able to give you a much better chance to win versus what you had last year and versus what you were going to have before this draft. And so, again, I don't know if it's going to work out or not, but I love the method to the madness of defense. But the one issue that we have in the secondary is if we've got to play man across the board, they're going to go right at Jalen Petrie. Okay, go get you a corner and give yourself some options there instead of hoping one of these guys off the streets mid-season can help you out. So I love that one. And, Ron, that's my favorite, to be honest with you. But the little running Woody Marks, it's crazy to think about all that on offense and a defense. That defense.
Really, and that is the one. And that is the one pick that Nick has gotten that a lot of people felt like he over. According to where people had him ranked and where he was put, a lot of people thought it was a reach.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how much of a reach it was, and we'll see. But again, I'm more of a guy that I like the need. I mean, I like
the plan for what he can do.
I mean, the plan for what he can do, and the fact that you know him really well through Kalen Bullock and USC. Apparently, they're really good friends. I mean, these draft picks are a roll of the dice, and if you can get some inside information from one of your best rookies from last year that this guy's the real deal, then it takes a little bit of that risk off the table. I love the cornerback Jalen Smith pick just for what it means schematically for this defense, which is going to be that. Look, we always talk about you're going to live and die with C.J. Stroud. We're going to live and die with this defense. You might as well get ready for that. That is the truth of the matter in Houston, at least right now. The other one is Woody Marks, the running back out of USC. I really liked him at Mississippi State. I'll be honest with you. I didn't watch him much at all, if any, when he was at USC. But I vividly remember in watching him in Mike Leach's offense at Mississippi State, his first or second year in college, and he jumped off the screen. Whether they handed the rock to him or they threw the rock to him, if you watched the Mississippi State game, you go, Mike Leach, hey, man, how can you get the ball to Marks? And in his best season with Leach in 2021, he had 416 rush yards and 502 receiving yards. I mean, he's more of an all-purpose back. He can be a true backup downhill, run all the different schemes, but he is great in the pass game. He plays much faster than his 40 was at the combine, which was, what was it, 4.52 or something like that. He plays much faster than that. The Woody Marks guy is a close second for me, and I love the fact, Ron, that he played in a wide open offense like that.
He would probably be my favorite too. I said the lineman from Minnesota was the most intriguing. He'd probably be my favorite too. My thing is Clint, is like, let me ask you this. If he went to, let's say, the Denver Broncos, the coaching staff is at Denver.
Right.
What would get you excited about him being there? Because who's there?
Sean Payton.
And you've seen what he did with
absolutely.
Alvin Kamara. I don't know what Nick Caley is going to do.
Absolutely.
Like in my mind, I could say, all right, he was there in New England when they used backs out of the backfield a lot, like James White and stuff like that when he was with New England. And Sean McVay is really creative. I don't know how he uses backs or how much he puts on that or what things he's going to be creative and develop in the offense. So he is there. I like the skill set and the contrast between him and the other backs on the field. But I just don't have any idea of how he uses it.
I just like what I saw in Leach's wide open offense. One, it tells me he's wired in a way to play in that third down. What is third down in the NFL? He catches the ball well out of the backfield. He's got a burst. He's got speed. He's got he's got a chance to be really fun to watch. And most importantly, again, hopefully he can spell Joe Mixon and not make it to a point where you can't use him in the pass game, Joe that is, because he's too damn tired and he's having to carry too much of the load running the ball.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we'll give you the latest. There's news in this Rockets game against the Warriors tonight. We'll let you know that. Also, we'll get a little bit more understanding about how Jeremy Pena ended up in the leadoff spot. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Underdog Fantasy is available in the great state of Texas, man. Download it now. Use promo code HTOWN.
You could win VIP tickets by listening to The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley in the 5 o'clock hour. That's of course at the Insperity Invitational.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we said earlier, little news with that Rockets Warriors game tonight. We'll get back to that if we have some time. But Jimmy Butler is a go tonight. Jimmy Butler will play in Game 4 after missing Game 3, which was a big opportunity for the Rockets to try to win that game that he was going to be out. Now the Warriors will have, as he is, the self-proclaimed Robin of this team. They will have him back tonight, and they'll try to take a commanding 3-1 lead in this series. So Jimmy Butler, if you have missed that, is back for Game 4 tonight. But Clint, we told the people earlier that a lineup change has been made, and leading off now is Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena is leading off, and yesterday, he led off. Hey, there was they were giving Altuve a night off, but now he is leading off with Altuve in the lineup as well, batting second. Clint, we're learning more. Astros manager, the captain, Joe Espada, said it was Jose Altuve's idea to hit second in the lineup. Okay, all right.
Altuve wants to move around a little bit.
Well, Altuve, does Altuve get, like, if he suggests something, it just happens, right? Does it? Hey,
absolutely.
I'll play left field. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, ready. I'll start working on the offseason. Look, you know what? I want to bet second now. All right, let's do it. Let's slide you down. Although, as we talked about it, I like the move, especially the way Jeremy Pena is swinging the bat this year. His speed, he'll get better pitches to hit. But damn, this wasn't Joe. This wasn't Dana who came up with this thought. Jose, what do you think Jose came up with it? You think this something been brewing for a week, or do you think Jose was sitting there on his day off yesterday watching Jeremy Pena get busy in the leadoff spot and say, you know what? I think we should keep him there. And Joe said, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the only way to not
I love them
walking
being
the wrong way is put him up there where Altuve's at.
I love them being candid, Clint, but damn, is that how you gonna tell it? Yeah, man. Jose's the one who suggested this thing. By the way, Jose Altuve wasn't done about Jeremy Pena. Dana, I hope you're listening. Here is Jose Altuve on Jeremy Pena. Player for us, and I'm very surprised he's not signing a long-term deal with the Astros. He's a guy you want in your team for a long term. Dana Brown and Mr. Crane need to start working on it.
I kept it real as a true professional myself.
What in the hell? This is the second time in 2 years.
Didn't work out with Bregman.
I know. It's the second time in the last several months that he has sent a message to the front office on signing somebody in the infield. Okay. Hey, Jose Altuve has turned the page right now and just said, "Hell, man, I'm getting everybody in here."
You can have my spot in the lineup, and I'm gonna tell management they need to and ownership that they need to start working on your deal.
Yeah, right now. And you know what? While I'm at it, Framber, man, he's an important piece of this group too. I need you to sign all these dudes. And you know what? Hunter Brown yesterday. Hey, why don't you get started on this one?
He's on a good run.
I need all three of these. No, I'm not kidding. They probably need to bring at least two of them guys back. I need all of these guys long term. I'll be honest with you. I love it from him. I love it. Yes, man. Put pressure on these dudes. And I'm telling you, Jose Altuve sitting over here. He sees this. My man in an offseason just lost Kyle Tucker and Bregman. He over there watching Francisco Lindor get Juan Soto, keep Pete Alonso, getting all these. He said, hell with this, man. No, man, I'm putting pressure on him. I love it. He is the one guy that can do it. And
I doubt he's real interested in ending his career the same way he started it with the Astros.
No.
And by that I mean surrounded by very little and not winning much. So he's just trying to make this thing last. He's trying to stretch it out and make this thing last, ain't he? Ooh, hope it works out better for Pena than it did for Bregman.
I do, and man, he let it go. Wow, it's good for him, man. Let it go. Put pressure on him. Dana, ball's in your court. All right, I'll let the Bregman thing go. I'll be damned if you don't make this Jeremy Pena thing happen. Jeremy over there saying, "Hey man, chill, man. Let me."
It's a panty dropper.
Let me do my thing a little bit. All right, as we said, Clint, the Rockets will have to face Jimmy Butler tonight. You think they blew this series? Do you think ultimately with them losing that game without Jimmy, not taking advantage of a non-Jimmy Butler game, and a lot of the other starters struggling? Draymond struggled offensively. Post struggled offensively. Moody didn't play great. Do you think they've maybe blown the series with that game Saturday night?
No, I think they've missed two big time opportunities to win a series and win it in convincing fashion. And both of them have to do with games that Jimmy Butler either didn't play in or left early. Like you know what I mean? Like how in the hell, that does, for whatever reason, the game, it just seems like it's a different team that shows up. And I say that to say for me, I feel like if the team that showed up in game 2 shows up, then they can get a series with Jimmy Butler playing the rest of the way. If that team doesn't show up, if that Jalen Green doesn't show up, then it don't matter. Hell, they can do it. The Golden State can do it with or without Jimmy.
Yeah, that team. Yeah. Well, defensively, he helps and adds to them. Obviously, offensively as well. And it's going to be a challenge.
They had a chance to win game 1, and Jimmy Butler played the entire time. And you played so poorly, you never gave yourself a chance, right? So. Yeah, man. I just want to see a Golden State Warrior team that's healthier, that everybody's playing, and I want to see the Rockets give their best. I think the Rockets are the better team if they can do that.
Yeah. Listen, when it gets down to like man-to-man and, these guys are playing, and Steph, they're able to at least in some way, either contain or counterbalance Steph.
Right.
Then this rolls this way. But you get 9.
Yeah. You
get 9 from the guy who is supposed to lead the way for you. It's going to be a fight.
Mm-hmm.
7-9 is what Jalen Green has done in games 1 and then 38 in the win. So a big one tonight that just got tougher with Jimmy Butler being a part of this thing. Coming up. You can join in on this on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. Coming from the end of the season, now we've gotten through not through training camp, about to get to training camp, but gotten through free agency, now the draft completely. What would you say your grade is on how they have handled their biggest issue, which is the offensive line? What would be your grade on how they've handled the offensive line? We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we do that, fellas out there, If you're big, then it's time for a tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I see some people here on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, sitting in their thoughts, 713-572-4610. And those on YouTube and Twitch. What would be your grade? I'm going to tell you what Tyler – actually, I'll let Tyler say it here in a bit. What would be your grade? Like, we know when the season ended, maybe I don't want to use absolutes. Maybe some of you didn't think this was the case. But I think there was at least a fair majority of people who thought the number one issue with the team that has to get fixed is the protection and offensive line issues. And they have made moves. They have made moves. They have moved on from some guys. They've brought in some new guys. They drafted a tackle in this draft. But since they ended their season in Kansas City, we knew that was probably the main thing. Hell, they said it as much. Got to find a way to protect our quarterback. We understand the moves they've made. Brought in guys, let guys go. Fired Bobby Slowick. Added Nick Caley. Fired Chris Strausser. And then they brought in gave promotion to Cole Popovich to become the new offensive line coach, even though he was the assistant.
Definitely goes by CP, by the way.
Does he?
CP or Pop? Which one do you think?
Pop. I got to see if it's CP, but I would think Pop. But those are the moves from the coaching perspective that they did on this. What would you grade their handling of the offensive line since the season ended? Someone text in B for the draft. If Irsay is a guard, I give him an A for the offseason. I want to say C+. I love the tackle they got. I just need to wait and see how good this lineup is, and if it was really a scheme issue. So that is the latest there with the text line coming in on things. So where would you grade? How would you grade them?
I've been thinking about it since we talked about it earlier. I would probably go with a C-. And to me, the only thing for me personally that's saving the Texans in how they've handled their offensive line is I am a big fan, was a big fan, love the move of getting out of the Laramie Tunsil business. I think that took big balls. I think that was huge to make that move. That's a plus. That's a plus for me. But then all of a sudden, as you laid out, all are the tasked with getting better. You got a first-time O-line coach that you've tasked with fixing the problems. You've got a quarterback that's a third-year guy that we've seen as much hold the ball and take sacks as we have get it out of your hand. And then you replaced it with a bunch of 1-2 year deals. Guys that I would say were mid to lower level free agents, not very convincing. And then in the draft, you let the first round go, and you move down and take an O lineman that's actually a tackle where you have a surplus of tackles. So I still don't know what they're going to do with the interior offensive line. So it's as I talk through all of it, man, the only thing saving them from a D is the Laramie Tunsil move.
That's the only thing that's saving them from a D. Because you like that. That is your favorite move they've made in the offseason, I would assume.
Yeah. If you'd have told me, Clint, they go out there and they sign Joe Tooney and they sign, the top center on the market, and I would have thought it was not very likely, but I would have said that's more likely than them ever splitting ways with Laramie Tunsil. Like I didn't think that they would ever pull that trigger. So that's the most impressive move that you could make this offseason, but everything they've done, like at every different level, has been really a non-factor, a non-needle mover in terms of protecting your quarterback for me. We're just going to have to see.
Yeah. It's hard for me to step back. By the way, Tyler's grade was a C as well. That where you were at, Tyler?
Yeah, good enough to get a degree, I guess, but that's also being pretty optimistic, just waiting and seeing type of deal.
I think a part that I have to get over with, and I think it's probably just me on my own, judging by some of the responses, is this is not at all, Clint, how I saw them handling this. I am surprised because judging by how they've handled the draft. In the draft, Clint, they drafted one lineman. One lineman. If I going into the offseason, first off, to think what they brought in. They bring in Cam Robinson, a tackle. They bring in Trent Brown, a tackle. They bring in Tomlinson, journeyman type of guard that cost you $3 million. They bring in Ed Ingram, who I would think the plan is not for him to be a starter for you, just as a depth play. And that's the moves they've done. I would have thought, all right, man, they're gonna get some young guys too out of the draft that can really jump in and help be a part of not just now but the future. And they only added one, but I think it just screams and shows, Clint, they have a level of confidence that it was more coaching and scheme. Hell, many of you felt that way, but it seems by their moves. Like for instance, Chicago, they didn't think it was just coaching and scheme.
Player problem.
They felt like they had a player problem, right? I felt like that the Texans had a player problem. And by their moves, they felt like it seemed like it was more of a coaches and scheme problem. And so we're going to see if that is the case, that they can have a big improvement from what they got last year with this group that they're going to bring in. But boy, that's the part that's hard for me because this is just not at all how I sensed that they were going to attack this clip, was to do it in this manner. But we'll see.
I agree. But what they've done, I agree wholeheartedly with you, Ron. When I sat there and heard DeMeco Ryan say, we got to protect the quarterback, and multiple people say we got to protect the quarterback from inside out. I thought for sure the money would be spent, that the assets would be allocated to guard, center guard. It didn't happen. That's not how they've seen it, right? It's clear right now in hindsight, looking back at all the moves, the draft, and everything else involved, it's very clear that Nick Caserio and DeMeco Ryans feel like the problem protecting the quarterback for the Houston Texans, protecting their most prized asset.
Yes.
They feel like the problems were coaching and scheme, all wrapped up in one, and Laramie Tunsil and mentality in the O-line room, all wrapped up in one. Those two things right there. I don't give a damn how convincing of an argument anybody can put out there. Those are the two things. Bobby Slowick, hard-headedness, not communicating, unwilling to change, and Laramie Tunsil, an offensive line room that was nonchalant about everything they did, wasn't tough, wasn't physical, wasn't accountable to each other. Those two things were the two problems with the Houston Texans. So much so that they're willing to then go hire a guy that's never called plays. At least Bobby had done it 2 years. And they were willing to go out and sign offensive linemen to replace Laramie Tunsil that are, I would say rentals at best.
I wonder who, because as you said, it's not just the coaching and the scheme, it's the attitude, it's the mentality.
Yeah.
And Clint, there's still a possibility that they have three of the guys that were here last year and here multiple years be in play, right? Juice Scruggs is in play, right?
Yeah.
Patterson, more than that, Patterson is in play, right? Titus is going to play. Blake is in play. Those are four guys that have been here at least last year. Three of them have been here multiple years. They just, how does that mentality change? The mentality part.
They cut the head off the snake. They cut the head off. Anybody that could have potentially set the tone in the O-line room, and I mean that from Bobby Slowick to what's my O-line coach's name? Chris Strouser.
Oh, Strouser.
Right. Bobby Slowick, Chris Strouser, Shaq Mason, and Laramie Tunsil. Anybody, the four guys that would be either coaches or leaders, I think they cut the head off the snake, removing all that entire group. And now you got a fresh start. Now the question is do you have a Will Anderson? Do you have a C.J. Stroud? Do you have somebody in that room?
My next question, who is it Tomlinson?
I don't know. But I do think the guys that are still around are zero threat to be a voice in that room. I don't think Titus Howard is going to go in there and positively or negatively take over that room and go, boys, jump on my chair, my back. I think he.
So the way that completely changed the mentality that you're talking about.
I think it's a non-factor. I think he's a non-factor.
To me, it would be if Cam Robinson has that. Cam Robinson is a guy that I think has played in the year or played in the league, that's had some success in the league. If he has that, that.
To me, the bigger, because I don't know who has it or who doesn't, it's hard for me to think that a guy that's on a 1 or 2 year deal that is kind of a journeyman in the league is going to be that guy. To me, the real opportunity here is for DeMeco Ryans. And if that is Cole Popovich, maybe that's who. I haven't heard from him. We hadn't heard anything from him. But the truth of the matter was there was nobody that was going to have a bigger impact in that O-line room than Laramie Tunsil a year ago and beyond and before. And DeMeco Ryans, I think, helped create that room and the mentality in that room. Now, DeMeco Ryans can absolutely set the standard for the offensive line for the Houston Texans moving forward. That's a clean slate from that perspective, and he can demand whatever the hell he wants to demand from the O-line. If they don't do it, get the hell out of here.
Yeah. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock. Fire. We told you about this earlier in the show. This is your opportunity. In the 5 o'clock hour, you have a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course that is coming up in the next 2 days. The next 2 days in the 5 o'clock hour, you have a chance to win a pair of tickets to that event. We will hook somebody up with that coming up in the next hour, so stay tuned for that and be listening for the cue to call. Also, the Rockets, their season potentially could be on the line tonight. Going down 3-1 to the Warriors would be a really, really tough thing to try to come back from. They got a game tonight. Jimmy Butler, he is back. We'll discuss that. We'll look at what's going on with the Astros as well, as they got a new series starting up tonight against the Tigers, one of the best teams playing right now in the American League. And the lineup is a little different. We'll tell you all about that as we continue right here live on The Drive.
Mo Karam, injury law.
Texan Odyssey Sports Station.
Sexiest show in Houston right there, baby.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, Psycho T, a.k.a. T, will have the latest. And the latest is coming up in this 5 o'clock hour. Make sure you're listening. All right. Make sure you're listening in this segment because it's going to happen in this segment. So stay tuned right here. Wait for your cue to call. We will hook somebody up with a pair of tickets to the sponsor of 5 o'clock fire, the Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club tournament course. You can win that coming up at some point in this segment. So make sure you are listening. 713-572-4610. When you hear that cue to call, Tyler will hook up our winner. So that will happen in this segment. All right, Clint, the Rockets, they face the Warriors tonight. They lost a tough one Saturday night in San Francisco. They will be there again tonight. Late start for the Rockets. And, Clint, it just got a little more difficult. Jimmy Butler is expected to play in Game 4. He missed Game 3, which was an opportunity that the Rockets missed in him not being there. But he is back. It is made tougher. This to a lot the way that Game 2 felt, Clint, and that was this feels very must-win like. Because to me, they go down 3-1. That is a real problem for them.
Yeah, Ron, this is a must-win. This is as must-win as it gets because, you know, the thought of coming back and having to win 3 in a row to beat anybody for this team, to be honest with you, is scary. How inconsistent they are. I think they can beat anybody once, but beating Golden State, hell, with or without Jimmy Butler, as long as Steph Curry's healthy, them going out there and putting their best foot forward 3 straight games to even give them a chance to win 3 in a row, I don't see that happening. So they got to even this series up. They got to steal the game tonight from Golden State, which puts squarely the pressure back on Golden State to win one in Houston. And if not, I think it's all over but the crying in Houston for the Rockets.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. They smell blood in the water. That means, Clint, they would have to win, 3 in a row. Now, luckily for them, first, hopefully that it doesn't come to that. Hopefully they get it done tonight. But the only thing that would be good is they'd have 2 or 3 of them at home if they were able to pull it off. But you just don't want to put yourself in a position where Steve Kerr and Steph and Jimmy, smell blood. Draymond smell blood in the water.
If it were about home court advantage, or if it were about anything other than, hey, let's be honest, if it were about anything other than Jay showing up, and I'm not saying he's got to score damn near 40, but going out there and being the same guy in the fourth quarter that he is in the first quarter, and being a confident player that he's been all year, attacking, that can you do that 3 nights in a row? And again, I don't care how many points he scores. Can you do that 3 nights in a row? I'm not betting on that. So you need to win this game tonight. You need to get this one tonight to give yourself a little bit of grace in the final 3 games.
If you win tonight, it's you take back home court.
That's right.
And you got the first team to get to 4. You got 2 of the games at home, right? But this one is huge.
Yeah, look, I said it from jump. This is Jalen. This is about Jalen Green. I mean, nobody else. And does Jalen Green show up? If he does, if he shows up four times in 7 games, then you're gonna win the series. I don't care. It's not home court advantage. To me, I'll be honest with you, it's not even about who's healthy on the other end of the floor. It was nice to get a game and a half of no Jimmy Butler, but I just, to me, it's about Jalen Green, and can he show up and be a guy that is dictating and confident? Can he do that 4 games out of 7? If he can, you can win a series. If not, it doesn't matter what the hell goes on around him.
Yeah. I also, and I do want to get a little deeper in, and we'll do this hopefully a little bit later on before we get out of here. I do want to take a little deeper dive into Jalen Green, because this does does feel like him, but also, and he's a part of this too. We talked about, as this thing gets longer and longer, a tactic that the Warriors, especially Draymond, is going to use is to try to get under these guys' skin. And I think potentially it's starting to work.
He may have already done it.
Like Jalen Green has 9 points, but Jalen Green at the end of the game, he's having to be separated from, like we've had now 2 straight games where Draymond and Fred in game 2, and then Draymond and Jalen in game 3, and you can see he's getting out of sorts. Like they have got to, and it's hard because he is really good at it. They have got to figure out a way to leave that back.
Yeah.
They've got to let that go because when it's about ball, when it's been about ball, like they have more players, they have more athletes, they have more dudes. You know, they got to contain that Steph dude.
Yeah.
And we'll see what Jimmy is. But when it's about ball, they have the better chance. But they're getting themselves into it. And I think that gets in a men's head. I think it gets in Jalen's head. I think it's starting to work. I mean, so that's something they've got to make a concerted effort going into this game, is to leave all the extra stuff that they're going to try to bait you into.
Yeah, well, we agree wholeheartedly. We haven't even been able to get to with the Rockets, like, as I've watched it. I mean, I'm sure somebody may have talked about it, but as I've watched the Rockets, like we haven't even gotten to the point where, hey man, let's take advantage. No Jimmy Butler, Curry is 37 years old and he's tired and they're advantage and swing the game a little bit when he's not in the game. We haven't even got to the point where we can hope that happens yet, because it's been so just such a swing from one game to the other that the least of your worries is when Steph Curry's off the floor trying to get something done, because you're just trying to get your guys to get it together.
It's crazy how all of the issues are heightened.
Yeah.
You know, is Jalen Green, is he consistent? Or, all right, hey man, it's a 3-point game, 1-possession game, 5 minutes left. What happens at the end? How many times at the end of that game did they seem to not have a good place of where to go?
Yep.
And obviously the Warriors had the place to go.
Well, Ron, look, I mean, and the crazy thing is Dylan Brooks ended up hitting this three, but it's in the fourth quarter, and Van Vliet bangs one off the back of the rim. Offensive rebound, kicks it back out, bangs another one off the back of the rim. Somehow Dylan Brooks ends up with it, and he squares up and just jacks it up. And it goes in, right? But, I mean, but it's still, like, I'm watching it, I'm like, that's a good shot, but it's like,
how many times can you pull that off?
Yeah, I mean, they're over there, 5 guys working to get Steph Curry a crease at half court.
And then there's a crease, and then, bam, somehow Peyton's rolling to the lane for a layup.
And we're out here with Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks jacking up threes.
At the end, it does seem like, man, all right, like almost a half miracle in possessions. And then you look over, and the worst offensive player on their team is rolling to the lane for layups.
That's it. We've got to match that with somebody getting to the bucket and either getting a bucket or handing a damn thing to Ahmad Green. I mean, that's you got to counterpunch with that, or you have no chance.
Combine a couple of players.
Who'd I say?
And then I almost thought the running back from the Packers said Ahmad Green. Like,
yeah. Oh, my bad.
Oh, it was a throwback.
Hey, look, if he can get to the rack, let's go bring him out there.
I thought you had a man in your mind. And
I did. I was trying to green. Yeah, I was trying
and
to.
And then it came out the old Nebraska Cornhusker.
Former Houston Texan for a brief moment.
Yeah, Ahmad Green had a run there where he started filling up the teams. He had the Packers, he had the Texans. He probably had about 4 or 5.
He made a little noise up in Green Bay, though, didn't he?
Yeah, 30.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, this is your chance right now. Caller number 7 for CJ Stroud. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. Right now, you can win a pair of VIP tickets, not just regular ass tickets, VIP tickets to Saturday's round of this year's Insperity Invitational at the Woodlands Country Club. Caller number 7, 713-572-4610. Phone lines are open. Tyler will take care of you. You get a pair of VIP tickets to Saturday's round at the Insperity Invitational. Caller number 7. Yeah,
covered seating in the Champions Club at the 18th green with food and drinks included. Woo! Hello.
Yeah, that's it right
Hell, I may even talk my lady into going on that right there.
All right, man. It's good. Hey, good chance. Hey, you got a chance to win.
Definitely in.
He's in.
Champions Club?
Yeah. Champions. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of private jet kind of stuff.
There it is. He sounds like he's in and win today. Hopefully you are. If you aren't, we are also doing this tomorrow as well in the 5 o'clock hour. So be ready for that. All right, the Astros, they are getting ready to take on the Tigers after the tough series in Kansas City as they were able to salvage a win out of that series, winning yesterday behind Hunter Brown and Yordan Alvarez. But the lineup is kind of changing, and apparently Joe Espada said it was Jose Altuve's idea for the lineup to change. And here is the change. Jeremy Pena is now leading off. With Pena leading off, that then puts Jose Altuve, who will be in left field, in that 2 spot. According to the captain, Joe Espada, it was Altuve's idea to hit in the 2 spot. Yordan now moves down behind him in the 3 spot. Paredes, Walker are there as your cleanup and 5 hitters. And then Diaz, Smith, Dubon, and Chas McCormick gets another start after he swung the bat pretty well yesterday also. So Pena leading off, and then Altuve in the 2 spot. I'll be honest, Clint, I like the thought of it. I don't know if it's just shuffling the deck. In fact, I know it's just shuffling the deck, but it does make it feel like the lineup has gotten some length to it. And, you know, I do like the fact that Alvarez is sitting there in that 3 spot. And more importantly, Pena, who's been swinging the bat as well as anybody, is going to see even better pitches right now with Altuve and Alvarez behind.
Well, I mean, there's a couple things here for me. With Pena, I mean, he's running a firecracker at the plate, but he's also look, he's running his way into some hits too now. I mean, it's just you know, up in the chance of somebody being on when Altuve comes to the plate and when Alvarez comes to the plate by putting Pena up there and having speed on the bases when those guys come to the plate. I love the thought of it. I mean, it's a result of Joe Espada and him. Boy, if you catch fire and you got about a 2-game run of hitting the ball well, you're gonna find yourself moving up 5 or 6 slots in the damn line.
That's what I was gonna say, Clint. It was like, man, we talked about this not too long ago. Man, just stick with something.
I think he's trying to see how many. I think he's trying to see how many games he can go straight with a different lineup.
My man said, "Nah, man, we're gonna slide Pena."
The one guy that was untouchable, Altuve, he done got touched.
Can we at least?
I like Pena at the top with the speed that he puts on. I love it. I mean, look, an infield hit and a stolen base, and you got Altuve, Alvarez, Paredes coming up.
And yeah, you like the way you like that better than in the 1 spot than in the 4 spot.
Yeah. Look, I like Pena in the 1 spot, but Altuve's a free swinging ass. Look, I mean, I know, I get it. He's the best.
I know Yordan better not get comfortable in that on deck circle where you better start walking up to the plate, get out there and just get his routines going.
Jordan.
Nah, man, you know he's swinging first pitch, baby. And Pena, if you're going to steal, you better do it early. You don't give you too many options. First pitch. All right, so that is the lineup tonight. Blanco gets the ball as well. The Tigers, A.J. Hinch is bringing a great They have had this thing as far.
Come on, Chaz. Hey, Chaz has so few at bats. He got 3 hits yesterday and moved his damn average 318.
Hell yeah, it is. He might move up in the order if he gets another one.
Hey, he's still a good game. Hell, it moves. It swings his damn batting average by 100 points.
Y'all see that mustache he's rocking with?
Yeah, man, he's trying to.
It's dirty.
It
is dirty. I love it, but it's dirty.
He looks like one of the most sneaky dirties. Anyways, that mustache fits him well.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, real quick news also coming from this week's draft, having at the draft. If you remember, Shedeur Sanders not only waited till pick 144, there was a prank call made towards him.
A few of them this year.
A prank call made to him from, oddly enough, somebody in the league's son, Jeff Albrecht, who was the interim head coach for the Jets this past year, just got the job with the Falcons. His son, Jax, made the call, found his phone number on an open tablet or laptop, and then used it to prank call Shedeur Sanders into faking like he was the New Orleans Saints.
This just shows the Jets never had a chance.
No, they didn't.
I mean, this guy was running. He can't even keep his – I mean, what – I would whoop if I had a son, I would beat his ass black and blue.
He almost put it. By the way, for him, the Falcons will not take any action against their defensive coordinator. They are continuing to review their protocols to make sure something like this doesn't happen again. But so that's the latest there. He's not going to get in any trouble for that. mean, I'm telling you, boy, you're an interesting person. To say, yeah, man, this is the move right here. It's the move for me to make.
I mean, what do you, if you're, I mean, I don't know how old the kid, how, 16, 17, look like?
He's 21.
Oh, he's 21.
Yeah, he's in college.
So you're in college and you think, my dad's an NFL coach. Let me take a prospect's phone number out of his iPad that's open on the island and prank call this guy during the draft. What, I mean, that guy's father was the interim head coach for the Jets. I mean, your damn son don't know no better?
No,
nope. Man, what a damn fool. You know,
the amount of people who got enjoyment out of that was wild to me.
Well, I mean, no, here's the deal. If it would have been a slide from 7 to 9 and a prank call at 7 and he got drafted, I could have laughed at it. This far, that hurts. Somebody did it to the receiver that's in all the legal trouble from Texas.
Oh, Isaiah Bond. Yeah.
Somebody got him too, and he didn't end up getting drafted. By the way, he's still on the streets.
Messed up. Man, it's messed. Yeah, anyone who would think to do that, but hey, man, these guys they sign up for it though. It's just what they got to deal with, I guess. What I heard. All right, coming up. What do these picks mean for some of the veterans here? Right, we normally look at the draft. All right, how do they add to this team? But also, what does this mean for some of the guys that are already on the roster? What did this draft mean for? We'll discuss that coming up next. Right.
6'10" with Pendergast.
The pick is in.
With the 34th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Jaden Higgins, wide receiver, Iowa State.
on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in on a Monday here on The Drive. Congratulations to our winner, Jess. Is that who won that those 2 tickets, VIP tickets?
Yeah, Jess and H-Town.
Congratulations to Jess. Tomorrow you can do the same. You can be a winner just like Jess. You have a chance to win a pair of VIP tickets to Saturday's round of this year's Insperity Invitational. It'll be at the Woodlands Country Club. You got a chance to win a pair of VIP tickets just like Jess did, so be ready for that coming up tomorrow in the 5 o'clock hour. All right, Clint, we've talked a lot about the draft, and as we should, the Texans had 9 picks made in this draft, did a lot, especially a lot during rounds 2 to 4. They've added a lot of players in those rounds, and added some guys that you feel like could make impacts to this team. And for you, when you look at this, where do you go in terms of what this means for the guys that are already on the roster? Right? We know CJ's good, right? This didn't have anything to do with him.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Stingley, this didn't have nothing to do with him. But there are some guys on the roster, some vets, that these moves will directly impact them in some way.
There's a real topic to flush out here, or at least discuss. I don't know how much flushing out needs to be done, but with these draft picks, I think we've said it a million times. It's hard to sometimes listen to DeMeco and Nick and kind of figure out what they're thinking, but boy, their actions sure do tell you something, right? Let's start with the fact that there were 2 wide receivers picked in the one in the second round, one in the third round. With their top 3 picks, number 34 overall, number 79 overall, they draft teammates out of Iowa State, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, one bigger-bodied outside receiver that's very similar to Nico Collins, at least in play style and stature. And then Jalen Noel, more of a shiftier, faster, one of the faster receivers in this draft. Thought to be more of a slot receiver. The fact that those 2 guys were 2 of the first 3 picks by the Texans, that tells you, one, obviously there was a need at the wide receiver position. It tells you that odds are they don't expect to get Tank Dell back anytime soon. Yeah. But I think the biggest tell here is John Mechie. John Mechie's a former second-round pick that they've been extremely patient with.
Good reason. Yeah.
We all understand why. They've been patient with him, and he's got a little bit of run over the last couple of years, and it just isn't. The stars aren't aligning for him. It's just not. He can't get, for whatever reason, can't break that barrier. Can't get into being the same player at the pro level that he was at the college level. And they have opportunity. The fact that they drafted 2 of their first 3 picks were wide receivers tells me Mechie, it's time for him to show up and show out, or there's a chance he ain't gonna be on this team. There's real pressure. They signed 2 guys off the streets in free agency. They just drafted 2 guys with the top 3 picks that they had in this draft. There's some real pressure to not just, hey, you're gonna be relegated to that 4th spot or that 5th spot. No, this is off the team type stuff. So John Mechie, the pressure's on.
Yeah. Him and Hutch.
Yeah.
If you're in that same position.
Absolutely.
Because we look at, hey, they've added 2 guys. Clint, their number 1 pick in the draft ain't going nowhere.
Mm-mm.
Higgins ain't going nowhere, and Nola's not going anywhere either. They're number 2 and 3rd picks in the draft. They're not going anywhere. And they just signed Justin Watson. You got to beat him.
Yep. Braxton Berrios.
Go make it because he's going to probably be the returner. Right? So, yeah, it's big for those 2 guys. They have, what do you say? They've recruited over you.
Yep.
At this point. And now you gotta stay on.
Well, they can't be patient anymore. It's time to keep this train moving, and you either got to jump on it or jump off. And I just think that signifies that. Now, the number 2 pick in this year's draft for the Texans was again second round. 48 overall. Was Ariante Urshary, and it's an offensive tackle, right? We are loaded, a traffic jam at the offensive tackle position, especially if Titus Howard is going to play tackle. Now, there's a lot of folks out there that have been talking about Titus Howard almost like putting off that as a guard. Dang it, he is a guard. He's going to play guard. I don't see it in all the film that I've watched with Titus Howard. I think Titus Howard is a better tackle, and I don't even think it's close, to be honest with you. But I am higher on him at guard than most people are. The value in Titus Howard is the fact that he can play both. And this drafting a tackle that's played tackle his entire career at Minnesota, it's hard for me to think they're going to draft that guy at tackle and play him at guard when you've got Titus Howard who plays tackle, who can plug and play guard. He's played guard before at the NFL level. You know what you're getting. And it's hard for me to believe that Titus Howard's going to do anything other than play guard right now for this team.
Yeah, I mean, has to be, right? Like the thought would be, yes, I know he's your most expensive lineman, but you would think it would make more sense to move the guy who has had experience in the NFL playing guard as opposed to, hey, rookie, come in here and start a new position at guard. So it seems to make that sense.
Yep. And then I'm going to move down to the fourth pick, which was pick 97, third round, pick 97 overall, cornerback Jalen Smith out of USC. Is this a sign that Lassiter could play more? I don't think he's obviously going to be the starting outside corner, but could play more slot corner after all, right? This is a nickel defender, a corner that gives you flexibility in your nickel defenses. Right now, you got Jalen Petrie, who I think is going to be really good against the run. He's going to be really good in any kind of pressure packages. But we saw him get caught against Devontae Adams last year in a man situation, and it's trouble. Right? The truth, I think, getting better. But the truth of the matter is, Petrie is if he has a fault, it's going to be in coverage. With Lassiter, obviously Stingley, but with Lassiter and now Jalen Smith, assuming the Jalen Smith pick works out, you've got the ability to go nickel defender. Again, whether you want to put Jalen in there, he's played nickel at the college level, or you want to put Petrie in, or you want to put Lassiter in there. They both could play the nickel defender position. Now you've got a group of corners that you can play nickel defense with, and now you can play man. You don't have to worry about teams getting you in man situations. You got better cover guys. So and on a day that I didn't know that the defense could get much better, I think drafting Jalen Smith and assuming that he's a third-rounder that just hits on a third-round level, like he doesn't have to be great and be Pro Bowler, just hits on a third-round level, you would think that this gives the secondary some flexibility.
You really
from
like
the cover.
this pick.
I do.
You really like this
I do.
pick.
I like what it looks like on paper. I like what it looks like schematically. I don't know if he's going to – a lot of these guys, some of these guys ain't going to work. But if Jalen Smith works out, which I do think there's less risk associated with Jalen Smith simply because Kalen Bullock knows him. He's a teammate of Kalen Bullock's. There's some inside knowledge there that you at least know what kind of guy he is. You know he's going to be a fit in the locker room kind of deal.
I do wonder how much they – view thinking like, hey, what would it be like to have Lassiter inside?
Yeah.
Like, I wonder how much they view that.
Well, I don't think
I liked it, but I wonder how much they.
I don't think it'll ever be. I don't think it would ever, especially for a third round. I don't think it was his position, but the ability to go, hey, Lassiter, you slide inside, and now we've got a true corner that can play outside, and we're not having to bring in a guy that's at the bottom of the roster. A guy that's really a special teams player. You got a true corner that can play the position at a high level, and then Lassiter's a guy that can move in and out. Or you leave Lassiter outside, and you have the ability to pull Jalen Smith in at the nickel defender position inside. Either way it goes, I just doubt very seriously that Jalen Smith is even remotely close to as the type of player that Lassiter is, which I think Lassiter inside is an absolute freak.
Yeah, I love the idea of it. I think they would probably be like, all right, we'll have Lassiter inside, and we'll have Gardner Johnson or Jimmy Ward inside before they get to that. But I think it does create depth, Clint, because we know they have had injuries back there. They can do a lot of
gives you options, gives you flexibility, and gives you depth. And here's the last one. Woody Marks was picked, and they traded a draft pick to move up and get him with 116 overall in the fourth round. Moving up to get a running back like that, I really like Woody Marks, but just the thought of them jumping up and getting a running back and trading draft capital to do it tells you that when you look at Dare Ogunbowale, you look at Dameon Pierce, their days may be numbered at that backup running back. I love the fact that they're bringing a young guy in there.
Yeah, they gave up a third-round pick next year
Mm-hmm.
to go up to get get up in the fourth round.
Must have really liked him.
Yeah, so and you can see the change of pace. You've talked about that all year. It's just like both of them are physical down.
Yeah.
This is a real change of pace that can bring speed. And now, right, probably comes in right now, and Joe is really good at it, but probably comes in as your best receiving running back. Maybe already. I mean, he caught 83 balls at Mississippi State.
Yeah, I mean,
a couple years ago. So I guess a couple, more than a couple. He was there in 2021.
He was there in 2020.
He was there, yeah.
He was with Leach in 2020.
Like when I moved here.
Hey, when that COVID, them boys getting 6 years, man.
6 years, yeah. All right, coming up as we continue, we'll get them best bets here. See if we can start off with a good week. End it Friday, winning 3 out of 5. So that's good. Let's see if we can get you some money. I'm guessing a lot of this may be NBA based, especially with the Rockets. And Tyler, yep, betting with his heart. So we'll see a little bit about that. Although I love it, Tyler. No, I'm not. I've got a theory here. I'm not just betting with my heart. I got a theory here. So we'll make you some money coming up, and we'll look a little deeper in that game. I know Clint, and I don't think he's wrong with the thought of Jalen Green. But there is somebody else we need to talk about as well. We'll discuss that coming up.
All right, y'all, look, for over 8 years now, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-social.
AmericanEagle.com at 773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com 773 Network.
Exclusive furniture where low prices live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back behind us. You know what it is. It is Texans All Access 6 to 7. Vandy, John Harris sit down for interviews with each rookie of this 2025 draft class. So stay tuned and listen for that. Also, Area 45 live and local late night sports talk right here in Houston, and they will be monitoring that Rockets-Warriors game as well as the Astros-Tigers as Ronel Blanco gets the ball tonight. They'll have a little post-game show for that, the best in the world. Aggressive. Sorry about that. CM Punk kind of got my heart a little bit. And then a little T-Mill's best bet. Gonna make you a little money. We're gonna have a good week. All right, I'm calling over 65% this week. Let's go.
I would love it.
Let's go for it. Let's do that. Let's do that thing. All right. As we get prepared and get ready for T-Mill's best bets, let's look at this game tonight. The Rockets. It feels very much like the game two, going into game two of this series, must win feel for it. And you don't want to go down 3-1, right? You don't want to go and be in the brink of elimination. Even though you get to go back home, you don't want to go down 3-1 to this team that's playing the way they are. And they're going to have Jimmy Butler back. If you're just jumping in your cars, Jimmy Butler, who missed game 3, will be back for game 4. And I know a lot of this, and it is Jalen Green. I know it's a lot about Jalen Green for you, Clint, and that's real, right? He's in the win, the one win they have in this series, Clint. He's got 38 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and 3 steals. And in the losses, he's got 7 and 9 points, 8 rebounds, 6 rebounds. Just struggle completely night and day, his impact in the game. But Clint, I also look at this, and I look at Amen Thompson, man, and I'm like, I'm a big fan of Amen Thompson. We had talked at points like, I think, hell, he might be the best player on this team. It looks like all around wise, right? It looks like he could be that 1 or 2. The guy you're talking about, we thought might be Jalen Green, Şengün. It could be him. We were thinking that at points this season. Finished top 5 in the Defensive Player of the Year award. Clint, he has not – Jalen has looked like you're like, damn, man, come on, pick it up. Amen at times has looked like, for the first time, I'm like, hey, man, you got to get him off the floor. Offensively, he is clearly the guy. They're like, hey, man, do whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
Do it. I mean, I'm not kidding you, and some of you may not know what this means, but if you are ones who watch basketball, they are treating him like Ben Simmons.
Yeah.
Ben Simmons is a guy that I will never forget. LeBron was guarding Ben Simmons, and Ben Simmons is a guard just like Amen Thompson was, and LeBron was standing at, like, below the free throw line. Like, free throw line, just saying, take it.
Yep.
And every time, just take it.
You can dribble up and take an old elbow jumper if you want.
Take it. Come to the free throw line. He'll come in front of the free throw line.
Yep.
The Warriors are doing it. They just backed up. He looks not confident at a little push shot he's taking. There was one where they backed off of him, man. It was an 8-footer, man. It was an 8-foot practice shot, and they just looked right at me. And I mean, the part was not that he just missed, but you could tell like he wasn't going to pull the trigger. He didn't want to pull it. Hey, you're right there.
Yep.
You're inside the free throw line, straight ahead. Hell, that's a beer pong shot. Like, hit it, hit the front cup. Like, and it was just, but like, it's just like, wow, man. And the crazy part is, Clint, is it's not like he's a timid guy that's just getting the ball, getting it rid of his hands. He's a timid guy that's like, all right, I think I need to make something happen.
Yeah.
So let me kind of get up here and make something happen, but not just completely drive and do something. Like, he's a great defensive guy, but I'm looking out there. There was one point, Clint, I'm watching. I'm like, hell, man, he's guarding Moody. He's guarding a guy that's just going to stand in the corner and spot up.
Right.
If he's playing like that offensively and then not guarding Steph, what the hell is he out there for?
Mm-hmm.
So he is somebody that really has to pick it up and just show some level of confidence offensively and be confident in going the game and be like, I'm going to make them do something.
Well, that's one of the what I think is shining an even brighter light on the struggles of Jalen Green is that there's no one to take that. There's no athlete. There's no can get to the rim or I can get to the paint. I can elevate above everybody else and get that easy shot and give that athletic advantage. There's nobody else on the floor that can do that with Amen Thompson not doing it, right? And so again, I look at that like that's just one more reason why Jalen has got to get going, because when Jalen gets going, then Amen Thompson gets going. Amen Thompson gets easy buckets, and so it's a twofer, right? I mean, it's not just Jalen; you get Amen too, and that is hard to stop. And so, I agree. Amen Thompson is. I mean, the only reason he's getting a pass is because Jalen's been so god awful for 2 of the 3 games. But he's got to get the thing is, to your point, when I watch him, and it wasn't just Saturday. It's been the whole time.
No,
he looks like he does not want the shot,
but keeps taking it.
Yes.
It's the weirdest thing.
It's like he as he's dribbling and getting into the paint, it's like he's gaining confidence. Like, all right, I got it. Let's go.
Doesn't it sound like he's pumping himself up to do it?
Absolutely.
Like I'm pumping myself. All right,
absolutely.
I don't got nothing, but I'm pumping myself to do it.
Absolutely.
And
you think about that. This young core that we've been talking about all year long, 2 of the 3 have been, I mean, as good as the 38-point game was by Jalen Green, 2 of the 3 have consistently not shown up. I mean, Şengün's the only one that you feel like, even when he struggles, you still feel like he's in there battling. The other ones, I mean, it's a tough watch.
It is. He's getting a shot blocked by people he ain't got no business getting a shot blocked because he's not going up strong. So I would hope to see a different him tonight. But you're right. Ultimately, it is clear this series. Like Steph, pretty much know what you're going to get out of Steph in this series. Like Steph has 2 30-point games in this series, and then he's got like a 19 or 20-point game. There's not these huge ebbs and flows to what he's doing. And now with Jimmy back coming back, this series from a Rockets perspective has been which Jalen Green is showing tonight. Is the guy who looks like he could be a first-team All-NBA level player?
Yeah.
Or is the guy that you consistently sit here and we go back and forth for the last couple of years saying, hey, man, maybe you got to move him. Maybe this is why they need Kevin Durant, because they don't have anybody close. That's the biggest thing is Clint. 5 minutes left in a 1-possession game. It came down to it. They didn't have anybody where to go. They're trying different things every time down. They didn't have any one player, one person of where to go.
Multiple possessions.
And the other team is doing it every time.
Yep.
And that has been an issue all year. And, you're right. He's got to be the one, because when they needed buckets, whenever maybe Golden State started try to creep back in Game 2, he was kind of the one that either may play for himself or somebody else. But you're right. He's got to be good, Jalen Green. I don't know. The first couple of shots that he takes, I think it's really important if those go down.
Well, it'd be nice if one of them falls. If one of them will fall, it's going to be a good night. But to me, the deal with that particular, what you just said, Ron, is if they don't fall, you can't all of a sudden make it about a Dylan Brooks and Van Vliet game. You know what I mean? And sprinkle in some Tari Eason and Bari. No, you just got at this point, to me, you got to live and die with Jalen. And if that means a 12-point game, but in the fourth quarter it's a tight one, and he goes up and gets you a couple of buckets, or at least he's getting you some shots, I think that's the way. Even if the careless turnovers, the youth that shows from time to time throughout a game, like, you got to stick with it, man.
Yeah. All right, Clint, I'm guessing Tyler has a lot in T-Mill's best bet.
6 of them.
He's got a lot of bets.
6.
I wonder how many have to do with the Rockets and the Warriors tonight. What's your bets tonight?
I will answer that for you, my friend. 5 of these 6 best bets are Rockets Warriors. Get them pens and pencils ready.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Feel good about most of these, too, like real good. Going to start strong, like Ron said. Here are your 6 best bets. First one, not a part of the Rockets-Warriors game for tonight. Cavs at Heat. I'm on the over for that. 211.5 points in that one. A lot of these games have been low scoring. I get it. These refs are being jackasses the way they're officiating these playoff games. But I also think you're going to see your first over in the Rockets-Warriors series tonight. I'm on over 203 for Rockets at Warriors game 4. I'm also on the hometown team with the points. Houston Rockets plus 4.5, around 4.5 all day against the Warriors. I took plus 4.5, and then 3 player props for you, all Houston Rockets, and I really like at least a couple of these. Alpi, Şengün, we've made money on this one before. Over 4.5 assists tonight at plus 130. Then I'm on Jalen Green. We won money on this exact prop on game 2, I believe it was. Jalen Green over 18